not because it's twisted or broken or wrong, but because you've spent your entire life making sure no one, including yourself, ever sees it. Carl Jung discovered that this hidden self holds the key to everything you've been searching for. Your creativity, your power, your purpose, your peace, everything you want, is locked inside the part of yourself you've been running from. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, but only half your face is lit. The other half disappears into shadow. You can see your smile, your eyes, the face you show the world. But the other side, pure darkness. Most people spend their entire lives looking only at the lit side. They perfect it, polish it, make it acceptable, beautiful, safe. They never turn to face what's hidden in the dark. But here's what Jung understood. The darkness isn't empty. It's not nothing. It's you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half you were told wasn't allowed to exist. And that half has been waiting, patient, silent, powerful, growing, in the dark. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why the parts of yourself you've rejected, the qualities you've denied, the emotions you've buried, are actually your gateway to becoming whole. Not perfect, not fixed, whole. There's a difference, and Jung spent his entire life trying to show us that difference, because he knew something that most people never discover. You're not broken. You've never been broken. You're just incomplete. And the missing pieces, they're closer than you think. But before we can understand what the shadow is, before we can talk about integration or transformation or becoming whole, we need to understand something crucial. We need to understand why you created it. In the first place, because you did create it, not consciously, not deliberately, but you created it nonetheless. And it started earlier than you think. Every child is born whole. Watch a toddler for 5 minutes and you'll see it. They cry when they're sad. They laugh when they're happy. They scream when they're angry. They dance when they feel joy. There's no filter, no performance, no mask. They express everything, feel everything, are everything. A child doesn't say, I shouldn't feel this. They just feel it, fully, completely, without shame. But then something happens. The world starts teaching them which parts of themselves are acceptable and which parts are dangerous. Stop crying. Big boys don't cry. Don't be so loud. Good. Girls are quiet. Stop being so sensitive. Why can't you be more like your sister? You're too much. You're not enough. Every single one of these messages, delivered by parents who often love their children deeply, by teachers who think they're helping, by a culture that has its own ideas about who you should be. Every single one of these messages creates a split, a fracture in the self. The child learns, this part of me is loved, this part of me is rejected, this part is safe, this part is dangerous, this part I can show, this part I must hide. And so the hiding begins, not as a conscious decision. Children don't sit down and think, I'm going to repress my authentic self now. It happens naturally, automatically, as a survival mechanism, because to a child, rejection from caregivers feels like death. Their survival depends on connection, on belonging, on being loved. So when a part of them threatens that connection, when expressing anger gets them punished, when showing fear makes them weak, when being too happy annoys the adults, that part gets pushed down, locked away, hidden in a place where it can't cause problems. Jung called this place the shadow. But think of it like this. Imagine you're a child and you have a basement in your inner house. Every time you express something that gets rejected, something that causes pain or punishment or disconnection, you take that part of yourself and you put it in the basement. You thought you were cleaning up, becoming better, more acceptable, more lovable, but really, you were creating a prisoner. The angry child who gets punished for tantrums learns to lock anger in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't set boundaries, who lets people walk all over them, who swallows rage until it turns into depression. The sensitive child who gets mocked for crying learns to lock vulnerability in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't connect, who feels nothing, who everyone describes as cold. The creative child who gets told to stop daydreaming and focus on real work learns to lock imagination in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who feels dead inside, who traded their soul for a salary, who can't remember the last time they felt truly alive. The wild child who gets told to sit still, be quiet, stop causing trouble, locks their authentic energy in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who's always exhausted, always performing, always pretending to be someone they're not. And here's the thing that breaks your heart. Once you see it, you didn't choose any of this. You were just a child, trying to survive in a world that couldn't hold all of you. You weren't bad for hiding parts of yourself. You were smart. You were adapting. You were doing exactly what you needed to do to stay safe. But what worked then is destroying you now, because those parts didn't disappear. The anger you locked away, still there. The sadness you buried, still there. The creativity you abandoned, the wildness you tamed, the power you denied, all still there, living in the basement of your psyche, growing in the dark. And Jung discovered something that changes everything about how we understand ourselves. He discovered that the shadow isn't just made of the bad stuff. It's not a garbage dump of our worst qualities. It's a vault, a treasure chest, a locked room full of gold. Because when you were a child, you didn't just hide your rage and your fear and your shame. You hid your gifts, too. Think about it. The child who was told they were too loud, they didn't just lock away noise, they locked away their voice, their leadership, their ability to take up space and command attention. The child who was told they were too sensitive, they didn't just lock away tears. They locked away empathy, intuition, the ability to feel deeply and connect authentically. The child who was told to stop being so creative and get serious, they didn't just lock away daydreams, they locked away genius, innovation, the capacity to see what others can't see, every quality you were shamed for, every trait you were told to hide, every part of yourself you learned was unacceptable. Those weren't flaws, they were powers, and you've been living without them for years, maybe decades. Half a person looking in the mirror, seeing only the acceptable side, wondering why life feels so empty. so exhausting, so not quite right, it's because you're trying to live a full life with half of yourself, and the other half, it's been waiting in the darkness. Not patiently anymore, because the shadow doesn't just sit there. It doesn't just wait. Quietly in the basement while you go about your acceptable life. Akshung said that we don't have a shadow. We are shadowed by what we won't acknowledge. And that shadow, it's been running your life from the darkness. Every time you meet someone and instantly dislike them for no clear reason. That's your shadow. You're seeing in them what you've denied in yourself. Every time you have an inexplicable emotional reaction that seems too big for the situation. That's your shadow. The feelings you locked away are leaking out. Every time you sabotage yourself right before success. Every time you pick the same toxic partner with a different face. Every time you make a choice that goes against everything you claim to want, that's your shadow. Operating the controls, making decisions, steering your life, and you're just rationalizing, making up stories about why you do what you do. Never seeing the real puppet master pulling the strings from the basement. But here's the crucial thing. Jung understood. The shadow isn't your enemy. It's not some demon that needs to be slayed. Not some darkness that needs to be eliminated. It's you. The parts of you that you abandoned. The child you locked away. The gifts you rejected. The power you denied. And it's been trying to get your attention. For years. Through dreams. Through symptoms. Through the same painful patterns repeating over and over again. It's not punishing you. It's calling to you. Come back. Come home. Remember me. Reclaim me. Become whole. Most people never hear this call. Or they hear it and they run. They distract. They numb. They build the persona even stronger. Create an even more acceptable mask, hide the shadow even deeper. But you're here. You're listening, and that means something is ready to change, because Jung discovered that there comes a moment in some people's lives, a moment when the persona cracks, when the mask slips, when the basement door flies open and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out. It usually happens during crisis, loss, breakdown, the ending of something you thought defined you. And in that moment, you have a choice. You can run. Try to stuff everything back in the basement. Rebuild the mask. Go back to the half-life. Or you can turn. You can face what's been in the darkness. You can finally look at the other half of your face in the mirror. And when you do that, when you choose to see what you've been hiding, everything changes. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone complete. You stop running from half of yourself. You stop using all your energy to maintain the mask, too. Keep the basement locked, to pretend you're only the acceptable parts. And suddenly, that energy, it's available for actually living, for creating, for loving, for becoming who you actually are instead of who you thought you had to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before you can integrate the shadow, before you can reclaim what you've lost, before you can become whole, you have to understand what's actually in that basement. You have to see how deep it goes, how much you've hidden, how long it's been controlling you without your knowledge. And you have to understand something that Jung knew would shock most people. The shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. It goes deeper, much deeper, into your family, your culture, your species, the basement of your psyche. It connects to basements you didn't even know existed. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your father's buried grief, your culture's collective denial, your species' forgotten instincts, all of it living in the shadow, all of it trying to get your attention, all of it waiting to be seen. But first you have to see your own, the personal shadow, the parts of you that you rejected, the child who learned to hide. And you'd have to ask yourself a question that Jung believed was the most important question of your life. Who would I be if I stopped hiding? Not who should I be? Not who do others want me to be? Not who is it safe to be. Who would I be? If I was whole? If the angry part came home? If the sensitive part was welcomed? If the creative part was celebrated? If the wild part was freed? Who would I be if I stopped fragmenting myself to fit into boxes that were never meant to hold me? That question, that's where the journey begins. Not with answers, with questions, with curiosity, with the courage to look at what you've been afraid to see. And Jung knew something else, something crucial. You can't think your way into wholeness. You can't analyze your shadow from a safe distance and expect transformation. You have to feel it, meet it, dialogue with it, bring it into the light, not to destroy it, but to integrate it, to say, you're not my enemy, you're me, the part of me I forgot, the part I rejected, the part I need. Come home. But what does that actually look like? How do you meet something that's been hidden for so long? How do you integrate what you've spent your whole life running from? And more importantly, what happens when you do? What happens when the basement door opens? When the rejected parts come flooding back? When you finally see the whole face in the mirror, light and dark together? Jung discovered that this moment, this meeting with the shadow, it changes everything. Not just who you are, but what becomes possible. The life you can live, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the peace you can feel, all of it locked behind one simple act. Turning to face the darkness, and discovering it was never darkness at all. It was just you, waiting in the shadows, waiting to be seen, waiting to come home. There's a story Jung loved to tell about alchemy. Ancient alchemists spent their lives trying to turn lead into gold. They worked in darkness with fire and strange substances, chasing transformation. Most people thought they were fools, chasing an impossible dream. But Jung understood what they were really doing. They weren't trying to transform metal. They were trying to transform themselves. The lead was the rejected self. The heavy, dark, worthless parts they carried in shame. The gold. That was what those parts could become. What they always were. What they'd been all along. Hidden under layers of judgment and fear. And here's the secret that changes everything about how you understand your shadow. What you locked in the basement wasn't garbage. It was gold, disguised as lead. Rejected as worthless, hidden in shame, but gold nonetheless. Let me show you what I mean. Think about the people you admire most in the world. Not celebrities, not distant figures, but the people in your actual life who captivate you. who seem to possess some quality that draws you in. Maybe it's someone's confidence, the way they walk into a room and everyone notices, the way they speak their truth without apology. Maybe it's someone's creativity, the way they see possibilities everywhere, the way they turn ordinary moments into art. Maybe it's someone's passion, the way they commit fully to what they love, the way they burn bright instead of playing it safe. Maybe it's someone's vulnerability, the way they're real, raw, undefended, and somehow that makes them stronger, not weaker. Whatever quality it is, write it down in your mind right now, because Jung discovered something that will blow your mind. Every quality you deeply admire in someone else ... is a quality that lives in your shadow. Read that again. If you weren't capable of that quality, you wouldn't recognize it. You wouldn't be drawn to it. You wouldn't feel that magnetic pull. You see it in them because it exists in you, but you buried it. You were told it was wrong, too much, not appropriate, not you, so you locked it away. And now you project it onto others. You see in them what you've denied in yourself. The quiet person who admires the bold speaker, they have boldness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to be silent, to not make waves, to shrink. The serious person who's drawn to playful, spontaneous people, they have playfulness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to grow up, be responsible, stop being childish. The logical person who's fascinated by emotional, intuitive people, they have emotional depth in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told feelings were weak, irrational, dangerous. Dangerous, this is what Jung called the golden shadow, not the darkness you fear, not the rage or the shame or the pain, but the light, the power, the gifts, all the qualities you needed to survive. You had to hide, and now you're living half a life, admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. But here's where it gets even more interesting, because the shadow doesn't just contain individual qualities. It contains entire selves, entire ways of being that you abandoned to become acceptable. Jung called these the anima and animus, the feminine in men, the masculine in women. But it goes deeper than gender. It's about the parts of your psyche you rejected to fit into the box society gave you. The man who was told real men don't cry, don't create, don't nurture, don't feel. He locked away his anima, his receptivity, his creativity, his emotional intelligence, his capacity for deep relationship. And now he's successful, powerful, respected, and completely dead inside, because he's living with half of his humanity. The acceptable half, the masculine half, the half that produces and achieves and controls, but the other half, the half that feels and connects and creates meaning, locked in the basement. He sees it in women and calls it weakness, or he idealizes it, puts women on pedestals, expects them to carry all the emotional depth he won't access in himself. Either way, he's not whole. The woman who is told real women are soft, agreeable, nice, supportive, she locked away her animus, her assertiveness, her ambition, her healthy aggression, her capacity to take up space and claim power, and now she's loved, needed, everyone calls her kind, and she's exhausted, resentful, invisible, because she's living with half of her humanity, the acceptable half, the nurturing half, The half that gives and supports and accommodates, but the other half, the half that claims and demands and refuses to shrink. Locked in the basement. She sees it in men and calls it toxic. Or she's drawn to powerful men, expects them to carry all the strength she won't access in herself. Either way, she's not whole. This is the trap, the split, the lie that our culture tells us, that you have to choose, masculine or feminine, strong or soft, logical or emotional, wild or civilized. But Jung knew the truth. You're not one or the other. You're both. You've always been both, and the half you rejected, it's not gone. It's in the basement, waiting to be reclaimed. But let's go deeper, because the golden shadow isn't just about big archetypal qualities. It's in the small things too. The everyday ways you've diminished yourself, the person who always plays. It's safe. They have risk-taking in their shadow. It was locked away when they were punished for making mistakes, for being too adventurous, for coloring outside the lines. The person who's always busy, always productive, they have rest in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that their worth came from doing, not being. The person who gives endlessly to others, they have healthy selfishness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told that wanting things for themselves was bad, that good people sacrifice. The person who's always rational, always controlled, they have wildness in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that losing control meant losing love. See the pattern? Every strength taken too far becomes a prison. Every virtue becomes a cage. And on the other side of that cage, the quality that would set you free. The people pleaser needs healthy anger. The controller needs surrender. The analyzer needs to feel. The feeler needs to think. But they can't access these things because they're in the shadow, labeled as bad, dangerous, not me, and so they stay trapped, half themselves, exhausted from maintaining the acceptable version, never knowing that freedom is right there, in the basement, in the qualities they've spent their whole life rejecting. Jung saw this pattern everywhere, in his patients, in himself, in culture, and he started to understand something radical. What if mental illness wasn't just about having too much of something bad? What if it was about having too little of something good? The depressed person doesn't just need to eliminate negative thoughts. They need to reclaim the anger they buried. The healthy aggression that says no, that sets boundaries, that fights for their life. The anxious person doesn't just need to calm down. They need to reclaim the trust they lost, the ability to surrender control, to let life happen, to stop trying, to micromanage everything. The addicted person doesn't just need to stop using. They need to reclaim the wildness they're trying to find in substances. The ecstasy, the transcendence, the feeling of being fully alive. The numb person doesn't just need better coping strategies. They need to reclaim the feelings they shut down, the grief, the rage, the joy they couldn't safely feel. Every symptom pointing to a part of the self that's been locked away. Every dysfunction revealing a gift that's been rejected. Every pattern of suffering a map to the gold in the basement. This is why Jung said that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. You're suffering anyway, through symptoms, through patterns, through the exhaustion of being half yourself, but it substitutes suffering. Suffering that doesn't transform you, suffering that just keeps you stuck, the legitimate suffering. That's the pain of facing what you've hidden, of reclaiming what you've rejected, of becoming whole. And most people will do anything to avoid it. They'll suffer for decades through depression, anxiety, addiction, numbness, anything except the one thing that would actually set them free. Turning to face the shadow, opening the basement door, reclaiming the gold. But here's what makes this so hard. The qualities in your shadow don't feel like gold. They feel like lead. They feel dangerous, wrong, shameful, because that's what you were taught. That's the conditioning. That's why you locked them away in the first place. So when you start to sense them, when they start to emerge, you're whole. System screams, no, the people pleaser who starts to feel anger, terrified, convinced they're becoming a bad person, the controller who starts to surrender, panicking, convinced they're losing themselves, the rational person who starts to feel deeply overwhelmed, convinced they're going crazy, the nice person who starts to claim their power, guilty, convinced they're being selfish, and so they stuff it back down. Lock the door again. Go back to the familiar prison, because at least in the prison they know who they are. They know the rules. They know how to survive. Out there, with all of themselves. That's unknown territory, and the unknown is terrifying. But Jung knew something that changes the whole game. He knew that you can't integrate the shadow by willpower, by forcing it, by trying to become someone you're not. You integrate it by recognizing it, by seeing it clearly, by understanding that what you thought was darkness, was actually light all along. You integrate it by shifting the story from this is bad and I need to eliminate it, to this is me and I need to reclaim it, from I'm broken and these parts prove it, to I'm incomplete and these parts complete me, from this is my weakness, to this is my power and I've been living without it. That shift, that's everything. Because once you see the gold for what it is, once you understand that what you locked away wasn't garbage but treasure, the whole journey changes. You're not going into the basement to fight demons. You're going in to rescue the parts of yourself you abandoned. You're not integrating darkness. You're reclaiming light. And that makes all the difference. Because the shadow stops being something to fear and becomes something to welcome. Not all at once, not easily, but inevitably. Think about the artist who became an accountant, locked their creativity away because they were told art wasn't practical, wasn't real work, wasn't going to pay the bills, and now they're successful, stable, safe, and something inside them is dying. They see creative people and feel what? Envy, dismissiveness, fascination, resentment, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them through every artist they meet, through every museum they can't help but visit, through every moment they feel dead inside, but they can't hear it, because they're convinced creativity is for other people, not for them. They made their choice. They're not an artist. Except they are. They always were. They just locked that self in the basement, and the accountant self they're living. It's not wrong. It's just incomplete. What would happen if they reclaimed the artist, not by quitting their job and starving, but by integrating the creative self into their life, by making space for both numbers and paint, logic and imagination, structure and flow? That's wholeness, not choosing, including or think. About the warrior who became passive, locked their healthy aggression away because they were told fighting was bad, standing up for yourself was mean, protecting your boundaries was selfish, and now they're kind, agreeable, everyone likes them, and everyone walks all over them. They see assertive people and feel what? Judgment, fear, secret admiration, disgust, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them. Through every boundary violation, through every moment they say yes when they mean no, through every relationship where they give and give until they're empty, but they can't access it, because they're convinced aggression is toxic, fighting is bad. They're not that kind of person, except they could be, if they reclaimed the warrior, not the toxic version they were warned about, but the healthy version, the part that says no, that defends, that fights for what matters, that stands their ground. That's not violence, that's vitality, and without it, they're not peaceful, they're just exhausted. This is what Jung meant by the golden shadow. Everything you need is already inside you. You just forgot, or you were taught to forget, and now you're living like a millionaire who thinks they're broke, like someone with a vault full of treasure who's convinced they have nothing. The key is right there in your pocket. It's always been there. You just have to turn it. Open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. Not monsters, not demons, not the darkness you feared, but you, the parts of you that you rejected, the qualities you denied, the self you abandoned, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And when you bring them home, when you integrate what you've projected, when you reclaim what you've rejected, that's when the real transformation begins. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone whole. You stop admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. You stop projecting your gold onto people and then resenting them for having what you don't. You stop fragmenting your energy between maintaining the persona and suppressing the shadow, and suddenly, all that energy, it's available for creating, for living, for becoming. But we're still just scratching the surface, because the golden shadow is only part of the story. There's another part, a darker part, the part that isn't gold disguised as lead. It's the part that actually is lead. The rage, the shame, the parts you locked away not because they were gifts, but because they were dangerous. And those parts, they're not waiting patiently in the basement. They're active. They're running the show. They're controlling your life from the shadows. And until you see them, until you face them, until you understand how they've been pulling the strings, ... you're not free. You're a puppet, and the shadow is the puppet master, and it's time to cut the strings. You think you're in control of your life. You think the choices you make are yours, the relationships you choose, the patterns you repeat, the way you react when someone pushes your buttons. You think it's you, making conscious decisions, steering your life in the direction you want to go. But Jung discovered something terrifying. Most of what you do, most of what you choose, most of who you think you are, isn't coming from you at all. It's coming from the basement, from the parts you locked away, the emotions you buried, the wounds you never healed, the aspects of yourself you refuse to acknowledge. They didn't disappear when you hid them. They didn't fade away because you stopped looking. They grew. They organized. They learned to operate in the dark. And now, they're running the show. You're not the director of your life. You're the puppet and the shadow. The shadow is pulling the strings. Let me show you how this works. Think about the last time someone really triggered you. Someone said something, did something, and you had a reaction that was way bigger than the situation called for. Maybe someone criticized you and you spiraled for days. Maybe someone didn't text back and you felt abandoned. Maybe someone succeeded, where you failed and you felt rage disguised as judgment. In the moment, it felt justified. They were wrong. They hurt you. They deserved your reaction. But here's what Jung understood. If the reaction is bigger than the situation, it's not about the situation. It's about the shadow. Something in what happened touched something you buried. Something you won't look at. Something you've been running from. And the shadow reacted. Not you. The shadow. The part of you that's still 5 years old and desperate for approval. The part that's still 13 and terrified of rejection. The part that's still 17 and convinced you're not good enough. That part doesn't live in the past. It lives in your shadow, and it's active right now, making decisions, controlling reactions, running patterns without your conscious awareness. This is what Jung meant when he said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You think it's fate that you keep choosing the same kind of partner, the one who abandons you, the one who criticizes you, the one who needs saving. It's not fate, it's the shadow. Recreating the original wound, trying to resolve it, failing, and trying again. You think it's fate that you sabotage yourself right before success, that you get sick right before the big opportunity, that you blow up the relationship right when it gets good. It's not fate, it's the shadow. The part that learned you're not worthy, that doesn't believe you deserve it, that feels safer in familiar pain than unknown joy. You think it's fate that you're stuck in patterns you can see but can't change, that you know what you should do, but you can't do it, that you understand yourself intellectually but nothing transforms. It's not fate. It's the shadow. Understanding doesn't change the shadow. You can't think your way out of what you won't feel your way through. And the shadow, it communicates through feeling, through body, through compulsion, through the things you do that make no logical sense but feel utterly necessary in the moment. Jung called these autonomous complexes, parts of your psyche that split off, developed their own agendas, their own logic, their own power. They're not you. But they're not you either. They're fragments, younger versions, wounded parts, exiled selves, and they have more control than you want to admit. Think about it like this. You're not one unified self. You're a collection of selves, and most of them you disowned. There's the part that wants to be loved, the part that's terrified of being hurt, the part that wants to succeed, the part that's convinced you'll fail, the part that wants connection, the part that pushes everyone away. In a healthy psyche, these parts talk to each other, they integrate, they work together under the guidance of a mature self. But in most people, these parts are at war, and the parts you rejected, the ones in the shadow, they're saboteurs, not because they're evil, but because they're trying to protect you using strategies that worked when you were 7, but destroy you now. The part that learned love equals pain is still protecting you by making sure you never get close enough to be hurt, by choosing unavailable people, by leaving before they can leave you. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually keeping you alone. The part that learned your worth comes from achievement. It's still protecting you by driving you harder, never letting you rest, convincing you that if you stop, you'll be worthless. It thinks it's keeping you valuable. It's actually killing you. The part that learned conflict equals danger. It's still protecting you by making you agreeable, compliant, invisible. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually erasing you. See the pattern? Every shadow part has a positive intention, a protective function, a reason it exists, but it's operating with outdated information, child logic, survival strategies that don't work anymore, and you can't negotiate with it. You can't convince it. You can't outsmart it, because it's not listening to your conscious mind. It's running on automatic, deep in the basement, pulling the strings. This is why therapy fails for so many people. Why self-help doesn't work. Why you can read every book, attend every workshop, understand yourself perfectly, and still not change. Because you're trying to change from the conscious mind, and the conscious mind isn't in charge. The shadow is, and the shadow doesn't respond to logic. It responds to recognition, to being seen, to being felt. But most people won't do that, won't go there, won't feel what they've been avoiding, so they stay stuck, and they blame themselves, call themselves weak, broken, unfixable. They're not. They're just trying to change the wrong part. You can't fix the shadow. You can only integrate it. Bring it into the light. Let it speak. Let it be seen, and that requires something most people aren't willing to do. It requires you to stop identifying as the conscious self and start admitting that you're more than that, bigger than that, more complex than the story you tell about who you are. It requires you to say, I am not just the good person. I am also the part that rages. I am not just the strong person. I am also the part that's terrified. I am not just the rational person. I am also the part that's wild. I am all of it. And right now, I'm being run by the parts I won't admit exist. Jung saw this most clearly in projection. Projection is the shadow's favorite tool, its primary operating system. You see in others what you won't see in yourself, the person who constantly criticizes others for being fake. They're projecting. There's a part of them that feels inauthentic, that wears masks, that they won't acknowledge. The person who's obsessed with calling out narcissists, they're projecting. There's a part of them that's self-centered, that wants attention, that they've deemed unacceptable. The person who judges others for being weak, too sensitive, too emotional, They're projecting. There's a vulnerable part of themselves they've rejected, and they attack it in others. This is how the shadow controls you without you knowing. It takes what you can't own and puts it on someone else. And then you react to them with an intensity that has nothing to do with them and everything to do with you. You're not seeing them. You're seeing your shadow, externalized, walking around outside you, and you're attacking it out there because you won't integrate it in here, Jung said. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But most people don't want to understand. They want to be right. They want the other person to be the problem. Because if the problem is out there, you don't have to look in here. You don't have to face what you've been running from. But here's the thing. The people who trigger you, they're mirrors, showing you what you won't see, and you'll keep attracting them, keep encountering them, keep having the same conflicts with different people until you get it, until you stop looking at the mirror and start looking at what the mirror is showing you, your shadow, operating, controlling, running the show. And it's not just individuals. It's whole cultures, whole societies. Jung saw this most clearly in Germany, in the rise of fascism, in the collective possession by shadow material, a whole culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization, had locked away the violent, tribal, irrational parts of themselves, and those parts didn't disappear. They grew in the collective basement. They organized, they waited, and then they erupted through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who gave voice to the shadow, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed, because the shadow, when it's denied long enough, doesn't whisper. It screams, it doesn't suggest. It possesses, and what you won't integrate consciously, you'll act out unconsciously, individually, collectively. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. Deny the darkness, and it doesn't go away. It waits, it gathers power, and then it takes over. This is why Jung was so urgent about shadow work, why he saw it as not just personal healing, but collective necessity, because a world full of people who don't know their own darkness, who project it onto others, who are being run by unconscious forces they won't acknowledge. That world is dangerous. That world goes to war, scapegoats minorities, demonizes the other, destroys itself. All because individuals won't do the one thing that would change everything. Turn around, face the darkness, own it, integrate it, not because it's noble, but because it's necessary for your own liberation and for everyone around you. But let's bring this back to you, to your life, to the puppet strings you can't see. How do you know when the shadow is running you? Jung gave us clues, symptoms, patterns to watch for. Repetition. When you keep having the same experience with different people, that's the shadow. Same abandonment, same betrayal, same feeling of not being enough. The people change. The pattern doesn't, because the pattern isn't about them. It's about the shadow part that's orchestrating the whole thing. Disproportionate emotion. When your reaction is bigger than the situation, that's the shadow. When someone's small comment ruins your week. When a minor rejection feels like annihilation. when success feels dangerous instead of joyful. That's not about what's happening, that's about what happened. The old wound activated, the shadow part triggered, the past playing out in the present, compulsion, when you know you shouldn't do something but you do it anyway. When you watch yourself make the choice that will hurt you and you can't stop, that's not weakness. That's the shadow, operating below consciousness, following its own logic, protecting you in ways that destroy you. Addiction to substances, to behaviors, to people, when you can't stop even though you want to. When the thing that's killing you is the thing you can't live without. That's the shadow, trying to fill the void, trying to numb the pain, trying to give you what you won't give yourself. Dreams, especially the recurring ones, the ones where you're being chased, falling, showing up unprepared, losing something precious. Those aren't random, they're messages from the shadow, trying to show you what you won't see while you're awake. And projection, always projection. When you have strong reactions to people, when you judge them intensely, when you're fascinated or repulsed, ... that single quotes the shadow, showing itself to you, in them. So what do? When you realize you're being run by forces you can't see, when you understand that the conscious you is not in charge, most people panic, try to assert more control, work harder at being good, strengthen the persona, lock the basement door tighter. But that doesn't work. That's what created the problem in the first place. The answer isn't more control. It's less, or rather, a different kind. Not controlling what's in the shadow, but consciously relating to it. Not fighting the puppet master, but turning to face it and asking, who are you? What do you want? What are you trying to protect me from? Because the shadow, when you actually meet it, is never what you expected. It's not a monster. It's not evil. It's not your enemy. It's a part of you, usually a young part, a hurt part, a part that's been in the dark so long it forgot there was any other way to be, and it's been pulling the strings not to hurt you, but because it doesn't know what else to do. It's trying to keep you safe using the only strategies it knows. Strategies that made sense once, in your childhood, in the moment of wounding, but don't make sense now, and it can't update, can't evolve, can't change, because it's been locked in the basement, frozen in time, operating in darkness, the only way. It changes, as if you bring it light, not by eliminating it, but by seeing it, acknowledging it, dialoguing with it, by saying, I see you. I know you're trying to help, but there's another way now, and I need you to trust me. That's integration. That's how the puppet becomes a person again, not by cutting the strings, but by taking them consciously in your own hands, by becoming aware of what was unconscious, by making visible what was invisible, by bringing into relationship what was exiled. And when you do that, when you stop being run by the shadow and start consciously working with it, everything changes. The patterns break, the compulsions loosen, the triggers lose their power, not because the shadow disappears, but because it's no longer operating in the dark. It's part of you, integrated, conscious, working with you instead of against you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Because before integration can happen, before the shadow can be brought into the light, there has to be a moment, a crisis, a breaking point, a moment when the puppet strings become visible, when the basement door flies open, when you can no longer deny what's been controlling you. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow, and it's not gentle, it's sour, it's not easy, it's not something you can do halfway, it's a death of the persona, of the illusion of control, of everything you thought you were. And most people, when that moment comes, when the crisis hits, they run. They rebuild the walls. They relock the door. They go back to the familiar prison, because the alternative, facing what's in the darkness, that feels like annihilation, but it's not. It's liberation. And a few who are brave enough to stay, to turn, to face what they've been fleeing, they discover something that changes everything. The darkness was never trying to destroy them. It was trying to free them. There comes a moment in some people's lives when everything they've built collapses. Not slowly, not gradually, but all at once. The marriage ends. The job disappears. The diagnosis comes. The betrayal is revealed. The addiction can't be hidden anymore. Or sometimes it's quieter. No external crisis. Just an internal knowing that you can't ignore anymore. You wake up one day and you don't recognize your life. Or worse, you don't recognize yourself. And something inside you whispers, this isn't working. This has never been working. And I can't pretend anymore. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow. It's the moment when the persona cracks. When the mask you've been wearing your whole life finally shatters. When the basement door you've kept locked flies open, and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out, and you have a choice. Run, rebuild the walls, go back to sleep, or stay, turn, face what's coming, and let it destroy you. Not literally, but the you that you thought you were, the you that was acceptable, the you that was safe, the you has to die, so the real you can finally be born. This moment doesn't announce itself. It doesn't send a warning. It comes disguised as the worst day of your life. You lose the person you thought you couldn't live without. And suddenly you're forced to discover who you are without them, without the role you played, without the identity you borrowed from the relationship. You lose the career you built your whole sense of worth around. And suddenly you're forced to face the question, if I'm not my achievements, who am I? You lose your health, your certainty, your control. And suddenly you're forced to surrender the illusion that you were ever in control to begin with. Or the crisis is internal. A depression that won't lift. An anxiety that won't quiet. A numbness that won't break. An emptiness that success can't fill. Something is wrong. Has been wrong. And all your strategies for fixing it, managing it, ignoring, they're not working anymore. The shadow is rising, breaking through, demanding to be seen. And you can't push it back down this time. Jung knew this moment intimately, because he lived it. At the height of his career, respected, successful, married, stable, he had a complete psychological breakdown. Everything he thought he knew collapsed. His mentor Freud rejected him. His theories were Instead of rebuilding the persona, instead of going back to what was safe, he descended, deliberately, into his own darkness. He started what he later called active imagination, dialoguing with the figures in his psyche, the parts he'd rejected, the selves he'd denied. He painted, he sculpted, he wrote in what would become the Red Book, a record of his journey into the underworld, of his own mind. His colleagues thought he was having a psychotic break. His wife worried he'd never return, but Jung knew something they didn't. He knew that the breakdown was actually a breakthrough, that the crisis was an invitation, that the darkness wasn't trying to destroy him, it was trying to initiate him into wholeness, into truth, into the self he'd always been but had forgotten how to be, and he emerged transformed, not fixed, not healed in the conventional sense, but whole, integrated, alive in a way he'd never been before, because he did the one thing most people won't do. He met his shadow, and he let it change him. So what does this moment actually feel like, when the shadow rises and you can't avoid it anymore? It feels like death. Everything you thought was solid becomes liquid. Everything you were certain about becomes questionable. Everything you've built your identity on crumbles. You look in the mirror and you don't recognize the person looking back. Or worse, you recognize them for the first time. And you're horrified, because you see it now. The anger you've been denying, the neediness you've been hiding, the jealousy you've been projecting, the shame you've been carrying. You see how you've hurt people while convincing yourself you were helping, how you've manipulated while telling yourself you were loving, how you've controlled while pretending you were supporting. You see the ways you've betrayed yourself, the dreams you abandoned, the truths you silenced, the parts of yourself you killed to be acceptable. And the grief is unbearable, not just for what you lost, but for what you never allowed yourself to have, for who you could have been. If you hadn't spent your whole life hiding, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's a privilege. But first, it's a death. The death of who you pretended to be. Most people, when they reach this moment, they turn back. The pain is too much. The uncertainty is too terrifying. The loss of identity is too destabilizing. So they rebuild. Faster this time, stronger this time. They find a new relationship to distract from the old wound, a new achievement to prove their worth, a new belief system to make sense of the chaos. You don't fight them. You don't try to eliminate them. You do something that changes everything. You listen to them. You ask, "What are you trying to tell me? What do you need? What are you protecting me from?" And they answer, not in words necessarily, but in images, in feelings, in body sensations, in memories that flood back, and you start to understand. The rage isn't irrational. It's the healthy anger you weren't allowed to feel when you were violated, when your boundaries were crossed, when you were told your no didn't matter. The fear isn't weakness. It's the terror you had to suppress when you weren't safe, when the adults who should have protected you didn't. When you learned that survival meant not showing fear. The neediness isn't pathetic. It's the unfulfilled longing for connection, for being seen, for mattering to someone, for being loved, not for what you do but for who you are. The shame isn't truth. It's the internalized message that you were wrong, bad, too much, not enough, unworthy of love. All of it makes sense when you finally see where it came from, when you understand it's not random, not a defect, not proof that you're broken. It's your psyche's intelligent response to what happened, to what you experienced, to what you needed but didn't get. And that changes everything. Jung developed a practice for this moment, for when you meet the shadow and it starts to speak. He called it active. They go to therapy and learn to manage their symptoms without ever touching the source. They read self-help books that teach them to think differently without ever teaching them to feel. They do everything, except the one thing that would actually transform them. They won't stay with the death. They won't let the old self die, and so they stay stuck in more sophisticated ways, with better language, with more awareness, but stuck nonetheless, because you can't be reborn. If you won't die first, you can't integrate the shadow if you won't. Face it, you can't become whole if you keep clinging to the fragment. But the ones who stay, the ones who are brave enough, desperate enough, or broken enough to not run, ... they discover something miraculous. The shadow, when you finally meet it, is not what you expected. You thought it would be a monster, something evil, something that would consume you. But it's not. It's a child, your child. The part of you that got left behind, still angry about what happened, still hurt, still waiting for someone to come back and get them. And they've been running your life from the basement, making sure you never get hurt like that again, protecting you in the only ways they know how, by pushing people away before they can leave, by sabotaging success before it can be taken, by numbing feelings before they can overwhelm. They're not trying to destroy you, they're trying to save you, but they're using strategies from childhood, and those strategies are killing the adult. You're trying to become so when you meet them, when you finally turn and face them in the darkness. ... Imagination. It's deceptively simple. You create space, quiet, stillness, and you invite the shadow to appear, not to analyze it, not to fix it, not to make it go away, just to meet it, to see it, to let it show you what it needs to show you. For Jung, it appeared as figures, wise old men, mysterious women, animals, children, archetypal beings from the collective unconscious. He would dialogue with them, draw them, sculpt them, write their words. And through this process, he learned things his conscious mind couldn't have known. He accessed wisdom his ego couldn't have accessed. He integrated parts of himself his persona couldn't have accepted. For others, the shadow appears differently, in dreams that won't stop recurring, in body symptoms that won't resolve, in creative work that pours out unbidden, in synchronicities that feel like messages from the universe. The form doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to not run, to stay with what's arising, even when it's terrifying, even when it feels like madness, even when everything in you screams to stop. Because this is the initiation. This is the passage. This is the death that must happen before the rebirth can begin. And it's not a one-time event. It's a process, a unfolding, a gradual revelation. You meet one part of the shadow and you think you're done. And then another part emerges, and another, and another. Because the shadow isn't a single thing. It's layers, dimensions, a whole underworld of exiled selves. And each one needs to be met, seen, heard, integrated, not all at once, but over time, through patience, through compassion, through the willingness to keep facing what you'd rather avoid. But here's what nobody tells you about this process. Meeting the shadow doesn't make you feel better. Not at first. It makes you feel worse, because now you see things you can't unsee. You know things you can't unknow. You feel things you can't unfeel. You see how you've hurt people, how your unconscious patterns have damaged relationships, how your shadow has been acting out while you thought you were being good. You see the years you wasted, the opportunities you missed, the life you could have lived if you'd been brave enough to be yourself. You see your parents clearly for the first time, not as heroes or villains, but as wounded people who did their best and also hurt you deeply, and you have to hold both truths at once. You see the culture you live in, the systems of oppression, the collective shadow playing out on the world stage. And you can't just consume entertainment and ignore it anymore. You see everything, and it's overwhelming. This is what Jung called the dark night of the soul, the descent into the underworld, the necessary suffering that transformation requires. And most people, when they hit this phase, they think they're doing it wrong. They think something's broken. They want to go back, but you can't go back. You can only go through, because this is the fire. This is the crucible. This is where the old self burns away, so the new self can emerge. And if you run from the fire, you stay half-cooked, half-transformed, half-alive. But if you stay in it, if you let it burn what needs to burn, if you trust the process, even when it feels like destruction, you don't just survive, you're reborn, not as someone different, as someone more yourself than you've ever been. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the alchemical process called the nigredo, the blackening dot. Everything turns to ash, everything dissolves, everything dies, and there's nothing you can do except witness it, endure it, trust that on the other side of this death, there's life, new life, real life. Your life, not the life you were told to live. Not the life that looked good on paper. Not the life that made others comfortable, but the life that's actually yours, that only you can live, that you came here to live. And that life, it can't begin until the false life ends. So when the crisis comes, when the shadow reases, when everything falls apart, don't run, don't rebuild, don't go back to sleep. Stay, witness, feel, grieve, rage, break, let the death happen. Let the old you die, because on the other side of this, death is not nothing. On the other side is everything. Everything you've been searching for, everything you've been longing for, everything you forgot was possible. Wholeness, authenticity, freedom, peace, not the peace of avoiding conflict, but the peace of being integrated, of not being at war with yourself anymore, not the freedom of doing whatever you want, but the freedom of being who you are without apology, not the authenticity of performing realness, but the authenticity of flaw, the authenticity of flaw, not performing at all, of just being. And Jung knew that this moment, this confrontation with the shadow, is the gateway. The only gateway. There's no other way through. You can't think your way to wholeness. You can't analyze your way to integration. You can't transcend what you won't descend into. You have to go down, into the darkness, into the basement, into the shadow. You have to meet what you've been fleeing, face what you've been denying, feel what you've been avoiding. And you have to do it consciously, not because the crisis forces you, but because you choose it. Because you understand that the only way out is through. The only way to light is through darkness. The only way to life is through death. So what happens after the confrontation? After you've met the shadow and it's shown you everything? You might expect relief, resolution, the sense that it's over. And now you can move on. But that's not what happens. What happens is, you're different, and you can't go back. You see yourself differently. You see the world differently. You see other people differently. The things that used to matter don't matter anymore. The things you used to want don't appeal anymore. The person you used to be feels like a stranger, and you're in between. Between the old life that's died and the new life that hasn't fully formed yet. Jung called this liminality, the threshold, the space between worlds, and it's disorienting, uncomfortable, sometimes excruciating, because you don't know who you are anymore. The old identity is gone, but the new one isn't clear yet. You don't know what you want. The old desires are meaningless. But the new ones haven't emerged yet. You don't know where you belong. The old world feels false, but the new world hasn't revealed itself yet. And you have to live in that uncertainty, that not knowing, that space of becoming. Most people can't stand it. They rush to create a new identity, a new story, a new sense of certainty. But Jung knew that this space, as uncomfortable as it is sacred, because it's in this space that transformation actually happens. It's in the uncertainty that new possibilities emerge. It's in the not knowing that true wisdom is born. So you wait. You stay with the discomfort. You resist the urge to rush to conclusions. You let yourself be remade, slowly, organically, from the inside out, and gradually, something new begins to emerge. Not a new persona, not a new mask, not a new version of the acceptable self, but the true self, the self that was always there, buried under conditioning, hidden under wounds, waiting to be discovered. And when that self emerges, when you start to live from that place, everything you thought was lost in the confrontation with the shadow, you discover it was never lost at all. It was just hidden, waiting for you to be ready to claim it. And now you're ready. Now the real work begins. You've met your shadow. You've seen what you've been running from. You've felt what you've been avoiding. You've faced the parts of yourself you've locked away. And now you're standing at a crossroads. Behind you is the old life, the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. It's familiar, it's safe, and it's dead. Ahead of you is the unknown, integration, wholeness, the self you've never been. It's terrifying, it's uncertain, and it's the only way forward. Most people get to this crossroads and they freeze, because they don't know how to move forward. They don't know what integration actually means or how to do it, so they stay stuck. Aware of their shadow, but not integrate with it. Conscious of their patterns, but still controlled by them. Knowing, but not transforming. And Jung understood why. Because integration isn't something you do once. It's not a technique you apply and then you're done. It's a conversation, an ongoing dialogue. A relationship you develop with the parts of yourself you've been at war with. And like any relationship, it requires presence, patience, honesty, and the willingness to listen even when you don't like what you're hearing. This is the work. The real work. The work that changes everything. Not the crisis. Not the confrontation. Not the breakdown. But what comes after. The slow, difficult, sacred work of bringing the shadow home. Jung discovered that the psyche speaks in images, in symbols, in stories, not in concepts, not in analysis, not in intellectual understanding. Your conscious mind speaks in words. Your shadow speaks in dreams. And if you want to integrate the shadow, you have to learn its language. This is why therapy often fails. Why understanding yourself doesn't change you. Why you can analyze your patterns perfectly and still repeat them. Because you're speaking the wrong language. You're trying to think your way into wholeness. But the shadow doesn't think. It feels. It images, it moves. Through your body and your dreams and your creative expression. And if you want to reach it, if you want to dialogue with it, you have to meet it where it lives. Not in your head, but in your depths. Jung called this active imagination. And it's one of the most powerful tools for shadow integration that exists. Here's how it works. You create space. You quiet the mind. You drop beneath the noise of thought into the stillness beneath. And you wait. You wait for an image to arise. A figure. A scene. A feeling. Something from the unconscious. And when it comes, you don't analyze it. You don't interpret it. You don't try to figure out what it means. You engage with it. You dialogue with it. You let it speak. Maybe it's a child, sitting alone, and you approach them, and you ask, "Who are you? What do you need?" Maybe it's an animal, wild, dangerous, and you don't run. You stand your ground, and you ask, "What are you protecting? What are you guarding?" Maybe it's a dark figure, threatening, and instead of fighting, you ask, "What do you want from me? Why are you here?" And they answer, not always in words, sometimes in images, sometimes in sensations, sometimes in an overwhelming flood of emotion, and you listen, you witness, you let them show you what they need to show you. This is not imagination in the casual sense. It's not making things up. It's not fantasy. It's accessing a deeper level of psyche, a level that's wiser than your conscious mind, a level that knows things you don't know, that sees things you can't see. Jung did this for years, especially during his breakdown, and the figures he met, the conversations he had. They transformed him, not because he understood them intellectually, but because he related to them. He honored them. He let them teach him. And slowly, gradually, they integrated, became part of him, not separate, not exiled, but woven into the fabric of his being. But active imagination isn't the only path, because people are different. Psyches are different. Some people meet their shadow through art, through painting what they can't say, through sculpting what they can't express, through creating images that bypass the conscious mind and speak directly from the depths. You don't have to be an artist to do this. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to be willing to let your hand move without knowing what it's creating. To use color and form and texture to give the shadow a voice. Jung painted mandalas, circular images, containers for chaos, symbols of wholeness. He didn't plan them. He didn't think about what they should look like. He just painted, and in the painting, something integrated. Something that couldn't have integrated through words alone. Others meet their shadow through the body, through movement, through dance, through letting the body express what the mind won't allow, because the shadow lives in the body, in the tension you carry, in the chronic pain that won't resolve, in the posture you hold, in the breath you restrict. And when you move, when you let the body speak, when you dance the rage or the grief or the fear, something releases, something shifts, something comes home. Others meet their shadow through writing, not analyzing, not journaling about feelings, but writing as the shadow, giving it a voice, letting it speak without censorship. Dear younger me, dear rejected part, dear anger I've been avoiding ... and letting it respond, in its own words, with its own truth. And what emerges is often shocking, often painful, often exactly what you needed to hear but couldn't hear any other way. The method doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to create a space where the shadow can speak, and to listen without judgment. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people start this work and then stop. When the shadow speaks, it doesn't say what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you you're doing great. It doesn't validate your story about yourself. It doesn't make you feel good. It tells you the truth, the uncomfortable, inconvenient, ego-destroying truth. It tells you that you've been lying to yourself, that the story you tell about who you are is a fiction, that the good person persona is a mask hiding someone more complex, more flawed, more human. It tells you that you're not the victim you think you are, that you've had more power than you admitted, that you've made choices that hurt people while convincing yourself you had no choice. It tells you that what you thought was love was sometimes control. What you thought was helping was sometimes manipulation. What you thought was strength was sometimes rigidity. And it hurts. God, it hurts. Because your ego wants to be right. It wants to be good. It wants to maintain the image. But the shadow doesn't care about the image. It cares about truth, about wholeness, about integrating what's been denied. So when you engage with it, when you open that dialogue, you have to be prepared for what it might say, and you have to be willing to hear it without defending, without rationalizing, without shutting it down. You have to sit with the discomfort of seeing yourself clearly, all of yourself, not just the acceptable parts. And that requires a kind of courage most people don't have. Jung noticed something else, something crucial about this process. The shadow doesn't integrate all at once. It integrates in layers. You meet one aspect, you integrate it, you think you're done, and then something happens. A trigger, a reaction, a pattern, and you realize there's another layer, another part you haven't seen yet. another wound you haven't healed yet, another aspect you haven't integrated yet, and you have to go back down, back into the darkness, back into the conversation, again and again and again. This is what he meant when he said individuation. The process of becoming whole is the work of a lifetime. It's not a destination you arrive at. It's a practice you engage in, a relationship you maintain, a dialogue you continue. Every time you get triggered, that's the shadow speaking, showing you where you're not integrated yet, where you're still fragmented, where there's still work to do. Every time you project onto someone, judging them intensely, that's the shadow showing you what you haven't owned in yourself yet. Every time you feel stuck in a pattern you can't break, that's the shadow inviting you into another layer of dialogue, another round of integration. And if you see this as failure, as proof that you're not doing it right, you'll despair. But if you see it as a process, as exactly how it's supposed to work, you'll relax into it. You'll stop expecting to be done. You'll stop trying to arrive at some final healed state, and you'll start engaging with the shadow as a lifelong companion, a teacher, a guide into deeper and deeper levels of self-understanding. There's a practice Jung developed that few people talk about, but it's essential. He called it holding the tension of opposites. Here's what he meant. You are not one thing. You are many things. Often contradictory things. You are strong and vulnerable, independent and needy, generous and selfish, loving and hateful, and the ego hates this. It wants to be one thing, consistently, predictably. Simply so it picks a side. I'm strong, not vulnerable. I'm generous, not selfish. I'm loving, not hateful. And it exiles the opposite into the shadow. But those opposites don't disappear. They create tension, internal conflict, a war within yourself. And that war exhausts you. It fragments you. It keeps you from being whole. Jung said that transformation doesn't come from choosing a side. It comes from holding both sides, consciously, without collapsing into either one. Yes, I am strong. And yes, I am vulnerable. And I can be both, in different moments, in different ways. Yes, I am generous. And yes, I am selfish. And both are part of being human. Yes, I love. And yes, I hate. And I can acknowledge both without being consumed by either. This is the tension, the paradox, the both and instead of either or. And when you can hold that tension, when you can stand in the middle without collapsing to one side or the other, ... something alchemical happens. A third thing emerges. Jung called it the transcendent function. It's not strong or vulnerable. It's integrated strength. Strength that can also be soft. It's not generous or selfish. It's healthy boundaries. Giving without depleting. Receiving without guilt. It's not love or hate. It's mature relationship, able to hold complexity, able to be honest even when it's hard. This is what integration actually produces, not the elimination of one side, but the inclusion of both sides, in service of something larger, the whole self, the individuated self, the self that doesn't have to fragment to survive. But let's be practical, because this can all sound abstract, theoretical, like something that happens in Jung's study, but not in your actual life. So what does this look like day to day? When you're trying to integrate the shadow while also living your life? It looks like noticing, constantly noticing. When you have a strong reaction to someone, instead of justifying it, you pause. You ask, what in me is this touching? What part of my shadow is being activated? When you feel a compulsion, an urge to do something you know isn't good for you, instead of either giving in or white-knuckling against it, you pause. You ask, what is this part trying to give me? What need is it trying to meet? When you have a dream that disturbs you, instead of ignoring it or analyzing it intellectually, you pause. You engage with it. You ask the figures in the dream, who are you? What are you showing me? When you feel numb, disconnected, like you're going through the motions, instead of pushing through, you pause. You ask, what feeling am I avoiding? What part of me am I shutting down? This is the practice. This constant turning toward instead of turning away. This willingness to meet what's arising instead of managing it, or avoiding it, or transcending it. And it's hard, because life is busy. Distractions are endless. And your ego will give you 1,000 reasons to skip the pause. Avoid the conversation, stay on the surface. But every time you pause, every time you turn toward, every time you engage with the shadow instead of running from it, you integrate a little more. You become a little more whole. You live a little more from truth instead of from persona. And over time, those small moments add up. They compound, they transform you, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily, surely, inevitably. There's something else Jung discovered about this process, something that changed how he understood the human psyche. He discovered that the shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. There's a layer beneath the personal shadow, a deeper layer. Jung called it the collective unconscious, the archetypal level, the patterns and images that all humans share. And accessing this level changes everything, because you start to see that your pain isn't just yours, your patterns aren't just yours, your shadow isn't just yours. You're carrying patterns from your ancestors, wounds from your lineage, archetypal themes that humanity has been wrestling with for millennia. The abandoned child you meet in active imagination. That's not just you at age 5. That's the archetypal orphan. Every child who's ever felt unwanted. Every human who's ever known loneliness. The inner critic that won't stop judging. That's not just your parents' voice. That's the archetypal judge. The collective superego. The cultural conditioning of what's acceptable. The wild part you've suppressed. That's not just your personal rebellion. That's the archetypal wildness. The instinctual self that civilization has been trying to tame for thousands of years. When you see this, when you recognize the archetypal dimension, it changes the conversation. You're not just healing yourself. You're engaging with patterns larger than yourself, transforming not just your psyche, but contributing to the transformation of the collective. And there's something profound about that. Something that makes the work feel less isolating, less personal, more purposeful. You're not just fixing yourself. You're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself. But Jung also warned about something dangerous that happens when people start shiter work. They can become identified with the shadow. Flip from identifying with the persona to identifying with the darkness. The nice person discovers their anger and becomes the angry person. The passive person discovers their power and becomes domineering. The spiritual person discovers their ego and becomes cynical. This is what Jung called enantiodromia, the swing to the opposite, and it's not integration. It's just trading one fragment for another, one mask for another, one prison for another. Real integration means you don't become the shadow. You include it. You don't stop being kind when you access your anger. You become kind with boundaries, kind with discernment, kind without doormat energy. You don't stop being thoughtful when you access your wildness. You become thoughtful with spontaneity, structured with flow, responsible with joy. You don't reject the persona when you integrate the shadow. You hold it more lightly, wear it more consciously, use it as a tool instead of being used by it. This is the art, the balance, the ongoing practice, not swinging between opposites, but holding the center, not collapsing into either pole, but standing in the creative tension between them. And that's where the magic happens. That's where transformation lives, in the middle, in the paradox, in the both dash. And so where does this leave you? Right now, in this moment, with your shadow that's been rising, your patterns that keep repeating, your fragments that long to be whole. It leaves you with a choice. You can keep managing symptoms. You can keep understanding without transforming. You can keep being aware of your shadow without actually integrating it. Or you can begin the conversation, the real conversation, the difficult, ongoing, sacred conversation with the parts of yourself you've exiled, not through thinking about it, but through engaging with it. Through active imagination or art or writing or movement or whatever form allows your shadow to speak. And you can commit to the practice, not as a project with an endpoint, but as a relationship with no finish line, because your shadow isn't something to fix and be done with. It's someone to be in relationship with, for life. And when you approach it that way, when you stop trying to conquer it and start trying to understand it, everything changes. The war inside you starts to ease. The fragments start to come together. The energy you've been using to suppress parts of yourself becomes available for actually living, and you start to discover something that Jung knew was the greatest gift of this work. You start to become real, authentic, whole, not perfect, not healed in some final way, not without struggle or pain or complexity, but integrated, honest, alive, living from the truth of who you actually are instead of the story of who you think you should be. And that's everything. That's what makes this work worth it. What makes the descent into darkness necessary? What makes the conversation with the shadow sacred? Because on the other side of that conversation isn't just personal transformation. It's the life you came here to live, the self you came here to be, the wholeness you've been searching for. And it was never out there. It was always in here, in the darkness, in the shadow, in the parts you rejected, waiting for you to turn around, to come home, to finally become whole. Something shifts when you stop running from your shadow and start running toward it. It's subtle at first, so subtle you might not even notice. But one day you realize you didn't react the way you normally would. Someone criticized you, and instead of spiraling, you just Noticed it, felt it, let it pass. Or you set a boundary and didn't feel guilty. Or you felt your anger and it didn't terrify you. Or you sat with your sadness instead of numbing it. Small moments, barely perceptible shifts, but they're not small at all. They're evidence of something profound. You're changing, not becoming someone different, becoming more yourself, the you that was always there, beneath the conditioning, beneath the wounds, beneath the persona you built to survive. That you is starting to emerge. And when it does, when you start living from that integrated place, everything changes, not all at once. Not in some dramatic transformation where you wake up enlightened, but gradually, steadily, in ways that compound over time until one day you look back and you don't recognize the person you used to be, because you're not fragmented anymore. You're not at war with yourself. You're not using all your energy to maintain a mask and suppress a shadow. You're whole, and wholeness changes everything. The ancient alchemists had a word for this process. They called it the magnum opus, the great work. They spoke of taking base, metal, lead, and through a series of transformations, turning it into gold. Most people thought they were talking about literal metal, about getting rich, about some magical formula for material wealth. But Jung understood what they were really describing. They were describing the transformation of the psyche, the integration of the shadow, the process of becoming whole. The lead was the rejected self, the heavy, dark, shameful parts. The shadow, the gold, was what those parts became when they were integrated, when they were brought into consciousness, when they were no longer rejected but included. And the process, the heating, the dissolving, the recombining, that was the psychological work, the descent, the confrontation, the dialogue, the integration. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. It required fire. It required patience. It required the willingness to let the old form dissolve so a new form could emerge. But when it worked, when the process completed, what emerged was precious, incorruptible, real, not the persona, not the mask, not the acceptable self, but the true self, the whole self, the gold that was always there, hidden under layers of lead. So what actually changes when you integrate the shadow? What does wholeness look like in practice? First, you stop being so reactive. Think about how much energy you've spent reacting to things, to people who trigger you, to situations that activate old wounds, to your own emotions that you're trying to control. All that reactivity, it's the shadow, operating unconsciously, making you dance to patterns you didn't choose. But when you integrate it, when you bring it into consciousness, something remarkable happens. You still feel the feelings. You still notice the triggers. But there's space now. Between stimulus and response, someone says something critical and you feel it. But you're not consumed by it. You don't spend 3 days ruminating. You don't create stories about what it means about your worth. You just feel it, notice it, let it move through you, and then you respond from choice instead of from compulsion. That space, that's freedom. That's what integration gives you, not the absence of difficult feelings, but the capacity to be with them without being controlled by them. And that changes how you move through the world. You're no longer a puppet being, jerked around by your unconscious. You're a person, making conscious choices, even when those choices are hard, even when they go against old patterns, even when they require you to be different than you've always been. Second, your relationships transform, not because other people change, but because you change when you're fragmented, when you're at war with your shadow. You need other people to play roles in your internal drama. You need someone to be the strong one so you can be the weak one. Or you need someone to be the weak one so you can be the strong one. You need someone to carry your anger for you, or your sadness, or your vulnerability. You need someone to be perfect so you can project your golden shadow onto them. Or you need someone to be flawed so you can project your dark shadow onto them. Your relationships aren't really relationships. They're projection screens. And you're not really seeing the other person. You're seeing your unconscious playing out through them. But when you integrate, when you reclaim your projections, when you own all the parts of yourself instead of exiling them or giving them away, you stop needing people to complete you, because you're already complete. You stop needing people to be something they're not, because you're being what you are, and suddenly actual relationship becomes possible with actual people, not with the versions of them you created in your mind. You can see them, really see them, without needing them to be different, without needing them to fix you or save you or validate you. And they can see you, really see you, not the persona you perform, but the whole you, light and dark, integrated, and that kind of intimacy, that kind of connection. It's what you've been searching for your whole life, not the fantasy relationship where someone completes you, but the real relationship where two whole people choose each other. That's only possible after shadow integration. Before that, you're too fragmented to truly connect. Third, your work changes, not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. And why? When you're living from the persona, your work is about proving you're good enough, smart enough, successful enough, worthy enough. You're driven by fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of being exposed as a fraud. And it works for a while. That fear drives you, pushes you, makes you achieve, but it also exhausts you, because you're never enough. The goalpost keeps moving. The validation never lasts. And underneath the achievements, you feel empty, because the work isn't actually yours. It's what you think you should do, what will make others impressed, what proves your worth. But when you integrate the shadow, when you stop living for validation and start living from truth, your work becomes authentic. It comes from you, from what you actually care about, from what you're genuinely called to create. And it might be the same work, same job, same industry, but you do it differently. Not from fear, from purpose, not to prove, to express, not to be enough, to create something meaningful. And the strange thing, you often become more successful, not because you're trying harder, but because you're no longer sabotaging yourself, the shadow part that was afraid of success, that was convinced you didn't deserve it, that would sabotage you right before breakthrough. It's integrated now, so you can actually receive what you are. Create. Actually let yourself succeed. Actually allow good things without unconsciously destroying them. And your creativity. It explodes, because creativity doesn't come from the persona. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. When you integrate those parts, when you give them voice, when you let them contribute, your creative capacity multiplies, ideas flow, connections happen. Work that used to feel like struggle becomes play. Not because it's easy, but because you're no longer fighting yourself while you're doing it. Fourth, your body changes. This one surprises people, but Jung knew it. The body and psyche aren't separate. They're one system. When you're at war with your shadow, your body holds that war. In tension, in pain, in illness, in exhaustion. The anger you won't feel becomes tight shoulders. The grief you won't cry becomes a heavy chest. The fear you won't acknowledge becomes a clenched stomach. Your body is literally holding the shadow you won't integrate, and no amount of massage or medication or exercise will fully resolve it. Because the source isn't physical, it's psychological. But when you integrate, when you let yourself feel what you've been avoiding, when you bring the shadow into consciousness, the body releases, tension dissolves, chronic pain eases, energy returns. Not magically, not overnight, but noticeably, steadily. People report that they can breathe more deeply, sleep more soundly, feel more alive in their skin, because they're not using their body as a storage unit for ejected emotions anymore, and their physical health often improves. Mysterious symptoms resolve. Illnesses that wouldn't heal start healing. Jung believed that many physical ailments have psychological components, that the body gets sick when the psyche is fragmented. And while he wasn't saying all illness is psychological, he was saying that wholeness supports health in ways we don't fully understand. When you stop being at war with yourself, you're immune. System stops being at war with you when you integrate what's been rejected. Your body can finally relax, and relaxation is the foundation of healing. Fifth, and this is the most profound ... you discover peace. Not the peace of having no problems, not the peace of life going the way you want, not the peace of controlling everything, but the peace of not being divided against yourself anymore, the peace of accepting all of who you are, the light and the dark, the strength and the vulnerability, the wisdom and the foolishness, the peace of not having to pretend, not having to perform, not having to maintain an image. You can just be, fully, completely, without apology. And that ... that is what you've been searching for beneath all the searching. Not success, not love, not achievement, not even happiness. Peace, the peace of wholeness, the peace of coming home to yourself. And once you have that, once you know what it feels like to be integrated ... everything else becomes secondary. You still want things, you still have goals, you still engage with life, but you're not desperately seeking something outside yourself to complete you, because you're already complete. You're not trying to fill a void, because you've integrated the void, made space for it. Let it be part of the wholeness instead of something to run from, and from that place, from that integrated, whole, peaceful place, life becomes so much richer, so much deeper, so much more real, because you're finally here, finally present, finally alive in a way you've never been before. But Jung was careful to emphasize something crucial. Integration doesn't make you perfect. It doesn't eliminate suffering. It doesn't mean you never struggle again. In fact, in some ways, life becomes harder after integration, because you can't hide anymore. You can't numb. You can't avoid. You can't pretend. You feel more, see more, know more, and that can be overwhelming. Especially when you look at the world, at the collective shadow playing out everywhere, at the suffering, at the systems built on unconsciousness. You can't just consume and ignore anymore. You can't just go along with things you know are wrong. Your integrity won't let you. Your wholeness demands truth, even when truth is uncomfortable. So integration brings responsibility. The responsibility to live consciously, to act with awareness, to contribute, to collective healing. But here's what makes it bearable. What makes it worthwhile? Do you have capacity now? Real capacity. Not the fragile kind that comes from avoiding hard things, but the deep kind that comes from having faced your own darkness, from having integrated your own shadow, from having survived your own death and rebirth, so you can hold complexity. You can sit with paradox. You can be with suffering without being destroyed by it. You can feel deeply and not be overwhelmed. You can care intensely and not burn out. You can engage with difficulty and not fragment, because you're not fighting yourself anymore. All that energy you were using for internal warfare, it's available now for actually living, for actually engaging, for actually contributing. And that's the gift. That's what wholeness gives you. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of pain, but the capacity to metabolize it. Not the elimination of difficulty, but the strength to meet it. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the integration process when something clicks. He called it the conjuncio, the sacred marriage, the union of opposites. It's when the conscious and unconscious come together, when the persona and shadow integrate, when light and dark merge into wholeness. And in that moment, something new is born. Jung called it the self, capital S, not the ego self. Not the persona self, but the true self, the totality of who you are, conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, individual and collective, all of it, held together, integrated, whole. And when you access that self, even for a moment, everything changes. You realize you're not just your story, not just your wounds, not just your patterns. You're something vast. Something that includes all of that, but isn't limited by it. You're connected to something larger, to the collective unconscious, to the archetypal realm, to life itself. And that connection, that sense of being part of something infinite, it gives meaning to everything, even the suffering. Especially the suffering, because you understand now that your pain wasn't random. Your struggles weren't pointless. Your shadow wasn't a mistake. It was all part of the process. The process of becoming who you actually are, and who you are. When you're whole, when you're integrated, you're extraordinary. Not better than others, but fully yourself. And that's extraordinary, because most people never get there. Most people live and die having never met their shadow, having never integrated their darkness. Having never become whole, they stay fragmented, divided, at war with themselves until the end. But you're doing the work. You're having the conversations. You're integrating what you once rejected. And that makes you rare. That makes you powerful. Not power over others, but power to transform, to heal, to become dot, and that power, it ripples out. Because here's what Jung discovered that changes everything about how we understand this work. When you integrate your shadow, you don't just change yourself. You change the field around you. Your family feels it, even if they don't understand. Something in the system shifts when you stop playing your old role. Your relationships reorganize. The people who were feeding on your unconsciousness fall away. The people who can meet your wholeness appear. Your work transforms. Opportunities that match your integrated self start showing up. Doors you didn't know existed start opening. Even strangers respond to you differently, because you're not projecting anymore. You're not unconsciously asking them to carry parts of you. You're whole, and wholeness is magnetic, not in a manipulative way, but in an authentic way. People feel safe around integrated people, real. Seeing that because when you're not at war with yourself, you're not at war with them either. You can meet them where they are without needing them to be different. You can hold space for their process without trying to fix them. You can be present without agenda. And that presence, it's healing. For everyone around you, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's not just a privilege for you, it's a gift to everyone whose life you touch, because the world needs whole people, desperately needs them. People who aren't projecting their shadow onto others, people who aren't acting out their unconscious patterns, people who can hold complexity and paradox, people who can be strong and vulnerable, wise and humble, powerful and gentle, people who have done the work, who have faced their darkness, who have integrated their shadow. Those people, they change the world, not through grand gestures, but through presence, through being, through wholeness. So where are you in this process, right now? In this moment, maybe you're just beginning to see your shadow, just starting to recognize the patterns, just beginning to question who you think you are. Or maybe you're in the middle of it, in the fire, in the dissolution, in the painful process of letting the old self die. Or maybe you've been doing this work for years, integrating layer after layer, discovering depth after depth. Wherever you are, it's exactly where you need to be, because this process doesn't happen on your timeline. It happens on its own timeline, the psyche's timeline. You can't force it, you can't rush it, you can only participate in it, show up for it, trust it, and if you do that, if you keep showing up, keep facing what arises, keep integrating what you once rejected, ... you will transform. Not might, will, because that's what this process does. It transforms, it alchemizes, it turns lead into gold, not the lead of your shadow into the gold of perfection, but the lead of your fragmentation into the gold of your wholeness. And when that happens, when you become whole, when you integrate what you rejected ... you discover something that Jung spent his whole life trying to communicate. You discover that you were never broken. You were never flawed. You were never wrong. You were always whole. You just forgot. You just believed the lies. You just locked away the parts that didn't fit. But they're still there. They've always been there, waiting in the darkness, waiting to come home. And now you know how to bring them home, through dialogue, through practice, through the courage to keep facing what you'd rather avoid, through the sacred work of becoming whole. And that work, it's not a burden, it's not a chore, it's the most important thing you'll ever do, the most meaningful thing, the most sacred thing, because it's not just about you, it's about what becomes possible when you're whole, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the presence you can offer, the healing you can contribute. All of that waits on the other side of integration, on the other side of wholeness, and you're on your way there, right now. Even if it doesn't feel like it, even if you're still in the fire, you're on your way, and that's everything. You thought the shadow was just yours, your personal wounds, your individual patterns, your specific childhood experiences that created your specific defenses. And it is all of that, but it's also more, much more, because the basement of your psyche doesn't end with your personal history. It goes deeper into your family's history, your culture's history, your species' history. There are patterns in your shadow that you didn't create, that were there before you were born, that have been passed down through generations like invisible inheritance. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your grandfather's ungrieved losses, your ancestors' unhealed trauma, all of it living in your psyche, all of it influencing your choices, all of it waiting to be seen. Jung called this the collective unconscious, and understanding it changes everything about shadow work, because you're not just integrating your personal darkness, you are participating in the healing of patterns much larger than yourself, patterns that have shaped families, cultures, civilizations. And when you do your work, when you integrate what your ancestors see, OULDN, single, quotes, T, ... you break chains that have held your lineage for generations. Think about your family for a moment, not the story they tell about themselves, not the image they present, but the patterns underneath, the things nobody talks about, the feelings that are forbidden, the truths that stay buried. Every family has them, secrets, shames, unspoken rules about what's acceptable and what must never be acknowledged. And those secrets, those shames, they don't stay buried. They leak out. They get passed down, not through words, through energy, through behavior, through unconscious transmission from one generation to the next. The father who never cried teaches his son that vulnerability is dangerous, not by saying it, by never showing it, by treating emotion as weakness. And that son grows up with vulnerability in his shadow, and he passes it to his children, who pass it to theirs. 3 generations later, nobody remembers why the men in this family can't cry. They just know they can't. It's who they are. It's in their blood, except it's not in their blood. It's in their collective shadow, or the mother who learned that anger meant abandonment, who saw her mother raged at and left, who internalized, never be angry or you'll be alone. And she teaches her daughter, wordlessly, that anger is unacceptable, that good women don't get angry, that rage must be suppressed, and that daughter grows up unable to set boundaries, unable to protect herself, unable to access the healthy aggression that every human needs, and she passes it to her children, who pass it to theirs. Generations of women who can't access their power, who think it's just who they are, who don't realize they're carrying their great-great-grandmother's wound. This is how family systems work. Trauma doesn't just affect the person who experienced it. It affects everyone downstream, until someone wakes up, until someone turns around, until someone says, "This pattern stops with me." Jung saw this most clearly in his own life. His grandfather was a pastor, respected, proper, everything appropriate on the surface and underneath. Affairs, secrets, shadow material that was never integrated. Jung's father inherited that split, became a pastor too, maintained the proper image, but something was dead inside him. Something he couldn't access, couldn't express, couldn't heal, and Jung felt it. Felt the weight of that unintegrated material. Felt the call to do what his father and grandfather couldn't do. Descend into the darkness. Face what they avoided. Integrate what they rejected. He didn't just heal himself. He healed a pattern in his lineage. He broke a cycle that had been running for generations. And when he did that, when he integrated what they couldn't, he didn't just free himself. He freed everyone downstream. His children, his grandchildren, everyone who came after, because integrated patterns don't get passed down. Only unintegrated ones do. This is the sacred responsibility of shadow work. You're not just doing it for yourself. You're doing it for everyone who came before you and couldn't. And everyone who comes after you and won't have to. But it's not just family patterns. It's cultural patterns to dot. Every culture has a collective shadow. Things the culture rejects, values it denies, truths it won't acknowledge. And just like personal shadow, the cultural shadow doesn't disappear because it's denied. It gets projected. It gets acted out. It erupts. Jung saw this in Germany, a culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization. And what did they reject? What went into the collective shadow? Chaos, irrationality, wildness, tribal instinct, the primal drives that civilization tried to transcend. And for a while, it worked. They built impressive systems, advanced science, created culture, but the shadow was growing, gathering power in the collective unconscious. And then it erupted, through fascism, through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed him. Because when the collective shadow possesses a culture, individual consciousness doesn't matter. People act out patterns they don't understand. They do things they would have said were impossible. They scapegoat minorities. They dehumanize the other. They commit atrocities while convincing themselves they're doing good. All because the collective shadow wasn't integrated. It was denied. And denial doesn't eliminate darkness. It empowers it. Jung watched this happen, and he understood that it could happen anywhere, to any culture, any group. Whenever people deny their collective shadow, whenever they project it onto others, whenever they refuse to look at their own darkness, ... they become dangerous. Not intentionally, but inevitably. Look at any culture and you'll see it. The patterns. They reject collectively. American culture rejects vulnerability, worships strength, independence, self-reliance, and what's in the shadow? Neediness, dependence, the human reality that we need each other. So Americans struggle with intimacy, with asking for help, with admitting they're not okay, and they project their shadow onto anyone who seems weak. Judge them, dismiss them, tell them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, all while carrying massive amounts of unacknowledged pain, loneliness, disconnection, because the shadow doesn't go away just because you refuse to look at it or take. Cultures that worship rationality, logic, the mind over the body, thought over feeling, what's in their shadow? Emotion, intuition, the body's wisdom, the non-rational ways of knowing. So they create systems that ignore feeling, that treat the body as a machine, that dismiss anything that can't be measured or proven. And they wonder why people are anxious, depressed, disconnected from themselves. Because you can't reject half of human experience without creating massive shadow material. Or cultures that emphasize the collective over the individual, that value harmony over authenticity, conformity over expression. What's in their shadow? Individual desire, personal truth, the need to be seen as unique. So people in those cultures struggle with identity, with knowing who they are separate from the group, with expressing what they truly want, and the shadow emerges in subtle rebellion, in depression, in the parts of themselves they can only access in private. Every culture creates its own shadow based on what it values, and then suffers from what it rejects. And the only solution, the same as personal shadow work, turn and face it. Acknowledge what's been denied. Integrate what's been rejected, not by abandoning cultural values, but by including what's been by holding the paradox. You can be strong and vulnerable, independent and connected, rational and intuitive, individual and collective. But most cultures won't do it. They double down on their values, reject the shadow even harder, and the suffering increases. There's an even deeper layer, beneath personal shadow, beneath family shadow, beneath cultural shadow. Jung called it the archetypal layer, the collective unconscious that all humans share, patterns that don't belong to you or your family or your culture. They belong to the species, to humanity itself. The shadow at this level isn't personal anymore. It's mythological, archetypal, universal. It's the parts of being human that civilization has been trying to transcend for thousands of years. The animal self, the wild self, the instinctual self that doesn't care about social rules or moral codes. That self wants what it wants. It's driven by hunger, by desire, by survival instinct, by territorial impulse. And civilization said, no, we're beyond that. We're rational, moral, evolved. And so the archetypal wildness went into the collective shadow, but it didn't disappear. It couldn't disappear, because it's part of being human, part of being animal, part of being alive. So it erupts, in violence. That makes no sense. In compulsions we can't control. In moments when civilized people do uncivilized things, or it gets projected onto others, onto indigenous peoples who are still connected to the earth, onto anyone who seems more instinctual, more physical, more wild, we other them, fear them, try to civilize them, all while denying that we carry the same wildness in our own shadow. Jung knew that this archetypal shadow couldn't be eliminated, shouldn't be eliminated, because the instincts aren't bad. They're necessary. They keep us alive. They connect us to life force, to vitality, to being fully embodied. The task isn't to transcend them, it's to integrate them, to bring them into consciousness, to relate to them instead of being possessed by them, to say, yes, I am an animal, and yes, I am conscious, and I can be both. I can honor my instincts while also making choices. I can feel my wildness while also living in civilization. That integration, that's what creates a whole human, not the civilized human who's disconnected from nature, not the wild human who's disconnected from consciousness, but the integrated human who contains both. This is where shadow work gets truly profound and truly necessary, because we're living in a time when the collective shadow is erupting everywhere. Politically, we're seeing projection run rampant. People demonizing the other side, convinced that all evil is out there, never looking at their own darkness. Environmentally, we're destroying the earth, treating nature as something separate from us, rejecting our animal selves so completely that we're killing the ecosystem we depend on. Socially, we're more divided than ever, by race, by class, by ideology, each group projecting their shadow onto the others, each group convinced they're right and the others are wrong. And the solution? It's the same at every level: personal, family, cultural, collective. Stop projecting, turn inward, face your own darkness, integrate your own shadow, because every person who does their own work contributes to the healing of the collective. Every person who stops projecting their rage onto others and integrates it themselves reduces the collective rage. Every person who faces their own shame instead of shaming others reduces the collective shame. Every person who owns their darkness instead of seeing it only in others, reduces the collective darkness. This is what Jung meant when he said that the psychological work of the individual is the most important work there is, not because individuals are more important than the collective, but because the collective is made of individuals. And when enough individuals do the work, when enough people integrate their shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the projections decrease, the unconscious acting out reduces, and healing becomes possible. Not just personal healing, collective healing. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people won't do it. Owning your participation in collective shadow means giving up the comfort of being right. It means admitting that you're not just a victim of systems, you're also participating in them. It means seeing that the racism you condemn in others, there's a version of it in your shadow. The sexism, the greed, the violence, not exactly the same, not to the same degree, but the seeds are there, because you're human, and these patterns are human patterns, archetypal patterns, And the only difference between you and the people you judge is that they're acting it out and you're suppressing it. But suppression doesn't make you better. It just makes you unconscious. Real moral development doesn't come from rejecting your darkness. It comes from integrating it, from acknowledging it, from being conscious of it so you can make different choices. The person who admits they have capacity for violence and chooses peace anyway, that's moral strength. The person who acknowledges their prejudice and works to transform it, that's real anti-racism. The person who owns their greed and consciously chooses generosity, that's genuine change. But the person who projects it all onto others and claims they're different, that's just unconsciousness wearing a mask of virtue. And Jung saw this. He saw that the most dangerous people aren't the ones who admit their darkness. They're the ones who deny it, who are convinced they're good, who can't see their own shadow, because those people, they do terrible things while telling themselves they're doing good. They hurt people while convinced they're helping. They perpetuate systems while convinced they're fighting them, all because they won't look at their own darkness. So what do you do with this? With the knowledge that your shadow isn't just personal, but collective, you start with what you can control, your own psyche, your own patterns, your own integration. You notice when you're projecting collective shadow onto others, when you're convinced that all the evil is out there, when you're sure you're on the right side, and you pause. You turn inward. You ask, what am I not seeing in myself? What am I rejecting in myself that I'm attacking in them? And you do your work, your personal shadow work, your family shadow work, your cultural shadow work, not because it will fix everything, but because it's your part. And when you do your part, when you integrate what you can integrate, when you stop contributing to the collective unconsciousness, you become part of the solution. Instead of part of the problem, you stop adding to the collective shadow and start contributing to collective healing. And that matters more than you might think, because the collective is not some abstract thing. It's made of individuals, of choices, of consciousness or unconsciousness, and every choice you make, every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, it shifts the field, just a little, just enough. And if enough people do it, if enough individuals take responsibility for their own shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the unconscious patterns break, the cycles end, not perfectly, not completely, but measurably, significantly, enough to matter, enough to create real change. This is why Jung devoted his life to this work, not just for individuals, for humanity, because he knew that the fate of the world depends on the psychological development of individuals, on whether we can face our darkness, integrate our shadow, become conscious, or whether we'll keep projecting, keep acting out, keep repeating the same destructive patterns while expecting different results. And here's the thing that gives hope: you're doing it right now, by being here, by listening, by being willing to look at your shadow instead of just projecting it. You're participating in the healing of the collective. You're breaking patterns. You're integrating what others won't. And that makes you part of something larger, something sacred, something essential. You're not just healing yourself. You're healing your lineage, your culture, your species, one integration at a time, one conscious choice at a time. One moment of owning your darkness instead of projecting it. And Jung knew that this work, this sacred work of becoming conscious, it's the only thing that can save us. The only thing that can break the cycles. The only thing that can transform the collective shadow. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation. Individual by individual, shadow by shadow, integration by integration. Until enough people are conscious, until enough people are whole, until enough people stop acting out their unconscious patterns. And then collective transformation becomes possible, not because we've eliminated the shadow, but because we've integrated. Not because we're perfect, but because we're conscious. Not because we've transcended our humanity, but because we've fully embraced it. Light and dark, individual and collective, personal and archetypal, all of it integrated, whole, and that's the future Jung was working toward. The future that's possible if we do the work. The future that starts with you, right now, in this moment. Choosing consciousness over unconsciousness. Integration over projection. Wholeness over fragmentation. Choosing to do your part in the healing of the collective shadow. And that choice, that's everything. There's a life waiting for you on the other side of shadow integration. Not the life you planned. Not the life that looks good on paper. Not the life you thought you were supposed to live. But your life. The one that's been waiting for you to be ready. The one you can only access when you're whole. And it's nothing like you imagined. It's richer, deeper, more real, more alive. Because you're finally here, not performing a role, not maintaining a persona, not hiding parts of yourself, just ... here, fully, completely, without division. And from that wholeness, from that integration, from that deep presence, ... gifts emerge. Capacities you didn't know you had, powers you'd locked away, possibilities you couldn't access while you were fragmented. This is what Jung promised, not that integration would make life perfect, but that it would make it possible to create what you're meant to create, to love how you're meant to love, to live what you're meant to live. And the gift isn't one thing. It's everything. Everything that was waiting for you to stop running from yourself and start embracing all of who you are. The first gift is creativity that flows instead of struggles. When you're at war with your shadow, when you're keeping parts of yourself locked away, creativity becomes almost impossible. Because creativity doesn't come from the conscious mind. It doesn't come from the persona. It doesn't come from the acceptable self. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the very places you've been avoiding. Think about it. Where do ideas come from? Not from trying, not from forcing, not from willpower. They come from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. They arise. They emerge. They surprise you. And if you've locked the basement, if you've denied access to the unconscious, if you've built walls between your conscious mind and your depths, ... the ideas can't get through. The creativity can't flow. The connection is severed so. You sit there, trying to create, and nothing comes. Or what comes feels forced, contrived, dead, and you think you're not creative. You think you don't have talent. You think other people have access to something you don't. But that's not true. You have access. You've always had access. You just blocked it by rejecting your shadow, by refusing to dialogue with your depths, by keeping the basement locked. But when you integrate, when you open that dialogue, when you develop a relationship with your unconscious, the creativity floods in, not because you're trying harder, because you're not blocking anymore. Ideas come at 3 a.m. Images arise during meditation. Connections happen while you're walking. Solutions appear when you stop forcing, because the unconscious is always creating, always making connections, always generating new possibilities. You just have to get out of the way. You just have to stop trying to control it. You just have to let it speak, and it speaks through dreams, through active imagination, through your hands when you paint or sculpt, through your body when you dance, through your voice when you write. The shadow, when integrated, becomes your greatest creative resource, because it contains everything you rejected. And those rejected parts, they have things to say, stories to tell, art to create. The rage you suppressed becomes powerful music. The grief you avoided becomes moving poetry. The wildness you tamed becomes ecstatic dance. All of it transformed, not eliminated, not transcended, but channeled, expressed, given form, and the work that emerges. It's authentic. It's alive. It resonates, because it's not coming from your ego trying to prove something. It's coming from your depths trying to express something. And people feel, if they recognize truth when they encounter it, they're moved by art that comes from integrated shadow, because it speaks to their shadow. It touches their depths. It reminds them of what they've forgotten. The second gift is intuition that guides instead of confuses. When you're fragmented, when you're disconnected from your depths, you lose access to your inner knowing. You second-guess everything. You overthink. You analyze. You try to figure out the right answer with your conscious mind. And it's exhausting, because the conscious mind doesn't know. It can't know. It doesn't have access to all the information, but your unconscious does. It's processing everything, reading signals you don't consciously notice, sensing patterns you can't articulate. Jung called this the transcendent function, the capacity to access wisdom beyond the ego's knowing, and it emerges through integration, through developing a relationship with your unconscious, through learning to listen to the depths. Some people call it gut feeling, some call it inner knowing, some call it the still small voice. But whatever you call it, it's real, it's reliable, and it's only accessible when you're integrated, because if you're at war with your unconscious, if you're rejecting your shadow, if you're refusing to listen to anything that doesn't make rational sense, you can't hear it. The signal is there, but you're not receiving it. But when you integrate, when you develop that dialogue, when you trust the depths, the intuition becomes clear, strong, undeniable. You know which job to take, even though on paper the other one makes more sense. You know which relationship is right, even though your friends don't understand. You know when to leave, even though you can't explain why. Not because you're psychic, not because you have special powers, but because you're whole. And wholeness gives you access to information that fragmentation blocks. You can feel into situations, sense the energy, read what's not being said, trust what your body knows, even when your mind doesn't understand. And that intuition, it guides you away from what looks good but feels wrong, toward what feels right, even when it looks risky. And over time, you learn to trust it, to follow it, to let it lead, because it's not random, it's not irrational. It's your whole self speaking, including the parts that know things your conscious mind hasn't figured out yet. The third gift is presence that heals without trying. This one is subtle, but it's profound. When you're integrated, when you're no longer at war with yourself, when you've done your shadow work, ... your presence changes. People feel it, even if they can't name it. You're there, really there, not performing, not managing. Your image, not trying to be someone you're not, just there, present, whole, and that presence, it creates space for others to be present too, for others to drop their masks, for others to be real. Because when you're not projecting your shadow, when you're not asking them to carry parts of you, when you're not trying to fix them or change them or need them to be different, ... they can relax, they can breathe, they can be themselves, and that's healing. Not dramatic healing, not crises intervention, but the quiet healing of being seen, being met, being allowed to be human. Integrated people don't try to heal others. They don't need to. Their presence does it naturally. They can sit with someone's pain without needing to fix it. They can witness someone's struggle without needing to solve it. They can hold space for someone's process without needing to speed it up, because they've sat with their own pain. They've witnessed their own struggle. They've held space for their own process, so they know how to do it for others. Not as a technique, as a natural expression of wholeness. And people are drawn to this. They might not know why. They just know they feel safe, seen. Met that, they know they can be real without being judged. They know they can struggle without being fixed. They know they can be messy without being rejected. And in that space, transformation happens. Not because you're doing anything, because you're being something. Being whole, being present, being integrated. And that's more powerful than any technique, more healing than any advice, more transformative than any intervention. The fourth gift is boundaries that protect without walls. This is one of the most practical gifts, and one of the most surprising. When you're fragmented, you either have no boundaries or you have walls. No. Boundaries means you let everyone in. You say yes when you mean no. You give until you're empty. You let people cross lines you don't even know you have, because you don't have a strong sense of self. You don't know where you end and others begin. You need them to like you more than you need to protect yourself. Or you have walls reheed impenetrably, nobody gets in. You don't need anyone. You can't be hurt because you won't be vulnerable, because you've been hurt before, and you decided never again. So you shut everyone out. You keep them at distance. You protect yourself by disconnecting. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you know yourself fully, shadow and all, you develop real boundaries, not walls, not absence of protection, but conscious, flexible, appropriate boundaries. You know what's yours and what's theirs. You can feel when someone's energy is crossing into your space. You can sense when you're giving more than is sustainable, and you can say no, clearly, without guilt, without needing to justify or explain or apologize. Not because you're selfish, because you're integrated, because you know that giving from depletion helps no one, because you understand that protecting your energy is how you stay whole. But you can also say yes, really yes, full yes, without resentment, because the yes is clean. It's not coming from people-pleasing, not coming from fear of rejection, not coming from needing to prove you're good. It's coming from choice, from wholeness, from actually wanting to give, and people feel the difference. They feel the integrity. They respect the boundaries because the boundaries are real. Not walls to keep them out, not absence of protection that lets them take advantage, but clear, conscious, appropriate limits that actually serve relationship. This is what healthy boundaries look like, and they only emerge from integration, from knowing yourself well enough to know what you need, from valuing yourself enough to protect it, from trusting yourself enough to let others in when it's right. The fifth gift is power that empowers instead of dominates. Power is tricky. Most people are terrified of it because they've seen it misused. They've been hurt by it. They've watched it corrupt, so they reject it, put it in their shadow, convince themselves that wanting power is bad, that claiming power is dangerous, that power equals domination. But Jung knew better. He knew that power itself isn't the problem. Unconscious power is the problem. When you deny your power, when you reject it, when you put it in your shadow, you don't become powerless. You become unconsciously powerful, which is far more dangerous. You manipulate without knowing it. You control without admitting it. You dominate in subtle ways while telling yourself you're being nice. The passive comment, the guilt trip, the martyr routine, the helplessness that forces others to take care of you. All of it unconscious power. Shadow power. Power that denies its power. But when you integrate your power, when you acknowledge it, own it, take responsibility for it, it transforms from domination to empowerment. From power over to power, dash with dot. You can stand in your strength without needing to diminish others. You can take up space without needing to shrink others. You can lead without needing to control. Because integrated power isn't about making others small. It's about being your full size, which, paradoxically, gives others permission to be their full size too. You're not competing for power. You're not hoarding it. You're not afraid of it. You have it. You use it. You share it. And that's magnetic. That's leadership. That's the kind of power that actually changes things. Not the power of position, not the power of dominance, but the power of integration, of wholeness, of being fully yourself. And when you step into that power, when you own it without apology, when you use it in service of something larger than ego, impossible things become possible. Doors open. Opportunities appear. People follow not because you're controlling them, but because you're inspiring them. Because integrated power is inspiring. It shows people what's possible. It reminds them of their own power. It calls them into their own wholeness. The sixth gift is purpose that calls instead of demands. When you're fragmented, purpose feels like pressure. Like something you have to figure out. Like a test you have to pass. What's my purpose? What am I here to do? What's my contribution? And you search for it outside yourself. In books, in programs, in other people's ideas about what matters, but you never find it. Because you're looking in the wrong place. Your purpose isn't out there. It's in here. In the depths. In the shadow. In the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. And it only reveals itself when you integrate. When you become whole. When you stop trying to be someone you're not and start being who you are. Then purpose doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like calling, like resonance, like coming home. You're not trying to figure it out anymore. You're following what pulls you, what lights you up, what you can't not do, and it's usually connected to your wounds, your struggles, your shadow. The person who was bullied becomes the advocate. The person who was abandoned becomes the therapist. The person who was shamed becomes the artist, who gives voice to shame, not because they're trying to fix their wounds by helping others, but because their wounds, when integrated, become their medicine, their gift, their contribution. Jung said, "The wound is the gift." And he was right. But only when you integrate it, only when you transform it, only when you stop running from it and start learning from it. Then it becomes purpose, not something you have to figure out, something you can't avoid. It pulls you, calls you, won't let you rest until you answer. And when you answer, when you step into that purpose, everything aligns. Not because life becomes easy, but because you're finally doing what you're here to do, what only you can do, what you came here to offer, and that makes everything worth it. The shadow work, the pain, the death and rebirth. Because you're not just living anymore, you're contributing, you're serving. You're part of something larger, and that's the ultimate gift of integration. The seventh gift, and this might be the most important, is the capacity to love, really love, not need, not depend on, not use to fill. Avoid but love, from wholeness, from choice, from overflow instead of deficit. When you're fragmented, when you're at war with yourself, you can't really love. You can need people, you can want them, you can use them to feel complete, but you can't love them, because love requires wholeness. And you're not whole. You're asking them to complete you, to carry your shadow, to be what you won't be for yourself. And that's not love, that's projection. That's need. That's using another person as a mirror for your unintegrated parts. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you're not missing pieces anymore, you can love, really love, without agenda, without need, without trying to get something. You can love someone for who they are, not for who you need them to be. You can appreciate them without trying to change them. You can be with them without trying to merge with them. You can love their light and their darkness, their strengths and their struggles, their wholeness and their fragmentation, because you've learnt to love all of that in yourself. And that love, it's transformative, for you, for them, for everyone it touches, because it's real, it's clean, it's free, not the conditional love that says, "I'll love you if you meet my needs." but the unconditional love that says, I love you because you exist. Not the needy love that demands reciprocity, but the generous love that gives freely. Not the fearful love that clings, but the trusting love that releases. This is what becomes possible after shadow integration. This is the gift on the other side. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of struggle, but the capacity to meet it. Not the elimination of darkness, but the integration of it. And from that integration, everything else flows. Creativity, intuition, presence, boundaries, power, purpose, love, all of it waiting on the other side of the shadow, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to stop running and start integrating, to stop rejecting and start including, to stop fragmenting and start becoming. And when you get there, when you access these gifts, you realize something profound. They weren't gifts given to you, they were always yours. You just locked them in the basement along with everything else. You rejected, and shadow work didn't create them. It liberated them, released them, let them finally come home. You thought integration meant being done. You thought there would be a moment when the work was complete, when the shadow was integrated, when you could finally relax and be whole. And in a way, that moment does come. The moment when you're no longer fragmented, when you're no longer at war with yourself. But wholeness isn't a destination. It's not a state you arrive at and then maintain without effort. It's a practice, a daily practice, a lifelong practice, because the shadow isn't something you integrate once and forget about. It's someone you live with for the rest of your life. And that's not a problem. That's the point. Jung spent decades doing shadow work. Even at the end of his life, he was still discovering new rooms in the house of his psyche, still meeting new aspects, still integrating new layers. And he didn't see this as failure. He saw it as the natural unfolding of becoming human. You don't finish becoming yourself. You continue becoming, layer by layer, year by year, until your last breath, and the shadow is your companion on that journey. Your teacher, your guide into deeper and deeper levels of truth, not your enemy, your ally. If you know how to relate to it, here's what living with your shadow actually looks like. It looks like noticing every day, multiple times a day, noticing when you're triggered, when you're reactive, when you're projecting, when you're acting from an old pattern instead of present awareness. And instead of beating yourself up about it, instead of thinking you should be past this by now, you get curious. Oh, there's something here, something that's not integrated yet, something that wants my attention. What is it? What part of me is activated? What old wound is being touched? And you pause, you breathe, you turn inward, you don't judge it, you don't try to fix it, you just notice it. And sometimes that's enough. Just the noticing, just the conscious awareness that this is shadow material, not present reality. And sometimes you need to do more. You need to journal about it, or meditate with it, or talk about it with someone you trust. But either way, you're engaging. You're in relationship. You're not running. And over time, that particular trigger loses its power. Not because you eliminated it, because you integrated it. But then another one appears, a different layer, a different aspect, and you do it again. Notice, pause, engage, integrate, again and again and again. This is the practice. Not dramatic, not glamorous, just consistent, daily, ongoing. Some days, the practice is harder than others. Some days you're triggered and you react before you even notice. You say the thing you regret. You do the thing you said you wouldn't do. You fall back into the old pattern, and the old you, the fragmented you, would have spiraled, would have convinced yourself you're broken, would have given up on the whole thing. But the integrated you, the you who's been doing this work, you have compassion for yourself, for your humanity, for the fact that transformation isn't linear. You acknowledge what happened, you take responsibility for it, you make amends if needed, but you don't make it mean something about your worth. You don't use it as evidence that you're failing. You use it as information, as a sign that there's more to integrate, as an invitation to go deeper, and you return to the practice, not with shame, with humility, because humility isn't thinking you're nothing, it's knowing you're human, complex, still, growing, still learning, still becoming, and that knowing, it keeps you in the practice, even when the practice is hard, even when you fail, even when you forget. You return, you notice, you engage. You continue. Living with your shadow also means accepting complexity. The you that wants to be simple, the you that wants clear answers, the you that wants to know if you're good or bad, right or wrong, healed or broken. The you has to die, or at least relax, or at least make space for paradox, because you're not simple. You never were. You never will. Be. You're both. You're all of it. You're contradictory, and that's okay. You're generous and selfish, strong and vulnerable, wise and foolish, loving and hateful. You're not one thing, you're a multitude. And living with your shadow means living with that multiplicity, not trying to resolve it, not trying to pick a side, but holding it, all of it, the tension, the paradox, the both and. Some days you'll be patient, some days you'll be irritable, and both are you. Some days you'll be open and trusting, some days you'll be guarded and suspicious, and both are you. Some days you'll feel connected to your purpose, some days you'll question everything, and both are you. And instead of making one version right and the other wrong, instead of accepting one and rejecting the other, ... you hold them both. You let them coexist. You understand that you contain multitudes, and that's not a problem to solve. That's the richness of being human. The integrated person doesn't eliminate complexity. They embrace it. They develop capacity to hold it. They learn to dance with it. And that capacity, it grows over time, with practice, with patience, with self-compassion. You get better at holding paradox, at sitting with not knowing, at being comfortable with your own contradictions. And that makes you more human, not less, more whole, not more fragmented, because wholeness includes everything, the contradictions, the paradoxes, the parts that don't make sense together, all of it, held in the container of your awareness. Your acceptance, your integration, living with your shadow also means developing rituals, not religious rituals necessarily, though they can be, but practices that keep you connected to your depths. Jung had his morning routine. He'd wake up early, sit in silence, paint mandalas, write in his journal, dialogue with his unconscious, every day, for decades. It wasn't optional. It was how he maintained the relationship with his shadow, because the shadow doesn't speak on demand. It speaks when you create space for it, when you show up consistently, when you demonstrate that you're listening. And if you don't create that space, if you get too busy, if you stop showing up, ... the shadow will make space. Through dreams you can't ignore. Through symptoms you can't manage. Through crises you can't avoid. It will get your attention, one way or another. But if you maintain the practice, if you show up daily, if you keep the conversation going, ... the shadow becomes a collaborator instead of a saboteur, a guide instead of a disruptor, a source of wisdom instead of a source of suffering. So what does that look like practically? Maybe it's morning pages, 3 pages of stream of consciousness writing, no editing, no censoring, just letting the unconscious speak. Maybe it's meditation, sitting in silence, watching what arises, noticing the thoughts and feelings without attaching to them. Maybe it's active imagination, creating space for images to emerge, dialoguing with figures from your dreams, letting the unconscious show you what it needs to show you. Maybe it's creative practice, painting, dancing, playing music, any form of expression that bypasses the conscious mind and accesses the depths. The specific practice doesn't matter. What matters is consistency, showing up, creating space, because the shadow is always there, always active, always communicating. The question is, are you listening? Another aspect of living with your shadow is continuing to learn its language. Jung spent his life studying symbols, myths, dreams, archetypes, not as intellectual exercise, but as practical necessity, because the unconscious doesn't speak in concepts. It speaks in images, in stories, in metaphors. And if you want to understand what your shadow is trying to tell you, you have to learn that language. When you dream of being chased, the shadow isn't literally trying to tell you someone's after you. It's showing you that you're running from something, some part of yourself, some truth, some reality. When you dream of losing your teeth, it's not predicting dental problems. It's showing you anxiety about powerlessness, about losing your ability to speak, to defend yourself, to be effective. When you dream of water, it's often about emotion. Deep water, deep emotion. Drowning, being overwhelmed. Clear water, clarity. Murky water, confusion. These aren't universal rules. Symbols mean different things to different people in different contexts, but they do mean something, and part of the practice is learning what they mean for you. What does the snake represent in your dreams? What about the house, the car, the stranger? Over time, you develop your own symbolic vocabulary. You recognize your psyche's patterns. You understand what it's trying to communicate. and that understanding becomes a tool, a way to access wisdom beyond your conscious knowing, a way to receive guidance from your depths. But it requires attention. It requires study, not just of Jung's work or other people's interpretations, but of your own psyche. What is it showing you? What is it trying to tell you? What patterns keep appearing? And you track it. You write it down. You reflect on it. You learn from it. And slowly, gradually, you become fluent in the language of your own unconscious. And that fluency, it changes everything, because you're not guessing anymore. You're not projecting anymore. You're listening to the wisest part of yourself, the part that knows things your conscious mind doesn't, the part that sees patterns you can't see, the part that's been trying to guide you all along. If you would just listen, living with your shadow also means accepting that some patterns may never fully resolve. This is hard to hear, especially in a culture that promises total healing, complete transformation, final resolution. But Jung was honest about this. Some wounds are so deep, so early, so formative, ... They shape you permanently, not in a way that dooms you, but in a way that becomes part of who you are. The person abandoned in childhood, they may always have abandonment sensitivity, even after years of therapy, even after deep shadow work. It might get better. It might lose some of its charge. They might react less intensely. They might recover more quickly. But that wound, it's woven into the fabric of their psyche. It's not going away completely. And that's okay. It has to be okay. Because fighting it, denying it, demanding it be different, ... that creates more suffering, not less. Integration doesn't mean eliminating your wounds. It means accepting them, making space for them, learning to work with them instead of being controlled by them. So yes, you might always be sensitive to abandonment, but you can learn to recognize when it's being triggered. You can learn to soothe yourself. You can learn to communicate your needs instead of acting out your fears. You don't transcend the wound. You integrate it. You make it part of your wholeness instead of something that fragments you. And sometimes that wound becomes your medicine, your gift, the thing that makes you uniquely able to help others with similar wounds, because you know that territory intimately. You've mapped it. You've learned to navigate it. And that knowledge, it's valuable, not just for you. For everyone you encounter who's struggling with the same thing, there's also the question of regression. You'll have periods where you feel integrated, whole, like you've done the work and you're living from that place. And then something happens. A crisis, a loss, a major life transition, and you regress. You fall back into old patterns. You find yourself reacting like you used to, fragmenting like you used to, acting out shadow material you thought you'd integrated, and it can feel like failure, like you lost everything you gained, like the work didn't stick. But Jung understood regression differently. He saw it as a necessary part of the process. Sometimes you have to go back to go forward. Sometimes you have to revisit old material at a deeper level. Sometimes regression is actually preparation for the next stage of growth. So when it happens, when you find yourself back in old patterns, don't panic, don't despair. Don't conclude that integration is impossible. Just recognize it. Oh, I'm regressing. There's something here that needs attention. some layer I missed, some aspect that's not fully integrated yet, and you engage with it, again, at this new level. With the awareness you have now, with the tools you've developed, with the compassion you've cultivated, and you integrate it again, more deeply this time, more thoroughly, more consciously, and then you move forward, not to where you were before, but to somewhere new, somewhere you couldn't have gotten to without the regression. This is the spiral nature of growth. You don't go in a straight line, you circle back. But each time you circle back, you're at a different level, higher, deeper, more integrated. And that's how transformation actually works. Not linear, spiral, cyclical, rhythmic. Forward and back, up and down, in and out, and all of it is the process. All of it is necessary. All of it is part of becoming whole. So what does this mean for you right now? In your daily life, it means you stop waiting to be done. You stop thinking integration is something you achieve and then move on from. You recognize it as a practice, a relationship, a lifelong commitment, and you build it into your life, not as one more thing on your to-do list, but as the foundation of how you live. You create space for silence, for reflection, for dialogue with your depths. You notice your triggers and you get curious instead of reactive. You accept your complexity, and you stop trying to be simple. You learn the language of your unconscious and you listen when it speaks. You hold your wounds with compassion and you let them teach you. You accept regression as part of growth, and you don't despair when it happens. This is what it means to live with your shadow. Not to conquer it, not to transcend it, but to be in relationship with it every day, for the rest of your life. And that's not a burden, that's a privilege. That's what makes life rich, deep, real, because you're not performing anymore. You're not pretending. You're not maintaining a facade. You're just living, fully, honestly, consciously, with all of yourself, shadow included. And that's everything Jung was pointing to. That's the goal. That's the promise. Not perfection, not final arrival, not eternal peace, but ongoing integration, deepening wholeness, continuous becoming. And in that process, in that practice, in that lifelong commitment to knowing yourself fully, you discover what it means to be truly alive, not despite your shadow, because of it, with it, through it, all the way home. You might think your shadow work is personal, private, just about you. You're doing it to heal your wounds, to break your patterns, to become whole. And it is all of that, but it's also more, so much more, because you don't exist in isolation. You're part of a family, part of a culture, part of humanity, and every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, every piece of shadow you bring into consciousness, it affects the whole, the entire system. Everyone connected to you. Jung understood this. He understood that the psychological work of the individual is not separate from the healing of the collective. They're the same work, happening at different scales. When you heal, the field around you heals. When you integrate, the collective integration becomes more possible. When you become whole, you contribute to collective wholeness, not because you're special, because you're connected. We all are, deeply, invisibly, inextricably. And right now, the world desperately needs people who will do this work. People who will face their darkness instead of projecting it. People who will integrate their shadow instead of acting it out. People who will become conscious instead of staying asleep, because the alternative is what we're living through. Division, projection, unconsciousness, on a massive scale, and it's killing us. Look at the world right now. Really look at it. The political polarization, the tribal warfare, the inability to see the humanity in people who think differently. That's collective shadow, projected, acting out, possessing millions of people at once. Each side convinced the other side is evil. Each side seeing in the other what they won't see in themselves. Each side so identified with being right that they can't see their own darkness. It's not one side or the other. It's both. It's all of us, projecting our collective shadow onto the other, creating enemies, building walls, and underneath we're all human, all carrying the same archetypal patterns, all struggling with the same fundamental questions. But we can't see it, because we're too busy projecting, too busy being right, too busy defending our position, and nothing changes, nothing heals, nothing transforms. Because the work that would actually change things, the work of withdrawing projection and owning our own darkness, nobody wants to do it. It's easier to blame, easier to other, easier to stay unconscious, but it's also destroying us, creating more suffering, more division, more violence. And it will continue until enough individuals do their own work, until enough people integrate their own shadow, until enough of us become conscious. That's the only way. There is no other way. You can't fix the collective shadow from the outside. You can only transform it from the inside, one person at a time, one integration at a time, starting with you. Or look at how we're treating the earth, the planet that sustains us, the ecosystem we depend on. We're destroying it knowingly, systematically, with full awareness of the consequences, and we tell ourselves stories about progress, about necessity, about not being able to change, but underneath is shadow, the part of ourselves we've rejected, the animal self, the instinctual self, the part that's connected to nature. We split from it. We declared ourselves separate, above, better. We said we were rational, civilized, beyond our animal nature, and we pushed that connection into shadow. We forgot that we are nature, that we're part of the web, that our survival depends on the health of the whole. And now we're acting out that split, destroying what we've rejected in ourselves, killing the wildness we won't acknowledge. It's not logical. It's not rational. It's shadow, collective shadow, operating unconsciously. And the solution, it's the same. Integration, not thinking our way out, not creating better systems while staying unconscious, but reconnecting, reclaiming, reintegrating the parts of ourselves we exiled, the body, the instinct, the animal, the earth, not as something separate from us, but as us, part of us, inseparable from who we are. And when enough people do that, when enough individuals reclaim their connection to nature, to body, to instinct, the collective, behavior changes, not because we forced it, because we transformed it from the inside. Or look at how we relate to suffering, to difficulty, to pain. We avoid it, we numb it, we medicate it. We do everything we can to not feel it, and we've built an entire culture around that avoidance. Entertainment, distraction, substances, anything to not be present with what hurts. But the suffering doesn't go away. It goes into shadow, personal shadow, collective shadow, and it leaks out in addiction, in depression, in violence, in the quiet desperation that so many people carry. We're not healing, we're just avoiding. And the avoidance creates more suffering, not less. But what if we stopped avoiding? What if we turned toward the pain instead of away from it? What if we learned, individually and collectively, to be with difficulty, to metabolize it, to let it transform us instead of destroy us? That's shadow work. That's what Jung was teaching. That's what the world needs. Not more avoidance, more consciousness, more capacity, more willingness to feel what we'd rather not feel. Because pain, when it's integrated, becomes wisdom. Struggle, when it's faced, becomes strength. Darkness, when it's acknowledged, becomes light. But only if we do the work, only if we stop running, only if we turn and face what we've been fleeing. Jung saw all of this. He saw where humanity was headed, and he was deeply concerned. He knew that the fate of the world depended on whether enough individuals would wake up, would do their work, would become conscious. He knew that the collective shadow, when left unconscious, would erupt. In war, in genocide, in the systematic destruction of everything we claim to value. He'd seen it happen in Germany. He knew it could happen anywhere. He knew it was happening. Always. Everywhere people refused to look at their own darkness. And he devoted his life to trying to wake people up, to show them the urgency, to give them the tools, not because he thought he could save the world, but because he knew that each person who woke up mattered. Each person who did the work contributed. Each person who integrated their shadow made collective integration more possible. And he was right. He is right. The world doesn't need more heroes. It doesn't need saviors. It doesn't need people who think they're going to fix everything. It needs people who are willing to do their own work, to face their own darkness, to integrate their own shadow. Because that work, that simple, difficult, sacred work, that's what changes everything. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation, multiplied by millions, by billions, until the collective consciousness shifts. That's the only way, and it starts with you. So what? Does this mean, practically, in your life? Right now, it means you stop seeing your shadow work as self-indulgent, as navel-gazing, as separate from making a difference. Your shadow work is how you make a difference. It's the most important contribution you can make, because every pattern you break in yourself, you break in the lineage. Every projection you withdraw, you reduce in the collective. Every piece of darkness you integrate, you transform in the filled it ripples out, invisibly, inevitably. Your children won't carry what you've integrated. Your students won't inherit what you've healed. Your community won't be infected by what you've made conscious. And the people around you, they feel it. Even if they can't name it, they feel safer around you, more real, more able to be themselves, because you're not projecting onto them. You're not needing them to carry your shadow. You're not asking them to be what you won't be for yourself. You're whole, and wholeness creates space for others to be whole too. That's not small. That's everything. But it goes even deeper than that. Because when you do shadow work, when you really do it, when you integrate what you've rejected, you change what's possible. For everyone. For the whole human experiment. Jung believed in the evolution of consciousness. He believed that humanity was slowly, painfully, becoming more conscious. Not automatically, not inevitably, but potentially. If enough individuals did the work, each person who integrates contributes to the collective consciousness. Each person who becomes whole makes wholeness more accessible to others. It's like you're creating a pathway, a possibility, a template. You're showing through your being, through your presence, through your life, that integration is possible, that wholeness is real, that transformation happens, and that matters more than you know. Because most people don't believe it's possible. They think they're stuck. They think their patterns are permanent. They think change is for other people, not for them. But when they encounter someone who's done the work, someone who's integrated, someone who's whole, something shifts in them, in what they believe is possible. They think, if they can do it, maybe I can too. If transformation is real for them, maybe it's real for me. And that belief, that shift in what's possible, that's what allows them to begin their own work. You're not just transforming yourself. You're expanding what's possible for everyone around you. That's not grandiose. That's how collective consciousness evolves. Through individuals who go first, who do the work, who'll become living proof that transformation is real. And there's one more thing, one final piece that makes this work so urgent, so necessary, so sacred. The children, the next generation, the ones who are watching us, learning from us, absorbing our patterns. They don't learn from what we say. They learn from what we are, from what we do, from what we embody. And if we're unconscious, if we're projecting, if we're acting out our shadow, they learn that, they inherit that, they repeat that. Generation after generation, the same patterns, the same wounds, the same unconsciousness. But if we do the work, if we integrate, if we become conscious, they learn that instead, they inherit wholeness instead of fragmentation. They start from a different place, a more integrated place, and they have a chance, a real chance, to go further than we did, to integrate deeper, to become more whole. That's how evolution happens. Not in one lifetime, but across lifetimes. Across generations, each generation healing a little more, integrating a little more, becoming a little more conscious, until one day, maybe many generations from now, humanity might actually be whole, conscious, integrated, but only if we do our part, Only if we do the work. Only if we stop passing down unconsciousness and start passing down integration. That's what's at stake. That's why this matters. That's why your shadow work is not just personal. It's generational. It's evolutionary. It's sacred. So here you are, at the end of this journey, having learned about the shadow, about integration, about what's possible, and you have a choice. The same choice everyone has. The same choice Jung faced. The same choice every conscious person faces. You can go back to sleep. You can pretend you didn't hear this. You can decide it's too hard, too much, too uncomfortable. You can go back to the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. You can keep the basement locked. You can keep running from your shadow. Nobody will blame you. Most people do. Most people live and die having never faced their darkness, having never integrated their shadow, having never become whole. It's the easier path, the more comfortable path, the path of least resistance, but it's also the path of unconsciousness, of fragmentation, of being asleep or ... You can choose differently. You can choose consciousness. You can choose integration. You can choose wholeness. You can turn and face what you've been fleeing. You can dialogue with what you've been rejecting. You can integrate what you've been denying. You can do the work, the hard, sacred, transformative work of becoming whole. Not because it's easy. It's not easy. Not because it's comfortable. It's not comfortable, but because it's real, because it's true, because it's what you came here to do, and because the world needs it, desperately needs it. It's dying for lack of it. The world doesn't need more people pretending to be perfect. It needs people brave enough to be whole, broken open, put back together with their cracks filled with gold, integrated, conscious, real, people who have faced their darkness and brought it into the light, people who have integrated their shadow and become whole, people like you, if you choose it, if you commit to it, if you do the work. Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Not who you think you should be, not who others want you to be, not the persona you've been performing, but who you truly are, shadow and all, darkness and light, integrated, whole, real. That's the invitation. That's the call. That's what this entire journey has been pointing toward. Not information, transformation, not understanding, embodiment, not knowing about the shadow, integrating it. And now the real work begins. Not in this video, in your life, in your choices, in your daily practice, in the moments when you're triggered and you pause instead of react, in the times when you want to project and you own it instead, in the instances when you want to hide and you show up anyway. That's where integration happens. Not in theory, in practice, not in concept, in living. And it's not easy, but it's possible, and it's worth it. And you can do it, because you're already doing it. You've been doing it, just by being here, just by listening, just by being willing to look at what most people won't see. That takes courage. That takes strength. That takes something rare and precious, and you have it. You've always had it. You just forgot. But now you remember. Now you know. Now you understand. The shadow isn't your enemy, it's you, the part of you that's been waiting. In the darkness, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the world is waiting too, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to contribute your integration to the collective healing, waiting for you to become who you truly are, not perfect, whole, not healed in some final way, integrated, not without struggle, but conscious in the struggle. That's what's possible. That's what's calling. That's what's waiting on the other side of the shadow. Your life, your real life, your whole life. And it starts now, in this moment, with this choice to turn toward the darkness, to face what you've been fleeing, to integrate what you've been rejecting, to become whole, finally, fully, completely, and in doing so, to change everything, for yourself, for your lineage, for the collective, for the world. That's the gift, that's the promise, that's what Jung discovered and spent his life trying to share, and now it's yours, if you want it, if you choose it, if you do the work. The shadow is waiting. Your wholeness is waiting. Your life is waiting. All you have to do is turn around and walk into the darkness and discover it was never darkness at all. It was just you all along, waiting in the shadows, waiting to come home. Remember the mirror from the beginning, the one where only half your face was lit. You've been standing in front of that mirror your whole life, looking at the acceptable half, the side you show the world, the side you thought was all of you, and the other half, pure darkness, invisible, forgotten. But now, something has changed. Not the mirror. You turned. You faced what was in the darkness. You met what you'd been running from, and you discovered something that changes everything. The darkness wasn't empty. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't the absence of you. It was you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half that's been waiting in the shadows your whole life, waiting for this moment, when you'd finally be ready. To see yourself fully, to accept yourself completely, to become whole, the one Jungian concept that transforms how you see yourself. It's not really about the shadow, it's about this. You were never broken. You were always whole. You just forgot how to see in the dark. You believed the lie that wholeness meant having only light, only good, only acceptable parts. But Jung knew better. He knew that wholeness means including everything, the light and the dark, the acceptable and the rejected, the persona and the shadow. All of it, held together, integrated, whole, and the journey you've been on. From that first moment of recognizing your shadow to this moment now, that wasn't about fixing yourself. It was about remembering yourself, reclaiming what you exiled, retrieving what you lost, bringing home what you abandoned, piece by piece, layer by layer, until you're no longer half a person looking in a mirror. You're whole, standing in the light, with your darkness beside you, integrated, conscious, real. And now that you know, the real question isn't whether the shadow exists. It's what you'll do with this knowledge. Will you go back to sleep? Pretend you didn't see? Return to the comfortable illusion that you're only the lit half? Or will you stay awake? Keep looking. Continue the conversation with the parts of yourself you've just begun to meet. Because the shadow is patient. It's been patient your whole life. It can wait longer if needed, but your life won't wait. Your wholeness won't wait. The world that needs you to be integrated. It can't wait forever. Every day you stay fragmented is a day you're not fully alive. Every moment you reject parts of yourself is a moment you're living half a life. And you deserve more than that. You deserve wholeness. You deserve to know yourself fully. You deserve to live from integration instead of from division. Not because it's easy, but because it's true, because it's real, because it's your birthright. Jung spent his entire life mapping this territory, showing us the way, proving that transformation is possible, not through his theories, through his life, through his willingness to descend into his own darkness, through his courage to meet what he found there and what he discovered, what he spent decades trying to communicate, is that the darkness isn't the problem. Unconsciousness is the problem. When you're unconscious of your shadow, it controls you. When you're aware of it, you can work with it. When you integrate it, it becomes your greatest resource. Your creativity, your intuition, your power, your purpose, your capacity to love, all of it locked in the shadow. All of it waiting to be reclaimed. And the key has always been in your hand. You just had to turn it, open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. So this is where we end, but it's also where you begin. Because everything you've learned here is just information until you live it. It's just concept until you embody it. It's just theory until you practice it. The real work starts now. In your life, in your choices, in the moment you get triggered and you pause, in the time you want to project and you own it instead, in the instance you feel your shadow rising and you turn to meet it. That's where transformation happens, not in understanding, in doing, not in knowing about. In being with Dot, and you don't have to do it perfectly. You don't have to get it right. You just have to show up again and again and again, noticing, engaging, integrating, becoming Dot, more yourself with each iteration, more whole with each integration, more alive with each piece you bring home, until one day you stand in front of that mirror and you see it, really see it, not half a face, not light and dark separated, but both, together, integrated, whole, and you recognize yourself, finally, fully, completely, not as you thought you should be, but as you actually are, human, flawed, contradictory, complex, beautiful, real, shadow and light, darkness and radiance. All of it, you, all of it integrated, all of it. Whole. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, not who you were told to be, not who seems acceptable, not the version that fits the mold. But you, the real you, the whole you. The you that includes everything you've been hiding. That's what's waiting. That's what's possible. That's what this entire journey has been about. Not the shadow as enemy, but the shadow as invitation to wholeness, to integration, to coming home. And now you know. You can't unknow it. You can't unsee it. You've looked into the darkness, and you've seen what's there. Not a monster, not evil, not something to destroy, but yourself, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the question is simple. The question is everything. Will you let it? The world opens in silence. A street after rain. A child's shoe left on the steps. A candle flickers beside a hospital bed. Everywhere, the same question whispers through the noise of living. If there is a good and powerful God, why does the world suffer? This question is older than philosophy itself. It hides in every prayer, in every cry for meaning. It waits behind our smiles, watching as we pretend not to hear it. People have given it many names. Philosophers call it the problem of evil. Poets call it heartbreak. But it is one thing, the shock that goodness and pain share the same sky. Long before us, a man named Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz faced that question. He lived in a Europe torn by war and disease. He saw kings rise, cities burn, and faith fracture into doubt. Yet through all of it, he believed something extraordinary. He said, "This world, with all its sorrow, is still the best of all possible worlds." At first it sounds absurd. How could a world filled with hunger, betrayal, and grief be the best? How could a wise God choose this when so many gentler worlds seem possible? But Leibniz was not blind. He saw pain clearly. He just refused to believe it was meaningless. He imagined God not as a careless ruler, but as a divine architect. Every law of nature, every heartbeat, every lost bar of a structure too vast for any single mind to see. He believed reason itself was holy, that creation, even in its chaos, followed a pattern deeper than tragedy. Still, the heart resists. The mind protests. If this is the best world, what does the worst look like? Look at war. Look at children lost before they grow. Look at the innocent crushed by the greed of the strong. Surely, no amount of hidden harmony can justify that. And yet, Leibniz asked us to look again, not to deny evil, but to ask what kind of world could even make goodness possible. He said the question itself hides the clue. If we can name evil, it means we know good. If we know good, it means reality contains standards that do not come from chaos. So the question, painful as it is, already points toward order. Leibniz believed creation had limits, not limits on God's power, but limits of logic itself. Even God cannot make a circle with corners. Even God cannot make freedom exist without the risk of misuse. He compared creation to a composer writing under rules. The composer cannot play every note at once. Harmony requires contrast. So does life. Some goods exist only if certain dangers are real. Courage needs fear. Forgiveness needs wrongdoing. Growth needs loss. Take away the risk, and those goods disappear. Perhaps. Leibniz said, the best world is not the one without pain, but the one where pain makes goodness possible. He called his explanation theodicy, the defense of divine goodness in the face of evil. He never said this world was perfect. He said it was complete, a world balanced between freedom and law, reason and love. The ideas spread, and so did misunderstanding. Many heard only the optimism, not the reasoning. They thought Leibniz believed everything was fine as it was, But he never said that. He believed progress mattered, compassion mattered, justice mattered, because they are the ways goodness unfolds inside imperfection. To him, creation was like a vast tapestry seen from behind. From our side, we see only knots and dark threads. From the front, seen by God, every twist joins a greater picture. When we suffer, we live on the backside of that tapestry. We see chaos. We forget the pattern could be real. There is a quiet strength in his view. He does not ask us to enjoy pain. He asks us to trust that pain is not the final word. That the story of existence includes chapters we have not yet read. Many have mocked that faith. Voltaire would later turn it into satire. He wrote Candide, a tale where every tragedy is excused by foolish optimism. People laughed at Leibniz's idea for centuries after that. But laughter does not erase a question. What if Leibniz was not naive? What if he was trying to protect meaning itself from despair? He believed the universe follows the principle of sufficient reason, that nothing happens without a reason, even when the reason is beyond us. Not everything is good in itself, but every event connects to a greater good that reason would reveal if we could see far enough. Imagine a vast equation. Every term, every variable, balances in a harmony we cannot solve. We see fragments. We see our small corner of the sum. The full pattern belongs to a mind greater than ours. To live with that awareness is not blind faith. It is humility before mystery. It is the courage to say, I do not understand, but I believe there is understanding. Still, the question returns. Why must goodness depend on such a painful process? Why could God not choose a world where we learn without loss? Leibniz's answer was quiet. Maybe such a world is impossible not because God lacks power, but because some truths can exist only through contrast. Light can be defined only when darkness is possible. Freedom means choice. Choice means the chance to wound. A world without that would not be a moral world at all. He did not mean every act of cruelty was planned. He meant that freedom itself is part of the design, and with it comes the burden of consequence. So he trusted that even what we ruin can still be woven into a greater harmony. The universe, he thought, bends toward balance slowly, painfully, but inevitably, when we see evil, we see a note out of tune. But to the composer, the discord belongs to a larger movement that ends in resolution. Leibniz looked at the sky and saw law. He looked at the human heart and saw longing. He believed both were evidence of purpose. He wrote, reality is the expression of a perfect mind through imperfect means. And he believed that mind, what we call God, chose this world not by accident, but by love. It is tempting to dismiss that faith, to point to the ruins of history and say, there is no plan. But even in that defiance, we reveal the same hunger for meaning that haunted Leibniz. If the world were truly meaningless, we would not call it unjust, we would call it empty. Our protest against suffering is proof that we believe, somewhere, goodness should exist. Leibniz saw that protest as a clue, not a contradiction. Perhaps the best world is not comfortable, but fertile, capable of growing souls that can love, reason, forgive, and rebuild. He once wrote that every human mind is a mirror of the universe. If that is true, then our grief and our wonder both reflect the same divine logic. Every tear, every act of kindness, every discovery all threads in one living design. We do not have to understand it to belong to it. We only have to keep asking. The question, because asking is part of what makes us human. The world will keep suffering, but so long as we keep searching for meaning, the light remains. And maybe that is what it means when we say, this is the best possible world. Not that it is painless, but that within it goodness refuses to die. Even in darkness, it learns to shine. He was born where borders shifted like weather. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in a Europe that could not rest. Religious battles, scarred cities, plague thinned the brave and the afraid alike. Kings argued with scholars, scholars argued with nature. Every map looked temporary. He walked into that world with a book under each arm. His father died when he was young. A library became his shelter. Shelves did not shout. They offered questions in orderly rows. He learned Latin before most. Boys learned work. He took comfort in patterns. Patterns promised that chaos could be read. He studied law. He studied theology. He studied mathematics because numbers did not take sides. He studied history because people always did. He wrote quickly, yet he listened longer. He believed that truth formed a single river, even when our minds drank from different streams. Europe shook. States hardened their borders. Churches hardened their words. Leibniz did something unusual. He tried to build bridges. He traveled as a diplomat. He served princes and electors, but he spoke to them as a patient teacher speaks to an eager child. He asked Protestants and Catholics to consider peace. He wrote letters to scientists across the continent. He believed correspondence could tame distance. He believed gentleness could tame pride. He searched for a universal language of thought. He called it a character of reason, not symbols for show, but signs that carried logic inside them. If we could compute truth, he said, we would argue less and understand more. Let us calculate, he dreamed, and let humility follow the result. He found the same hunger in mathematics. He created a new way to capture change. He wrote with small signs that could hold vast motion, dx, dy, integral. He believed the world, moved by tiny steps that reason could follow. To him, calculus was not just technique. It was a window into the grammar of nature. Others saw a tool. He saw a music of infinites. Across the channel, Isaac Newton worked toward the same heights. History later argued over who arrived first. Debates stormed like weather once again. Leibniz did not love the storm. He loved the discovery. He loved that two distant minds could touch the same truth. He trusted that truth was generous like that. He served as a librarian in Hanover. Do not let the word fool you. The post gave him a kingdom of paper. He ordered knowledge like a gardener orders a wild field. He wrote histories for his patrons. He built mechanical calculators with gears that mimicked thought. He imagined mines, canals, and academies. He drafted plans for academies in Berlin and St. Petersburg. Everywhere he went, he asked the same question. How can order grow from conflict? Nights were for metaphysics. He stared into silence until ideas found shape. He asked why there is something rather than nothing. He answered with a calm that feels like prayer, because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness and chooses the richest possible version of it. Not rich in gold, rich in kinds of goodness. rich in minds that can love and learn. He held to a principle that anchored him. Nothing happens without a reason why it is so and not otherwise. The principle did not make life easy. It made life intelligible. If the world exists, there is a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He lived among jeers and treaties and quarrels. He saw how pride fractures the best plans. He watched rulers chase short victories and lose long goods. So he looked deeper than power. He searched for first truths. He believed logic and love were not rivals. He believed they were two names for the same light. He imagined reality as layered order. Nature followed lawful paths. Souls followed inward laws of perception and desire. Societies followed laws of justice, often broken, never erased. He thought harmony could span these levels without confusion. Not a forced harmony, but a prearranged fitness. Like different instruments playing one score they never see, yet each part completes the others. He did not build this view to escape history. He built it because history crushed people he loved. He wrote to comfort without lying. He wrote to steady without dulling pain. His letters show a careful warmth. He was a mind, yes, but also a man who knew what grief does to a room. He trusted that freedom mattered. He spent years asking how freedom could live inside divine wisdom. If God knows, are we puppets? He refused that picture. He pictured God as choosing a world story where our choices are truly ours, yet foreseen within a wisdom that wastes nothing. A difficult view, but he preferred difficulty to despair. Friends teased him for optimism. Enemies mocked him for it. They heard, all is well, when he meant something harder. All is woven. The weaving hurts, but the design holds. He made mistakes. He reached too far in some schemes. He trusted patrons who forgot him. He died with projects unfinished, papers piled in rooms, and a reputation clouded by the calculus quarrel. For a time, he seemed to vanish into footnotes, but his ideas did not vanish. They kept walking. They visited mathematicians, logicians, engineers, theologians, and poets who needed reason that could carry hope. They found new homes in the study of language and machines. They whispered to those who dreamed of computers, where logic becomes action, and symbols build worlds. He once walked the heart's mountains to inspect mines. He studied pumps and slopes, learning how water could drown a promise. He sketched new machines to save the miners. Some plans failed. He learned from the failure. He believed that ideas must touch the ground or they're only decoration. He designed a stepped calculator, the stepped reckoner, to turn thought into motion by brass and wheel. In those stubborn teeth of metal, he saw a prophecy. One day, machines would help us think. He explored binary numbers, speaking in ones and zeros, long before electricity learned their song. He smiled to see that emptiness and stroke could build any number, that simplicity could carry endless complexity. He dreamed of an encyclopedia that never slept, a network of facts and proofs that anyone could search. He wrote proposals for rulers who did not always understand. Still he tried. He believed knowledge should not hoard itself. It should serve the common good. He met princesses who loved learning, especially Sophia and Sophia Charlotte. and he spoke to them with the same respect he gave to scholars. He walked gardens and discussed metaphysics beside fountains. He found in their questions a rare courage. They gave him patience when politics did not. In the end, honor failed him. When he died, few mourned in public. Some patrons had turned away. Court ceremony passed without his name. He left behind trunks of papers, a treasury waiting for hands that cared. History took time to open them. Later readers found there a map of possible futures. They found hints of logic that would become computer science. They found a style of thinking that refuses to choose between precision and mercy. So when we speak of a world ordered by love and reason, we are not reciting a hey slogan. We are remembering a life spent building proofs and bridges, a life that believed understanding is a kind of care, a life that asked leaders to be gardeners of human flourishing. Hold that image as the candle finally goes dark. Not a man who escaped the troubles of his age, but a man who answered them with patient craft. He left us a way to work, clear eyes, open hands, and hope that does the labor. He was born where borders changed with the wind. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz grew up in uneasy years. Europe argued with itself and with the sky. Faith broke into factions that guarded bitter memories. Plague moved through towns like a rumor with teeth. Kings traded letters and threats. Scholars hunted patterns inside the noise. He entered that world with wide eyes and a quiet hunger. His father died early. A library became a shelter and a guide. Shelves held their peace and offered a path. He learned Latin before most boys learned trade. He read history for the long view of suffering. He studied law to see how minds bind conflict. He studied mathematics to feel the calm of order. He studied theology to ask whether order loved us back. He learned to think in layers. He sensed that events had roots and secret joints. He felt that reason could turn chaos into structure, not by force, by patient care. He walked into universities like a pilgrim enters a cathedral, not to posture, to listen. He copied the cadence of old Latin prose. He gathered small claims and made them speak. He trained a habit that would anchor his life. Nothing without a reason. No claim without warrant. The continent shook itself awake after war. Princes needed counselors who could argue without rage. Leibniz learnt the art. He became a diplomat with a scholar's heart. He wrote letters that crossed empires. He promised calm when tempers tore. He asked Protestants and Catholics to breathe. He searched for grounds they held in common. He believed understanding could outrun pride. He wanted a language that could tame confusion. He dreamed of a character of reason, a calculus of thought that would settle disputes. Not with swords, with symbols anyone could follow. Let us calculate, he said. Let the answer teach us to bow. He built machines that could lend a hand to the mind. He shaped brass and wheel into a stepped reckoner. He loved the stubborn truth of metal. He loved that a gear holds its argument. His fingers black with oil made ideas move. He smiled at the promise behind the craft. Someday thoughts would travel by mechanism. He found music in change itself rates, slopes, sums that grow by tiny steps. He wrote a new way to speak those motions. He named small differences with neat signs. dx, dy. He curved space into sense with the long stroke of integral. He felt he had touched the grammar of nature, not just a trick for engineers, a key to the world's inner rhythm. Across the channel, Newton climbed the same mountain. History still argues about who reached the ridge first. Leibniz disliked that quarrel. Truth did not need a crown. Two minds could touch the same light from different paths. The light would not mind called life, pulled him into Hanover. The word librarian hides the scale of the task. He took custody of a kingdom of paper. He tamed chaos with catalogues and summaries. He drafted histories that made patrons feel ancient and secure. He designed waterways and mines. He drew plans for academies that would train a gentler power. Berlin listened. So did St. Petersburg. Sometimes rulers kept their promises. Often they did not. He met Sophia and Sophia Schala. They loved ideas and asked hard questions with a steady gaze. He answered with patience and warmth. He did not flatter. He invited them into the work. Gardens became classrooms. Walks became seminars on being and justice. He found courage in their curiosity. His letters crossed mountains. He corresponded with scientists and ministers and monks. He asked for reports on tides and minerals and words. He sent designs for pumps and tax codes and libraries. He tried to bind Europe with paper bridges. He thought courtesies could rescue truth from vanity. Night made room for first principles. He faced the oldest question with steady breath. Why is there something rather than nothing? Because a perfect mind prefers being to emptiness, he wrote, and chooses a world rich in possibilities of good, not a world of soft comforts, a world fertile in meaning. He held to a rule that became his compass. For every fact, a reason why it is so. If the world exists, it exists for a reason. If God is wise, the reason is worthy. If the reason is worthy, the whole must exceed the pain of its parts. He did not claim to see the whole. He claimed the whole was there. He felt the pull of freedom. He knew we'd choose and also belonged to patterns. He would not trade freedom for neat equations. He imagined God choosing a story in which our choices are real, foreknown but not forced, seen but not scripted, a hard thought, yet kinder than a world of puppets. He spoke often of harmony, not a soft word, a strict art. Different lines can meet without collision. Different goods can coexist without theft. He imagined creation as lines of melody written to fit, no instrument. Here's the whole score, yet the music holds. He drew comfort from the lawfulness of nature. He saw law as a gift, not a prison. Law gives promise. Promise gives science its courage. What happens here and now can teach us there and then. Repeatable order is grace for finite minds. His mind moved toward synthesis. He hated false fights where both sides were partly right. He believed dispute. Hide a third view that honors what is best in both. So he looked for bridges between atom and soul, between number and mercy, between church and church, between chord and conscience. He also failed. He chased grand projects beyond the patience of patrons. He sent proposals to wide for narrow budgets. He trusted promises from men who counted only today. He watched doors close without ceremony. He kept writing anyway. He thought time nurses good seeds. He suffered neglect at the end. His name dimmed in halls, he once advised. He died without honors fit for his labor. Trunks of papers waited like sealed gardens. Readers came late and found the gates. What they saw changed their own plans. They found notes on a number system, built of yes and no. 1 and 0 could build any count. Simplicity could host infinity. He had seen the bones of future machines. They found a plan for a living encyclopedia, a book that never ended, a place where knowledge could answer to search. Many dismissed it as dreamful. Then centuries worked to make it ordinary. They found a spirit behind the papers, a man who believed thought is a form of care. He wrote as if clarity could bless. He wanted rulers to govern like gardeners. He wanted scholars to heal. He wanted citizens to reason without scorn. He knew that optimism is easy when you are blind. He was not blind. He saw cities die and children buried. He still believed the universe kept faith with order. He still believed the mind could be trained to hope with discipline. He did not confuse order with quiet. He knew reform makes noise. He praised argument when it sought the common good. He rejected cruelty dressed as zeal. He asked opponents to imagine they might be wrong. He asked allies to imagine they might be harsh. He loved thought experiments. That humbled pride. What if our vantage is too small, he asked. What if the part we hate becomes a cause for good elsewhere? What if the whole uses our losses to grow new strengths we cannot yet name? Not to excuse evil, to resist despair. He prized gentleness. He wrote to a friend that patience extends the reach of truth. Harshness shortens it. He told himself to prefer precise mercy over loud wit. He did not always succeed. He tried again. He believed in progress, but not in arrogance. He did not think history guaranteed wisdom. He thought wisdom must be chosen, must be practiced, must be taught by example and law. He wanted a Europe less drunk on triumph. He wanted victory measured in fewer widows. He wanted schools that trained heart as well as hands. He wanted power to kneel before reason and charity. He took long walks after rain, streets where lamps made small circles of trust. He listened to the city and heard a low request. Make us livable, not merely strong. Make us decent, not merely clever. He would have smiled at a modern lab. He would have wept at a modern war. He would have urged us to write more letters and fewer insults, to fix what we can fix, to measure twice, to honor dissent that argues in good faith, to leave a clean desk and a kind note. His legacy is not only in theorems or machines. It is a way to hold mind and heart together, honor reasons, honor people, keep the world legible without sanding off its rough mercy. He believed God calculates, without cruelty. He believed creation sings in ratios and relations. He believed the best goods are relational and learned. He believed freedom is costly and sacred. He never stopped seeking a reconciled vision, a view in which faith, science, and politics exchange gifts, a view that calls rulers to wisdom and citizens to patience, a view that lets grief speak and still claims meaning. He teaches a style rather than a slogan. Move carefully, argue cleanly, repair what pride has broken, plan for the long future, hope without lying, think without sneer, love without panic. If you look for a single thread in his life, find this one. Order is not the enemy of mercy. Order is mercy extended across time. The task is to see it and join it. He left rooms full of paper and a world still learning his language. We owe him debts, we pay by using them well. Every time a symbol does the work of a shout, we remember him. Every time a design makes life kinder, we remember him. Every time patience saves a marriage or a border, we remember him. He walked among engines and archives as if both were altars. He offered his days like a craftsman offers a tool to a neighbor. Use this, build with this, fix with this. Do not boast, do not despair. He believed reason could be devotion. He believed love could be precise. He believed the mind, trained by care, could help a broken age find balance. He believed, at last, that nothing is wasted in a wise universe. Even the pages we lose teach the hands that turn the rest. Even the dark hours become part of morning. A world full of pain still begged to make sense. Leibniz believed sense could be found, not imposed, but reasoned. He saw thought itself as sacred. If the mind is made by God, then to think clearly is a kind of prayer. He began with a rule that would shape his life. Nothing happens without a reason. Every truth must answer the question, why this and not something else? It sounds simple. It builds everything. The air, the stars, the story of each soul each holds a reason, even if we do not see it. Leibniz looked around and saw confusion. He saw storms, wars, accidents, illness. He refused to believe these were random. He said reality is not a scatter of chance. It is a structure, a clockwork built by a perfect mind. Not perfect in stillness, but perfect in harmony. He imagined God before creation, a mind infinite in power and imagination. Every possible world already alive in that mind. Endless combinations of laws, choices, and stories. Worlds where mountains never form. Worlds where freedom never costs. Worlds without laughter because nothing ever goes wrong. From that vast library of possible worlds, God chooses one, the one that achieves the greatest balance of good. This world. The world we inhabit to most ears. That sounds bold or naive, but to Leibniz, it was pure reason. He said perfection is not the absence of pain, it is the presence of order. And order does not mean control, it means purpose. He imagined God as a composer, every law of nature, every human choice, every birth and death notes in a cosmic song. Some are high and bright, some are low and harsh. Taken alone, they sting. Together, they form harmony. And harmony, not silence, is what makes beauty eternal. This vision did not erase suffering. It located it. Each event fits somewhere in a whole we cannot see. We live inside the movement. We cannot yet hear the ending. He wrote that God acts according to wisdom, not whim. A perfect being cannot do things without cause. Power without reason would be chaos. Goodness without reason would be blind. Wisdom binds both together. God does what makes sense in the fullest, deepest way possible. Leibniz called this the principle of sufficient reason. To him it was not abstract, it was moral. It meant the universe is not absurd. It meant the story of everything is justified by understanding, not luck. Even when we cannot follow the thread exists. He believed that reason itself was a sign of divine mercy. It lets us share, in small ways, the same light that guides creation. When we think well, we participate in that light. When we love truth, we echo the love that made the world. He used mathematics to mirror his faith. In numbers, he saw a universe that never contradicts itself. 2 plus 2 will always make 4, not because we decree it, but because it cannot be otherwise. That same clarity, he thought, runs beneath existence. The rules of thought and the rules of being must match, because both come from one mind. He looked at nature and saw lawfulness. He looked at himself and saw awareness. He looked at both and saw a bridge. The bridge was reason, the same logic. That shapes a falling apple, shapes the movement of thought. For him, this was not coincidence, it was confirmation. Creation is intelligible because it was made by intelligence. He trusted that if God chose this world, there must be a reason why this one is best. Not best for each moment, but best in the full design. If there is evil, it is allowed only because it serves a higher good that could not exist without it. Like shadow helping light to be seen, like discord teaching the ear to crave resolution, like heartbreak opening space for compassion. He did not speak from comfort. He lived through years of disease, famine, and fear. He saw death without glory. He saw the price of ignorance and greed, yet his faith in divine logic did not break. He thought understanding was a duty, not a decoration. He warned against lazy optimism. To say everything is fine is false. To say everything can find its place in meaning is faith. The first looks away, the second looks through. His confidence in logic drew both praise and anger. To the devout, it made God sound too human, too rational. To the skeptics, it made faith sound too clever, too tidy. Leibniz stood between them, refusing to abandon either side. He said faith without reason is superstition, and reason without faith is arrogance. He wrote that the universe is full of necessary connections. The sun rises not because God commands it each morning, but because his command is written into nature itself. Law is love expressed in permanence. A steady God makes a steady world. That steadiness is grace for creatures who must learn slowly. In his vision, miracles are not breaks in law. They are rare moments where the deeper law reveals itself more clearly. Everything remains part of one system, whole and alive. He believed this logic leads to trust. If reality is built on reason, despair becomes premature. We may hurt, but we are not abandoned. We may not know why, but there is a why. He compared creation to geometry. Every figure must obey its axioms. The triangle cannot have 4 sides. The circle cannot be square. Likewise, creation must obey logic's shape. Even omnipotence cannot do nonsense. God cannot make freedom that is not free or goodness that requires no choice. So he made a world where freedom and law coexist in Horus, beautiful, alive. For Leibniz, this made sense of moral life. Our duty is not to escape the system, but to work within it wisely. We are parts that can act with grace toward the whole. When we do good, we harmonize with divine intention. When we choose evil, we introduce dissonance. But even that dissonance can be resolved in time. He trusted that time itself is part of the plan. Events unfold in sequence for beings like us who must learn by motion. God sees all at once. We see in line. We live in chapters. God holds the book. This idea gave him calm. He saw suffering as real, but not final. He saw evil as tragic, but not victorious. He saw knowledge as slow, but sure. The logic of creation became his comfort and his challenge. It demanded humility. No mind smaller than infinity can judge the total work. But it also gave dignity. Even our questions, when honest, participate. In truth, he pictured reality as a great chain of being, each link necessary, each link contributing to the strength of the whole. From dust to angels, from numbers to hearts, every piece reflects the wisdom that chose it. The structure holds even when we tremble. He ended many letters with a simple phrase, "Everything is linked." For him, it was not a slogan. It was the quiet joy of someone who found reason deep enough to believe in. To understand Leibniz is to feel his gratitude. The world is not perfect, but it is intelligible. It is not painless, but it is purposeful. In every storm, he imagined a pattern, still intact. And in every moment of clarity, he heard a distant echo of the mind that made it. That echo is the dream of divine logic, a belief that reason is not cold machinery, but the language through which love builds a world. There is a silence that follows disaster. It is not peace. It is the stunned quiet of people asking why Leibniz never turned from that silence. He called it the hardest sound in the world. He said the question of suffering is the question that will not die. If this world is the best possible world, then how can it hold so much pain? Why earthquakes? Why disease? Why cruelty? If a perfect mind built the universe, why are its children broken? He faced these questions without flinching. He did not hide behind words. He looked straight at the horror that others ignored. He saw war. He saw famine. He saw sickness take people before they could finish a sentence. He felt the grief of nations and of single hearts. He said we cannot talk about goodness until we have faced evil. He wrote that to justify the world is not to deny its pain. It is to understand how pain fits into a larger law. He called that search the Adugia defense of divine justice. But the word cannot carry the weight of what he meant. He was not defending power. He was defending meaning. He believed the world was designed to be the fullest expression of possible good. But fullness includes freedom. Freedom allows choice. Choice allows error. Error opens the door to suffering. Remove the door and you also remove love, courage, and forgiveness. He saw this not as excuse, but as necessity. He said even God cannot create creatures who are free and yet incapable of harm. To do so would be to make nonsense real, and nonsense cannot exist, even by miracle. Leibniz divided the problem of evil into three parts. First, metaphysical evil, the fact that everything finite is limited. We are not infinite, so we lack. We hunger, we tire, we decay. Second, physical evil, the pain and suffering found in nature. Storms, sickness, disasters, hunger. Third, moral evil, the wrongs we choose, greed, cruelty, betrayal. He said all three are connected. Physical evil keeps the natural order alive. Metaphysical evil comes from being finite. Moral evil comes from freedom misused. Together, they form the shadow that makes the light visible. This idea angered many. It still does. To some, it sounds cruel. To others, too neat. But Leibniz did not use it to comfort himself. He used it to face the worst. He wanted a reason that could hold when everything else failed. He once wrote that even sin can be a part of the divine plan. Not because sin is good, but because it allows a greater good to exist. Forgiveness, redemption, renewal. He did not mean that murder or cruelty were acceptable. He meant that nothing can ruin the possibility of restoration. Even ruin can be rewritten. He said that in the long reach of time, justice is never absent, only delayed. Every wrong will meet its correction. Even if beyond our sight, that faith gave him peace. Not the easy peace of ignorance, but the stubborn peace of someone who refuses to call despair final. He compared life to a painting. Stand too close and you see only dark strokes. Step back and the shadows reveal shape and depth. Without shadow, there is no image. Without contrast, no harmony. In the same way, he believed pain gives depth to joy, loss gives weight to love, and limitation gives meaning to freedom. Still, he did not expect everyone to agree. He admitted that reason cannot erase grief. When tragedy strikes, logic feels like paper in the rain. He wrote that understanding must walk with compassion. To tell a mother her loss is part of a plan is to speak without wisdom. He urged gentleness. In philosophy, truth, he said, is strong enough to wait until tears are done. The Lisbon earthquake would come years after his death, but it would test every word he wrote. Tens of thousands crushed in seconds. Churches falling on worshippers. Children buried where they prayed. Later thinkers asked the same question again. If this is the best possible world, what does that mean? Leibniz's answer was not denial, but depth. He said the best world is the one that allows the greatest total harmony over all time. Not every moment must be pleasant for the whole to be perfect. Even music contains dissonance. Even storms feed the soil. Even death can renew life. The pattern includes what we would never choose, yet somehow need. He wrote that goodness is not fragile. It bends without breaking. It gathers what is lost and turns it toward purpose. That faith, he said, makes moral life possible. If evil were absolute, nothing we do would matter. If good is deeper than evil, then every act of kindness pushes creation closer to balance. He saw redemption not as magic, but as arithmetic. Every wrong can be balanced by a right. Every cruelty can be answered by courage. Every wound can become wisdom. The process is long, but sure. To him, the presence of evil did not disprove God. It proved freedom. It proved growth. It proved the universe is alive and still being written. He said a perfect world without evil might be possible in imagination, but not in reality. It would be a world without struggle, without virtue, without change. It would be static, a picture, not a life. He preferred a living world with risk and redemption to a lifeless paradise. He spoke often of divine mercy as patient logic. God, he said, allows what he hates to achieve what he loves. A harsh mercy, but a mercy still. Through pain, the soul learns empathy. Through loss, it learns gratitude. Through weakness, it learns humility. Through time, it learns to trust the whole it cannot see. He believed every story ends in restoration. Not because humans succeed, but because goodness, being eternal, cannot fail. What breaks will be mended. What is lost will be found again in a higher form. He saw history as a grand repair, each age moving the universe closer to its intended. Harmony critics said this: faith makes people passive. They said if everything serves a plan, why fight injustice? Leibniz rejected that. He said doing good is part of the plan. We are agents of correction, not spectators. We are threads chosen to repair what is torn. Every act of care completes a fragment of the design. He did not ask people to smile through pain. He asked them to work through it, to trust that effort has meaning, even if unseen, to act as though their courage joins something vast and holy. He believed suffering can purify love. When the self breaks, pride falls away. What remains is compassion. What remains is truth. For him, evil was never final. It was the raw material out of which understanding grows. He wrote that God does not waste pain. It becomes the seed of wisdom, the soil of virtue. In time, the world learns to grow good from its own wounds. He once said the universe is like a mirror. Each soul reflects the whole. When one suffers, the image trembles everywhere. That is why empathy exists. That is why goodness multiplies when shared. It is not a law written on paper. It is the rhythm of being itself. In this rhythm, pain and joy are partners. Loss opens space for hope. Grief carves room for gratitude. Evil awakens conscience. Darkness makes us reach for light. This, he said, is the strange mercy of creation. It allows us to become part of its redemption. We cannot erase suffering, but we can answer it. We can create small harmonies within the greater one. Leibniz died before he could see how deeply his words would divide people. To some, he was the last great optimist before the storm of modern doubt. To others, he was the first thinker brave. Enough to stare at evil and still believe in good. He offered no escape from tragedy, only a way to hold it without despair. He taught that a wise heart can look at pain and still say, there is meaning here, even if I cannot see it. There is purpose here, even if it waits beyond my reach. He trusted that one day the universe will reveal itself whole, and that every tear will have its place in that revelation. Until then, we live in the shadow. We struggle, question, grieve, and keep going. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender meaning, we already begin to prove him right. The age loved wit more than patience. Salons filled with bright talk and bright candles. People wanted answers that sparkled. They wanted laughter sharper than a knife. Into that room walked Voltaire. He lived through exile, censorship, and danger. He hated cruelty and hated stupidity more. He wrote to wake the conscience with shock. He believed the pen should make tyrants tremble. He loved speed. He loved clarity. He loved the clean cut of satire. He heard the claim that this world is the best possible world. He heard it not as careful reasoning, but as comfort for the comfortable. To him, such optimism looked like a rich man's coat, warm, expansive, and blind to the cold outside. He sharpened his reply until it glittered. He created a teacher who spoke in polished certainties. The teacher said that all is for the best. Disaster followed disaster. The teacher smiled through each one. The students suffered. The world burned around them. The smile did not move. Readers laughed, then winced, then laughed again, because the mask looked familiar. This was the power of satire. It compressed the debate into a single gesture, a serene face amid wreckage. Optimism turned into a costume. Faith turned into a habit of denial. The joke spread faster than any book of metaphysics could. Rooms repeated it until it became a proverb. To call someone a defender of the best possible world became a way to call them naive. Voltaire had reasons for his anger. The world around him dealt pain without shame. Censors punished truth. Clergy protected cruelty. Courts humiliated the powerless. He saw victims crushed under systems that claimed to be holy. He swore to break that spell. Satire was his hammer. Another event hardened his case. The earth itself shook and swallowed a city. Churches collapsed onto worshippers mid-prayer. Fires ran through the streets. The sea returned to finish the work. People asked the question that never dies. Where was God? Where was meaning? Where was the best possible world? Voltaire wrote with the speed of grief. He made the pain visible and near. He refused to let philosophy stand at a safe distance. He demanded an answer that could look at rubble and not blink. The attack landed. Leibniz was gone by then, but his idea stood in the line of fire. Most readers did not meet the idea in his own books. They met it in caricature, a smile that never learns, a mind that explains away tears, a heart that calls loss a lesson before the funeral ends. Yet the picture was not the man. The satire cut through denial, but it also cut through nuance. Leibniz did not say that pain is an illusion. He did not say that evil is secret good. He said that the full work of reality may justify the allowance of evil. He said reason, freedom, and law are worth the risk they bring. He asks us to hold judgment of the whole when we only see a part. The difference matters. A foolish optimist says everything is fine. A wise optimist says everything can find its place in meaning. The first silences grief. The second makes room for it and still believes. Why did the caricature win? Because stories beat systems. A one-page scene of suffering will outrun 1,000 pages of argument. Because memory loves images. A quiet teacher smiling at catastrophe stays with us. Logic needs careful rooms. Comedy breaks down doors. There is another reason. The age began to trust the senses more than the schools. Empiricism gathered force. People believed what they could measure and touch. Satire, like a sharp instrument, felt honest. Metaphysics felt distant. Pain felt present. Yet, even Voltaire knew the danger of easy sneer. He fought for justice with stubborn courage. He did not want despair. He wanted reform. He wanted a society that stopped making cruelty sound sacred. For that, he made optimism look ridiculous. What can we learn from the quarrel? First, that clarity is not enough. Arguments must learn to speak in images, or they will be remembered as slogans made by their enemies. Second, that grief demands respect from any claim about the structure of the world. If a theory cannot kneel beside a ruined street, it has no right to stand in a lecture hall. Third, that reason and compassion must travel together, or the public will choose compassion, even if it comes with mockery. Leibniz's view can live with those lessons. It asks for patience, but also for honesty. It admits that satire sees something real, the habit of explaining too soon. His logic rejects that habit. He urged silence when silence is wise. He urged action when action is needed. To repair what can be repaired is not to deny providence, it is to participate in it. Consider the teacher in the satire. What if he had stopped smiling? What if he had helped dig survivors from the ruins? What if he had passed bread, wept with the grieving, and then whispered hope? The joke would have failed, not because suffering ended, but because compassion changed the scene. Real optimism knows how to work. Words can be medicine or perfume. Satire exposes perfume that calls itself cure. Leibniz offered medicine, difficult, slow, meant for the long healing of the mind. Voltaire offered surgery, fast, public, meant to cut rot from the body of society. Both saw a sickness, both wanted health. They disagreed on the treatment plan. The world needs both kinds of skill. We need the wit that alerts the crowd. We need the patience that rebuilds the foundation. Ridicule can wake a city. Reason can keep it awake after the laughter ends. There is a quieter misreading worth naming. Some think the best possible world means the happiest possible world. It does not. Happiness is fragile and often shallow. Goodness is deeper and often severe. The best world is the one that realizes the highest goods in the richest order. Those goods include freedom, courage, justice, and mercy. They bloom in harsh weather. They need risk and time. Another misreading says the idea excuses every crime. It does not. The claim is not that whatever happens is good. The claim is that goodness can make use of whatever happens without endorsing it. A surgeon may use a scar to save a life. The scar is not the goal. The life is. A third misreading treats the view as a call to passivity. If the world is best, why change anything? Because the world includes us as agents. Because the best world is the one in which free creatures wrestle with evil and learn to love. If we fail to act, we withhold part of the world's design. The plan trusts our courage. Satire will always return. It should. Complacency needs a critic. But after the laugh, the work remains. We still need to think clearly and live kindly. We still need to build cities that protect the weak. We still need to teach children that hope is not denial. It is discipline. Voltaire asked for justice now. Leibniz asked for trust across time. These are not enemies. They are different horizons of the same moral life. One fights the day's cruelty. The other defends the reason for fighting at all. There is a scene that binds them. A town after thee. Storm. Neighbors search the wreckage. One lifts a beam. One holds a child's hand. One speaks words that steady, shaking breaths. The critic and the metaphysician are both there. One says, we must never allow this neglect again. The other says, do not give your heart to despair. Goodness still has roads to walk. The town needs both. The future needs both. The story of the idea did not end with a joke. New thinkers rose who tried to carry what was true in both voices. They learned to distrust lazy comfort and lazy scorn. They asked for reasons that can face rubble and keep their dignity. They searched for a vision of reality that honors law and honors tears. From this struggle, a better understanding of optimism can grow. Not optimism that refuses to see blood on the ground. Optimism that sees it, binds the wound, and still believes. The wound will heal. Not optimism that replaces action with slogans. Optimism that treats action as the very method by which Providence writes the next page. When people quote the satire, let them. It is a warning against glib speech, answered by living in a way that makes the joke misfit the scene. Serve, build, study. Refuse cruelty. Refuse despair. Let your hope have calluses. A last thought about laughter. It can humiliate. It can also cleanse. Used well, it clears the stage of pretense so truth can speak. Used poorly, it makes cynicism look like wisdom. The difference is compassion. Satire with love heals. Satire without love scars. If the world is the best possible world, it is not because pain is good. It is because good can be grown from pain. By minds and hearts that cooperate with reason and grace. The task before us is simple and severe. See clearly. Help quickly. Hope stubbornly. Voltaire forced that task back into view. Leibniz refused to surrender the ground of meaning. Between them stands the human heart, pulled by grief and guided by thought. It beats through earthquakes and through salons. It looks for a way to live without lies and without despair. Hold that heart steady. Teach it to think. Teach it to love. Then the old debate becomes something else. Not a contest of clever lines, but a common work. A world where wit and wisdom serve the same mercy. There was an earlier critic whose shadows shaped the stage. Pierre Bell argued that reason alone could not justify the ways of God. He collected hard cases the way a lawyer collects evidence. He showed how every neat answer slips on human sorrow. Voltaire learned from that severity. He turned Bell's cold files into hot theatre. Some readers defend the satire by pointing to memory itself. Our minds keep pain longer than joy. We are built to notice threats. So a theory that asks us to trust long sums can feel false to nervous bodies. Leaning on reason is not natural when sirens are near. This is why the public story stayed with. The joke, it met the heart at its first reflex and did not ask it to wait. Leibniz dreamed of order even smaller than sight could reach. He believed that reality was not built from matter alone, but from something deeper, something alive with perception. He called these entities monads. To understand his vision, forget atoms as tiny pieces of stone. Think instead of mirrors, countless mirrors, each reflecting the universe in its own way. Every monad, he said, is a center of awareness. Each one sees the world from its own position. Each one holds the entire cosmos within a single point of view. There are no windows in a monad. Nothing enters it, nothing escapes it. Yet each unfolds its story according to divine order, like instruments playing separate parts of one song. They remain in perfect coordination without ever touching. He called this coordination pre-established harmony. When one monad changes, others seem to respond, but no message passes between them. Instead, all move together because all were designed to move together. A universe composed like music, not machinery. This idea looks strange now, but in Leibniz's time it was bold and clear. He lived when philosophers still argued whether the soul could move the body or the body could move the soul. He refused the puzzle. He said there is no exchange, only harmony. Mind and matter are two faces of one plan. He saw monads everywhere. A human soul, a blade of grass, a grain of dust, each a tiny world of perception and striving. No being is completely dead. Each has some spark of awareness, some inner pulse of relation to the whole. He ranked them by clarity. Simple monads barely sense. Animals perceive and remember. Humans reflect and reason. Above all stands God, the supreme monad, whose perception is perfect and complete. Through this ladder, he stitched together all creation. Nothing stands isolated. Nothing is wasted. The faintest flicker of being still belongs to the grand order of perception. He compared the body to a living city. Every organ is made of smaller lives. Each cell works according to its own pattern, yet the harmony keeps the body whole. So, he said, the universe is one organism, alive from dust to deity. This vision reversed the despair of his century. Where others saw decay, he saw coordination. Where others saw matter collapsing into noise, he saw a quiet intelligence running through everything. The universe is not a battlefield of parts. It is a community of perspectives. If each monad mirrors the whole, then meaning is never lost. When something dies, the mirror darkens but does not vanish. Its reflection lives in others. Every end becomes a translation, not a void. He found hope in that. To him, the soul survives not by miracle, but by nature. Consciousness is not a spark. That fades, it is the structure of being itself. Modern thinkers sometimes smile at his theory. They call it poetry disguised as physics. But poetry, he might say, was the truer name all along. For he sensed what later ages would test in new language, that observation changes what is observed, that everything interrelates, that the smallest units of the world behave as if they hold knowledge of the whole. He anticipated ideas that would one day appear in quantum theory and systems science. He saw pattern where later microscopes would find pattern again. He guessed that the boundaries between mind and matter might be thinner than habit suggests. He spoke gently of God in this context. God, to him, was not an intruder fixing errors from above. God was the continuous source of harmony, the composer whose music sustains the movement. Every monad follows its inner law, and those inner laws together create the outer world. That meant the universe did not need miracles to keep running. Its consistency was the miracle. The order written at the beginning was enough to carry all. Time forward, he found in this an answer to loneliness. No creature is truly separate. Each stands connected through shared design. When you look at a stone or a tree, you are not facing emptiness. You are meeting another expression of the same source. He believed perception runs on a spectrum. Even when we sleep, our monad continues to dream faintly. Waking only means perception grows brighter. Death is a change in clarity, not extinction. Awareness shifts, but it does not stop. It fades into subtler harmony until it brightens again. For Leibniz, this was not fantasy, it was moral philosophy. If everything is alive with perception, then cruelty becomes ignorance of kinship. To harm another being is to disturb harmony. To live well is to play one's part in tune. He said God chose this structure because it maximizes both order and freedom. Each monad acts from within itself, yet all fit together as if choreographed. From that tension comes beauty, a world lawful but not mechanical, alive yet coherent. He exclaimed time as unfolding awareness. Each monad reveals the world to itself, at its own pace. Moments are measures of perception, not ticks of a clock. Thus, creation is not finished. It is always revealing itself. The universe learns as it exists. He described knowledge as reflection upon reflection. Our minds are monads that can know they are mirrors. That self-recognition is the birth of reason. Through reason, the universe begins to understand itself. He imagined God delighting in that return of awareness, the creation becoming conscious of the Creator, not by worship alone, but by understanding, art, and love. In his vision, science and spirit were not enemies. To study nature was to read the handwriting of divinity. To reason clearly was to participate in grace. Every discovery was a prayer answered in the language of logic. This idea gave him calm. He saw the same unity in motion and in mercy. He believed that if you follow reason far enough, you will find compassion waiting at the end. The harmony of monads was more than theory. It was his philosophy of trust. He trusted that what appears separate is secretly linked. He trusted that disorder hides rhythm. He trusted that understanding is never wasted, even when the world seems deaf. He told a friend that heaven is not another place. It is a clearer view of this one. As perception perfects, reality shines through. The task of life is to polish the mirror. He knew people would mock this idea. He knew some would say that harmony is a dream. He answered softly, if we dream of harmony, maybe the dream itself is proof we belong to it. That answer endures. Modern minds may rename monads as systems, networks, or fields, but the impulse remains the same, to see unity where eyes see fragments, to find meaning in the weave. Of the invisible Leibniz left us that impulse as gift. He asked us to imagine that behind every surface there is awareness working toward light. He asked us to live as if every act of reason and kindness helps the world remember its own design. He once wrote, "The universe is the living expression of a single spirit, each part singing the whole in its own tone." It is a sentence both humble and enormous. It reminds us that the smallest kindness participates in the largest order. To believe that is to live differently, to walk slower, to look longer, to speak with care, to act with the quiet confidence that even our smallest thoughts echo through a harmony we may never hear but are meant to join. Numbers taught him how the world keeps its promise. They did not flatter or shout. They held their line. 2 and 2 made for whether a city rose or fell. Ratios stayed loyal through plague and peace. He trusted that loyalty. He saw in it the temper of creation. He loved the way mathematics lets thought become exact. A symbol stands where a whole paragraph once stood. A sign compresses a movement of mind. You can carry truth across a page in a single stroke. It felt like a mercy given. 2 limited creatures. Clarity delivered in a small shape. Order made portable. He believed God delights in such clarity, not as cold perfection, but as wise generosity. A steady world is a kind world. It lets the patient learn. It lets the humble predict. It lets the broken repair what can be mended. Law becomes a ladder for fragile hands. He listened to nature and heard count and curve. An apple falls in a known way. A planet bends space with quiet insistence. A wave writes its grammar on the shore. Snow builds sixfold stars from water and cold. Spirals hide in shells and storms. Growth follows a humble ratio. He felt the pull. To write these patterns in clean language, calculus became his chosen music. Small changes add up to large motion. The world moves by steps, almost invisible. The integral gathers them without hurry. The derivative tells how fast a thought is. Changing. He found peace in that conversation between parts and whole. He believed this discipline was not just a tool. It was a window into the style of creation. The universe is generous with increments. It prefers smooth paths when it can. It allows sharp turns when it must. It composes continuity from countless small decisions. It writes history in careful. Somsey saw beauty and truth as kin. A proof that fits like a key feels beautiful. A theorem that surprises and then seems inevitable feels holy. You step back and think, it could not be otherwise. He believed God thinks in that feeling. The world is the expression of such thoughts. Elegance is not vanity. It is a signature. He loved principles that condense many facts into one sentence. Conservation tells you what never changes while everything moves. Symmetry tells you what remains the same when you turn the scene. Proportion tells you how parts keep packed with each other. These were more than tricks to him. They were hints about the mind behind the world. Unity without dullness. Variety without chaos. He shaped an ethic from those hints. Choose the argument that explains the most with the least strain. Prefer a model that wastes nothing. Accept complication only when reality demands it. He called this respect for reason a kind of devotion. To think carefully is to honor the giver of order. To speak precisely is to love your neighbor he trusted. That divine choice follows similar lines. From all the worlds God could create, the chosen one is not the simplest by count, but the richest by relation. It wastes nothing. It carries the largest goods with the leanest laws. It folds freedom into law without tearing either. He once hinted that God calculates, not as an accountant counting coins, but as a composer balancing voices. You can feel the restraint inside abundance. You can feel the thrift inside glory. That double feeling marks wisdom. It marks this world. He kept returning to harmony. Musicians know a chord can hold tension and still resolve. Mathematicians know an identity can look unlikely and still be true. Farmers know seasons can be harsh and still keep faith. He believed creation holds all three kinds of trust. Time resolves what thought cannot yet reconcile. Reason reveals what feeling could not yet accept. Patience ripens what action could not yet secure. He loved the identity that bears his name. If two things share every feature, there are not two. There is one. The world is not padded with copies. It disdains waste. Even sameness hides a difference in place or relation. Difference is how meaning breathes. He thought continuity is mercy. Change that jumps without bridge breaks, finite minds. Creation walks instead of vanishing and reappearing. That walk gives learning a chance. It gives regret a chance. It gives forgiveness a road to travel. He treasured the link between symmetry and conservation. If a law looks the same tomorrow as today, something will be conserved through time. If a law looks the same here as there, something will be conserved through space. These insights came later in full dress, but he felt their outline. A steady God writes steady invariance. Steadiness feeds trust. He found a serene heroism in measurement. To measure is to refuse despair. It says the world can be known enough to serve. A bridge can stand. A well can reach water. A fever can be counted and cooled. Math becomes charity in action. He warned against arrogance dressed as certainty. Mathematics is exact, but our models are not the world. They are lanterns, not the sun. We test them and we revise. We honor truth by letting it correct us. Humility is the cost of accuracy. Accuracy is the gift of humility. He looked at least effort with interest. Many systems seem to choose paths that minimize waste. Light takes a route that saves time. Rivers widen until resistance balances flow. A pendulum answers to a hidden economy. He saw a moral picture in this physics. Goodness does not puff itself up. It finds the clean line through trouble. He thought mercy works the same way. It cuts extravagant anger. It saves time by forgiving. It spends where help is needed, and saves where pride would waste. He liked virtues that felt like conservation laws for the soul. Constancy, temperance, courage that spends only what duty demands. He linked mathematics and music. Both live by ratio. Both turn repetition into meaning. Both teach the ear to hear structure inside motion. He imagined creation as a score too grand to hold at once. We learn our line and trust the rest. Faith becomes a musician's discipline. He loved binary because it showed how little you need to say much. 1 and 0 can build every number. Presence and absence can speak any count. It made him smile that simplicity births abundance. He thought the universe likes that joke. Small rules, wide worlds. Simple laws, rich lives. He drew ethics from that smile. Be simple where you can. Make room for others to grow. Build systems that help the weak think clearly and act safely. Hide complexity inside good design. Expose clarity at the surface. Let tools carry burdens so people can carry love. He believed education should teach this craft. Not only facts, but form. Show students how a proof breathes. Show citizens how a budget tells the truth or lies. Show rulers how a map hides what it cannot hold. Give a generation the habit of asking for reasons. Give them the joy of finding them. He imagined law, shaped by proportion. Punishment should fit not only the crime, but the goal of repair. Policy should balance parts and whole without crushing either. Economy should honor the poor first, because systems are judged by their edges. These were not abstractions to him. They were the math of mercy applied to the city. He knew numbers can be abused. They can help a lie look clean. He asked for conscience at the center of calculation. Let the heart check the ledger. Let the uncounted be counted before we boast. A metric without meaning is a blade without a handle. It cuts the one who swings. It trusted that truth protects itself in time. A false model fails when the bridge falls. A true one stays standing in wind. Reality is a stern judge and a gentle teacher. It punishes pride with collapse. It rewards patience with endurance. He asked why a perfect mind would choose this particular mix of laws. Because these laws allow the widest garden of goods. They give room for mind to blossom. They give room for love to learn. They give room for freedom to mean something real. Other laws might have made us safe and small. These make us risky and great. He saw prayer and proof as cousins. Both aim at what is most real. Both ask for light and accept correction. Both require silence between steps. Both end in gratitude when the answer comes. He loved that kinship. It reconciled study and devotion. He did not think mathematics could save a soul, but he thought it could train one. It could teach patience, honesty, and courage. It could teach how to lose an error without losing face. It could teach how to stand for a result without becoming hard. It could teach how to admire a better idea when it arrives. He liked the word fit. A good theorem fits like a well-made joint. A good life fits the shape of the good it seeks. A good society fits its people like a careful garment. Fit is not tightness. It is ease without slack. It is purpose without strain. He saw identity as relation, not possession. A self grows by entering worthy patterns. Friendship is a shared ratio. Marriage is a harmony in changing time. Citizenship is a cadence between duty and right. None of this reduces people to numbers. It lets numbers teach us steadiness. He offered a way to navigate uncertainty. When facts are thin, keep hypotheses light. When facts arrive, adjust without panic. Hold principles, not prejudices. Use models as scaffolds, not prisons. Let love set the objective. Let reason choose the route. He loved limits because they guide. Creativity. A sonnet frees thought by binding it. A law frees commerce by stabilizing it. A budget frees conscience by revealing consequence. He saw creation as a sonnet of laws written by joy. Inside that sonnet, freedom writes its own story. The rhyme is real, so is the choice. He believed the deepest goods are relational and learned. Justice learned in courts and homes. Mercy learnt in loss and return. Wisdom learnt in mistakes that were not final. Numbers could help such goods flourish by restraining folly. They could not replace them. They could serve them. He taught that truth loves company. Different disciplines carry pieces of one answer. Invite them to the same table. Let physics and ethics speak. Let poetry and policy argue without contempt. The best solutions will feel musical, not mechanical. They will hum with coherence. He ended many reflections with a calm trust. The world will not break its own rules, and the rules, being wise, will not break the world. We may break ourselves against them, or we may learn to move with them. That learning is the work of a life. That movement is the dignity of a mind. If you want to feel his faith, try a small experiment. Prove a simple identity by two methods. See them meet like friends at a bridge. The meeting brings a quiet joy. That joy is what he felt when he looked at existence. Different paths, same truth. Different laws, same mercy. He believed God delights in such convergences. They show that the many can become one without losing their names. They show that freedom can keep rhythm with law. They show that beauty is how truth looks when it is loved. Numbers taught him this. They still teach us. They do not erase grief. They give it a place inside meaning. They do not remove risk. They measure it so courage can be wise. They do not make us gods. They make us better creatures. He left a way to think that steadies the heart. Look for the pattern that wastes least and serves most. Seek explanations that honor both detail and whole. Let elegance guide you, but let compassion rule. Prefer clarity to cleverness. Prefer repair to victory. Prefer truth to pride. This is the divine equation as he felt it. Not a single formula, but a posture. A way of seeing the world as a work of careful art. A way of living that joins precision too. Kindness. A way of hoping that believes order is generous, and that the mind, taught by numbers, can become an instrument of peace. Modern life tests every grand idea. Factories thicken the air. Wars circle the globe in hours. Signals race faster than thought. Hope becomes a headline and fades by noon. This is the world that asks the old question again. Is meaning large enough for the age of speed? Leibniz once trusted harmony behind events. He believed reason anchors reality. He believed order holds even when hearts break. Modern minds did not grant that easily. They saw storms that mocked every tidy plan. They saw machinery build comfort and cruelty at once. They saw empires preach ideals and export pain. The 19th century trained the Tao. Darwin described life as struggle and change. Nature showed tooth and hunger in plain light. Earthquakes and plagues looked impersonal, not punitive. Chance seemed to guide as much as law. The old picture shook on its nails. Was this the best world, or only a hard one? Other voices pressed the wound. Dostoevsky asked if any future joy could justify a child's tears. Nietzsche accused optimism of hiding fear. He said, "We invented heavens to excuse our weakness." He declared God dead and asked who would carry the weight. Camus stared at absurdity and urged revolt without illusion. The 20th century put a fist on the table. It demanded reasons that could look into an open grave and still speak. 2 world wars answered with smoke. Cities burned from the sky. Camps turned people into ash and numbers. Tyrants marched under banners of progress. The word best felt obscene. If harmony exists, it was too quiet to hear. Yet even in ruins, reason did not die. Science mapped the atom and the star. Medicine pushed death back from many doors. Law learned new words for human dignity. Artists grieved on canvas and in sound. Communities rebuilt, brick by honest brick. The storm did not erase the mirror, it cracked it. The pieces still reflected light. Leibniz would have told us to look closely at those shards. Do not worship them, use them. A broken mirror still shows the face of truth, if turned the right way. Our age must learn that craft. Modern science changed the tone of order. Determinism softened into probability. Chaos theory showed how small nudges grow into wild weather. Entropy taught us that systems drift toward dispersion. We measured noise and found pattern inside it. We measured pattern and found it tinged with chance. Order and uncertainty learned to share the same room. This does not kill optimism. It matures. If the world is lawful and yet open, then freedom has room to matter. then wisdom as work worth doing, then prudence becomes a daily art. We manage risk, we design redundancies, we seek policies that bend danger without breaking spirit. The moral field also changed. Colonialism taught bitter lessons about pride. Dressed as purpose, movements for civil rights named evils that law had blessed. Voices long silenced learnt to speak and to lead. Optimism now must choose humility. It must listen before it claims to understand. It must prove itself by service, not by slogans. This is where Leibniz can still help. He never argued for denial. He argued for structure. He taught that meaning can run deeper than the storms on the surface. He asked us to look for reasons wide enough to hold grief without breaking. He asked for patience fit for centuries. Consider. Technology, we taught silicon to mimic thought. We wired billions into one trembling web. Tool and weapon share the same code. We need a vision that keeps courage steady, a vision that respects limits and still invites invention. Leibniz would ask for design that serves persons, not markets alone. He would ask for clarity, audit, and a restraint. He would ask us to build systems that protect the small and check the strong. He would tell us to place conscience in the loop. Consider climate. We learned that prosperity can poison its own future. We must measure, plan, and change habits at scale. An optimistic ethic here is not cheer. It is duty. It says the whole can be repaired if the parts act together. It says truth and sacrifice can be taught without despair. It says the garden still answers to patient hands. Consider meaning in a secular home. Many now live without prayer. They still feel the ache for order and mercy. They still long for justice to make sense. Leibniz offers a language that welcomes them. He lets reason carry hope without forcing doctrine. He invites faith to speak softly in the cadence of explanations that work. He lets the universe be intelligible without becoming small. A deep challenge remains. Can we say best after Auschwitz? Can any harmony answer that dark choir? The only honest way forward is through labor, care for survivors, guard against repetition, teach the habits that prevent cruelty when fear reases. Any philosophy that does not serve this work has no place here. Leibniz would agree. He would ask optimism to earn its name by protection of the vulnerable. The old debate about evil now includes scale. One person can harm millions with machines and lies. Freedom therefore needs form. We must bind power with law and law with transparency. We must design defaults that protect even when leaders fail. This is structure as mercy. It is exactly the kind of wisdom he praised. The modern mind also wrestles with self. We are flooded with images and opinions. We confuse performance with character. We confuse speed with meaning. Leibniz would counsel slowness of thought. Begin with first principles. Ask what a human person is for. Ask how goods fit rather than compete. Ask what can be measured and what must be loved without measure. He would praise small communities that practice truth, schools that teach reasoning with kindness, courts that value restoration over spectacle, churches and civic groups that protect conscience and neighbor alike. He would prefer many modest repairs to one noisy triumph. He would say that harmony grows by local fidelity. He would also invite courage, not loud courage, the steady kind, the kind that keeps its promises under pressure. the kind that returns the wallet and refuses the bribe, the kind that speaks for the unseen worker and the silent child. This courage is the rhythm of a best world. It makes free order a daily. Fact. Modern philosophy explored despair with skill. It mapped the absurd. It measured nausea in honest sentences. It deserves respect. But despair cannot build. It cannot raise children or bury dead with hope. It cannot design a bridge or a constitution that lasts. Optimism, rightly shaped, can. It does not promise ease. It promises purpose that survives. What about randomness? Quantum events look lawless to untrained eyes. Yet we use them to build tools with perfect reliability. We average uncertainties into stable effects. We draw strength from statistics. This is harmony by large numbers. The world allows trust to rise from noise. That is not far from Leibniz at all. What about pain that teaches nothing? There is plenty. Accidents without lesson. Loss without growth. We must be honest about this remainder. No theory can harvest meaning from every corner. Here humility is the proper tone. We grieve without lecture. We sit with the broken and say little. We let our hands speak what logic cannot. A best world, if real, gives space for silence and for care. Many today practice hidden goodness. Nurses in long corridors, teachers in tired rooms, programmers writing code that prevents harm, parents holding the line for a child's dignity. These are harmonies in plain clothes. They do not erase evil. They limit it. They do not complete. Just as they prepare its way, a fair reading of our time finds both failure and fruit. We have become efficient at harm. We have also become better at rescue. We discovered vaccines in record time. We built networks of aid after storms. We learned to name trauma and treat it. We wrote new laws when old habits broke lives. It is not enough. It is not nothing. Leibniz would call this the work of the middle. We live between promise and completion. We carry pieces of the whole without seeing it. We serve goods whose full harvest we may never witness. That service is not wasted. It becomes part of the calculation that only love can finish. The storm still speaks. It says power corrupts. It says suffering spreads. It says meaning is fragile. The mirror answers with a quieter voice. It says order persists. It says goodness gathers. It says freedom can learn. The future will judge us by how we balance these truths. We must not excuse evil by citing plans. We must not deny plans because evil shouts. We must build with the patience of gardeners and the caution of engineers. We must teach children that hope is a practice. It is a way of working, not a mood. If this is the best possible world, it is not because it is safe. It is because it can be saved again and again by people who choose to join the order written under things. Best does not mean painless. It means fruitful. It means capable of growing truth and love even after winter. So the mirror and the storm continue their dialogue. We will live inside it. We will argue and reconcile. We will fail and repair. We will keep asking whether reason can hold when grief arrives. And we will keep finding that, though reason bows before tears, it reases with them and goes back to work. This is how optimism survives the modern test. It learns from critics. It listens to victims. It adjusts its claims to honor what history taught. It does not give up the belief that reality is worth understanding and worth serving. It becomes courage with a plan. When we grow tired, remember the small proofs: a bridge that stands, a medicine that heals, a law that shields a stranger, a song that steadies a room. These are evidence that meaning still breathes through matter. They are the daily harmonies of a world that can be redeemed. Let that be the measure of best for our time. A world where repair is real, where truth can win in the end, and where love outlasts fear often enough to keep the story moving toward light. The world wakes before we do. Light pushes across stone and leaf. Birds risk song before they know the weather. Somewhere a nurse ties her shoes. Somewhere a factory siren starts the day. Somewhere a child asks a hard question: is life worth this effort? The answer will not arrive as thunder. It will arrive as breath, as the sound of someone getting up again, as the quiet of a mind that chooses to trust. This trust is not naive. It does not deny pain. It does not pretend evil is useful or kind. It says only this: meaning is deeper than harm. Order is stronger than accident. Freedom can learn. Love can rebuild. The claim that this is the best of all possible worlds is a heavy one. It is not a boast. It is a promise about the structure of things. It says the laws of being and the gift of freedom together make a world fit for the highest goods, not the softest goods, the highest ones: wisdom, courage, justice, mercy, joy that survives whether a world built for such goods cannot be simple. It must be alive with risk. It must allow failure without surrender. It must give time enough for repair. It must teach souls to become partners in their own redemption. Look at the shape of growth. A seed becomes food by dying into soil. A heart becomes strong by bearing weight. A mind becomes clear by letting go of flatteries. We grow by passing through trouble, not by stepping around it. The path does not excuse the pain. It turns pain into passage. If this world is best, it will show its quality in recovery. Not in how little we suffer, but in how much goodness can rise after we suffer. Not in how seldom we fall, but in how many can stand again with help. Not in a lack of storms, but in towns that learn to shelter each other when storms return. There is a phrase worth repeating: nothing is wasted. Our failures become warnings. Our losses become guardians of what remains. Our grief teaches their hands their duty. Even our ignorance, once seen, becomes need that knowledge can serve. Providence is not a billboard. It is a long arithmetic that refuses to stop at a deficit. If meaning runs beneath events, we have work to do. We must design laws that help truth keep its footing. We must build institutions that make cruelty expansive and care efficient. We must make room for conscience to act without fear. We must teach children how to reason and how to forgive. We must protect time for prayer or reflection, because silence is where the mind learns its scale. A best world is not automatic. It includes us. It expects our help. We are part of the calculation. We are the agents by which many goods arrive. When we refuse that role, pieces go missing. When we accept it, the design strengthens in places no ruler can see. Notice the small proofs that hope is not fantasy. A vaccine made in months rather than decades. A stranger pulling another stranger from dark water. A judge who listens longer than the room expected. A city that plants trees where heat once punished the poor. These are not miracles against law. They are miracles by law. They show a world willing to be healed by patient minds and willing hands. Some despair will say, this is only human effort. Yes, and the claim is that human effort belongs to the plan. Law and freedom are not enemies. They are the two rails on which history can move. The rail of law keeps the track true. The rail of freedom gives the train a destination worth reaching. Let us speak about justice. A best world cannot mean a world where the guilty escape and the innocent are forgotten. It must mean a world in which justice is possible and ultimate. Some justice is human. We must pursue it with courage and care. Some justice is beyond us. We must trust it will arrive without our permission. Either way, justice is not a rumor. It is the core of meaning, wearing the clothes of time. Now speak about mercy. Mercy is not a loophole in justice. It is justice. Seeing further, it is repair chosen over revenge. It is space made for return. No structure is best if it cannot forgive. No person is best if they cannot be forgiven. A world sized for mercy must allow failure in return. Tears and change, limits and love. Hope becomes strong when it is trained. Training means habits. Tell the truth. Keep a promise. Protect the small. Pay what you owe. Return what is not yours. Say sorry and mean it. Learn and teach. These are not slogans. They are the daily joints of a good life. They are the simple ratios by which a person fits the world. If enough people hold these habits, the world changes. Not by spectacle, by compounding. Trust compounds. Kindness compounds. Knowledge compounds. Justice, once begun, accumulates defenders. Mercy, once practiced, multiplies its own courage. The sums take time. The result outlives us. This is the arithmetic of a best world. The fear remains. What about the evil that looks pointless? The grief that taught nothing? The accident that left only silence? Here we must be honest. There is a remainder our language cannot gather. We do not explain these things. We witness them. We hold one another through them. We refuse to turn them into lessons while wounds are open. We let our silence be faithful. We let our service be speech. Then, later, we remember what our hands learned. We build guardrails where there were none. We change a rule, a road, a ritual. We honor the dead by protecting the living. A best world does not hide from the remainder. It carries it with honor and lets it change our designs. The claim that meaning is deeper than harm asks something from us. It asks us to refuse cynicism. Cynicism looks like wisdom because it never risks hope. It says no before it listens. It calls love naive and courage performative. Leave cynicism to the tired. Choose realism alive with duty. Count costs. Face facts. Then do the next good thing. Let us talk about the soul. If each person is a mirror of the whole, then every dignity matters. Care for one becomes care for many. When you give attention to a single mind, you honor the order that made minds possible. When you protect a single child, you protect the future fact of justice. When you forgive one enemy, You write a new sentence in the story of the world. This is how greatness works here. It does not arrive with trumpets. It arrives as a quiet refusal to let meaning die in your small circle. It arrives as the choice to be a reliable link in the chain. It arrives as ordinary faithfulness over years. A best world is built by that kind of stature. It is measured by that kind of patience. Some will still ask, why this way? Why not a world without death? Why not a world without hunger or blame? Because certain goods require real edges. Gratitude needs loss to feel its depth. Courage needs danger to be honest. Compassion needs wounds to be more than a word. Freedom needs consequence to be real. Without these edges, we would live in a gallery, not a garden. Nice to look at, unable to grow. Others will ask, why trust any of this? Because the alternatives collapse. If the world is nonsense, reason has no home. If the world is only power, love is a costume. If the world is only accident, duty is a trick. Yet we live as if reason, love, and duty are real. We build laws and hospitals and promises as if they mean what they say. We cannot live the denial consistently. Our lives betray our deepest beliefs. Let our words match our works. This trust does not belong to one religion or one city. It belongs to anyone who treats truth as a home. It welcomes prayer and welcomes study. It lets doubt ask its questions and invites it to work. It lets joy rest without guilt. It lets grief speak without shame. It makes room at the table for the weary and the brave. Walk through a day with this posture. Begin with quiet. Thank the giver of order, whatever name you use. Set one clean intention. Do one difficult kindness early. Ask for correction. Offer it gently. Finish a task completely. Leave a tool ready for the next hand. In the evening, count the mercies without neglecting the wounds. Sleep as a steward, not an owner. Repeat now, lift your eyes and widen the scale. Cities can live this way. They can measure what matters and invite truth to shape budgets. They can count the unseen labor that keeps homes alive. They can plan for floods and heat with love for those at the margins. They can make rules simple and serve the spirit, not the lobby. They can be honest about failure and quick to repair. Nations can live this way. They can hold power slowly. They can bind leadership with law on example. They can choose honor over spectacle. They can protect dissent and demand decency. They can aim their strength at mercy rather than display. They can tell the truth about the past and make amends. A planet can live this way. It can treat atmosphere as covenant. It can treat oceans as inheritance. It can treat species as neighbors. It can build a future worth giving to children whose names we do not yet know. This is not utopia. This is work. Work is how a best world shows itself. What of death? It will take all of us. Even so, it need not take our meaning. If the soul endures, it carries what it learnt further on. If the soul ends, its gifts remain in those it shaped. Either way, love outlasts the body. Either way, goodness continues its calculation. Either way, we are not wasted. Stand for a moment. At the window, watch a late bus stop. Watch someone run to make it. They catch the door. A stranger steadies their step. A small cheer rises inside you, though no one hears it. That is hope, remembering its reasons. That is meaning proving it still knows the root. The phrase best of all possible worlds is easy to mock. Leave the slogan to the careless. Keep the substance. The substance is a way of seeing and a way of living. It is the decision to treat. Reality is intelligible and worthy of fidelity. It is the courage to answer evil with repair. It is the discipline to prefer justice to victory. It is the mercy to forgive without lying. It is the patience to plant trees whose shade will bless people you will never meet. There is a promise humming under all of this. We are not alone. We belong to an order that cannot be broken, only resisted. We can join it in thought and in action. When we do, we feel the world receive our effort. Sometimes with quick fruit, often with slow change. Always with the quiet rightness of a key turning true. The final word is not argument, it is invitation. Build something that lasts. Reconcile where you can. Protect someone who will never know your name. Learn until your pride melts into gratitude. Love until your fear learns to rest. Trust that the goodness under things is not fragile. Trust that your smallest faithful act is part of a vast design. Trust that, beyond our sight, the story closes in joy. If the world is truly best, it is because goodness wanted partners. It is because freedom deserved a worthy stage. It is because love asked for a world that could answer back. Here we are. Answer well. Trust begins small. It begins with a kept promise. It begins with a door held open and a bill paid on time. It begins with honest numbers in a quiet ledger. From there, it grows. It builds the shape of a life that other people can lean on. It turns strangers into neighbors and neighbors into friends. This is how meaning becomes daily. This is how a best world shows its face. The idea sounds large. It must be lived small. The mind that designed galaxies also designed mornings. So begin there. Rise with one clean intention. Decide one task worth doing for the sake of someone. Else, give it your full attention. Finish it without show. When the day closes, test your heart for peace. Then begin again. Repair is the heart of the work. We are not asked to erase history. We are asked to mend. Mending is humble. It respects the shape of what was. It listens for how parts want to meet. It does not force. It persuades. It uses patience. Where power would only tear, repair starts with truth. Tell the truth about the wound. Name what broke and who broke it. Facts come first. Without them, peace is only a pause. Truth is not cruelty. It is care shaped like a sentence. It says, here is what happened. Now let us see what justice asks. Justice is not a slogan. It is a craft. Punishment alone cannot raise a community. Revenge cannot build a bridge. Justice seeks safety, repair, and return. It asks how to stop harm, how to heal victims, and how to shape change in those who caused it. It weighs the whole. It sets a course that allows tomorrow to be kinder than. Today, mercy walks beside justice. Mercy is not weakness, it is vision. It looks beyond the moment and sees what a soul can still become. It leaves a door unlocked when wisdom permits. It gives a chance that pride would not give. It is not blind. It is brave. Build habits that make repair likely. Keep records that tell the truth. Design processes that invite accountability without humiliation. Teach meetings to begin with listening. Write policies that a fair mind can respect. Keep rules short enough to remember and clear enough to apply. Make exceptions rare and transparent. Let people know what will happen before it happens. Predictability is respect in practice. Care for time. Calendars decide what matters. If love is always scheduled last, it will never begin. Choose margins, wide enough for thought and for rest. Use them to read, to walk, to hold a child, to write a clean line of code, to cook a meal that warms more than one person. Time given to what is good returns as strength. Guard attention. You are not a furnace for other people's noise. News can inform or consume. Know the difference. Limit the flood. Choose deep sources. Check claims. Let silence wash your inner room each day. Clarity enters only when the room is clean. Practice speech that leaves dignity intact. Say less when anger swells. Ask questions that lean toward understanding. If a debate makes you clever and cruel, step back. Reread your aim. A win that hardens. Your heart is a loss. A loss that teaches you respect is a gain. Choose the gain. Make work that lasts. Build for maintenance, not for display. Name things plainly. Write comments that teach. Design for the next pair of hands. Return tools to their place. Leave a map. Someone will bless your name when you are gone. Treat money as a moral material. Every budget tells the truth about a soul. Spend on what protects and repairs. Cut what flatters and wastes. Pay the invisible labor that makes public success possible. Reward patience and honesty more than drama and speed. You will lose applause and gain sleep. Honor the edgiers. Systems are judged by how they treat those at their margins. Design with the elderly, the child, the stranger, and the poor in mind. If a rule harms them, rewrite it. If a road isolates them, reroute it. If a form confuses them, simplify it. If a fee excludes them, remove it. That is what best requires. Practice restitution. When you break something, repair it. When you cannot repair, replace. When you cannot replace, serve. Apology without action is only sound. Action turns sorrow into promise. Learn a craft. A craft trains patience inside the fingers. It teaches you to measure twice and cut once. It teaches you to accept the limits of the material. It trains respect for reality. When the joint does not fit, the wood is not wrong. Your cut was, try again. Craft makes virtue tactile. Study something that humbles you. Mathematics will do. So, will a language you do not yet speak? So will music played slowly and true. Humility learned in one domain follows you into others. It protects you from the lie that certainty and contempt are kin. Practice gratitude as discipline. Name 3 mercies each night. Let them be small. The cup that did not spill. The bus you barely caught. The message that arrived with a kind tone. Gratitude trains the eye to notice order still at work. It does not blind you. It steadies you. Teach the young. Teach them to think, to doubt, to test, and to love. Train their eyes to see patterns and their hearts to prefer mercy. Give them stories where courage is quiet and real. Let them practice responsibility while the price of failure is small. Set examples that make virtue look like freedom, not prison. Practice forgiveness and distinguish it from permission. Forgiveness releases a debt. It does not erase a boundary. You can bless and still say no. You can love and still leave. Let your boundaries protect what you are called to guard. Keep faith with the dead. Tell their stories fairly. Honor their achievements without hiding their flaws. Let the truth be whole. Memory without honesty becomes propaganda. Honesty without memory becomes neglect. Hold both. Walk toward the suffering that is yours to meet. You cannot carry every cry. Carry the ones assigned to your reach. Bring water. Bring bread. Bring a plan. Bring a second plan. Stay until the work is handed safely to another. Practice civic hope. Vote with care. Volunteer where the city leaks dignity. Run for a small office if you can. Study the budget. Attend the meeting. Champion clear laws. Demand fair enforcement. Be patient with the pace of the possible and stubborn against cruelty. Choose clean pleasures. They leave no debt in the soul. A long walk. A page that lights the mind. A song that brings back courage. A table with friends. A well-cooked meal. These make room for conscience to breathe. Welcome correction. Invited. Make it safe for others to tell you the truth. Reward the person who saves you from a mistake. Say thank you with more than words. Return the favor. Let your work on a scale. Some tasks fit a day. Some require a decade. Know the difference. Do not demand the thrill of the urgent from the patient labor of the important. Protect long projects from the hunger of applause. Quiet custody achieves what noise cannot. Keep promises to yourself that improve your capacity to serve. Sleep enough. Move your body. Eat food that gives tomorrow strength. Leave screens before they steal your morning. You are a steward of a mind and a body on loan. Care for them as you would care for a tool trusted by many hands. Practice clean. Exits, end meetings on time. End arguments when they stop yielding light. End roles when your gifts no longer fit the need. End days with a small ritual that thanks and releases. Good endings protect good beginnings. Make room for art. Art trains attention to notice and to cherish. It keeps cynicism from sealing over. The heart. It lets grief speak without harming. It lets joy rise without gloating. It renews imagination, which is foresight in tender clothes. Let mysteries stand where it must. Not every why will bow to you. There are rooms you may enter only by reverence. Stand there without hurry. Say little. Call the moment holy if the word fits your mouth. Then go back to work with a clearer mind. Keep your circle honest. Choose friends who will not sell your conscience for your comfort. Choose partners who can be trusted with your silence. Choose colleagues who prize truth over tribe. If you lead, build a room where the quiet speak first. Protect dissent that seeks the good of the whole. Give away credit. Praise in detail. Name the person who did the unseen task. This is how trust multiplies. This is how teams become more than the sum of their parts. This is leadership without theatre. Steady your spirit against despair. Despair likes to sound like realism. It is not. It is a shrinking of the map. It hides resources and partners and second chances. When it speaks, ask. For evidence, when it cannot provide it, return to the work. Be ready to start over. Plans fail. Lives break. Markets turn. Begin again with what remains. Begin again with who remains. Begin again with lessons learned. A best world is a school built for many new starts. Keep an altar of remembrance in your mind. Not to worship pain, but to honor what it taught. Let the altar hold names, dates, and debts you will not forget. Visit it when pride reases. Visit it when fear reases. Let it return you to gratitude and resolve. Prepare a legacy that can be carried by ordinary hands. Write clear notes. Make guides. Record passwords for the right people. Teach someone younger how to do what you do. Make yourself replaceable. It is a gift to those who come after and a guard against your own vanity. Live as if small faithfulness is the unit of meaning, because it is. The world is not saved by crescendos alone. It is saved by steady rhythm, by the repeated act of care, by the daily choice to add one stitch where the fabric thins. If the world is truly the best possible world, it is not because it saves us from duty. It is because it trusts us with it. It hands us tools and a pattern and says, join. The pattern is large. We will never see it whole, but our section can be clean. Our seam can hold. Let the final measure be simple. Did you tell the truth? Did you keep your word? Did you protect the small? Did you forgive and seek forgiveness? Did you build something that made goodness easier for those after you? If so, you stood with the order under things. You helped the world choose its better name. Go on then, work with hope, rest with gratitude, begin again. This is repair. This is how love becomes structure. This is how structure becomes mercy. This is how mercy becomes a world worth waking to. Night settles over familiar streets. Windows hold small islands of light. Somewhere a train passes, steady as a pulse. Someone washes a single cup and sets it to dry. Someone turns off a lamp and waits for sleep to come. In these plain moments, the question returns without ceremony. Was any of this worth the day it cost? We answer not with thunder, but with choices. We answer by the work our hands remember. We answer by the care that outlived our mood. Meaning reveals itself in the keeping of small promises. It shows itself when no audience is near. It grows in silence and greets us like a friend. Leibniz believed a perfect mind chose this world. He said the choice honored reason and honored love. He said the choice made room for freedom to matter. He trusted that nothing real is finally wasted. He trusted that justice is slow and exact. He trusted that mercy is strong enough to rebuild. We have walked through his vision with open eyes. We have seen war and famine and grief. We have seen laughter used as a blade. We have watched satire mock what it half understood. We have watched faith speak too soon and be rightly rebuked. We have tried to keep what is true in both voices. Now the film grows quiet and returns to one life. Yours, the world will not ask. You for speeches. It will ask for attention and for steadiness. It will ask for honest words and clean work. It will ask for the courage to stay kind when anger is cheap. The best world, if real, is not a luxury. It is a discipline that begins. At the edge of your reach, help where you stand. Repair what you can touch. Protect whoever is within your power to protect. Let that be your prayer in the language of action. You do not need certainty to start. You need a reason strong enough to move your feet. Begin with the person in front of you. Begin with the task that serves without applause. Begin with the truth that refuses to be convenient. Begin again tomorrow when fatigue returns. Remember what this vision asks of the mind. Ask why this and not something else. Test your stories against the world they describe. Let correction be a gift rather than a wound. Let humility be the partner of every claim. Let gratitude be the closing line of every day. Remember what this vision asks of the heart. Hold grief without rushing its lessons. Hold joy without gripping it to death. Hold enemies as people before you hold them as positions. Hold yourself to standards that do not bend for mood. Hold to hope with a grip that respects facts. Remember what this vision asks of our common life. Write laws that fit the vulnerable. First, design systems that explain themselves to the tired. Reward patience and the courage to revise. Punish cruelty with clarity and restraint. Invite dissent that seeks the good of the whole. If this world is chosen for the greatest harmony, then harmony is not a metaphor. It is the work of arranging goods without destroying others. It is the art of balancing present need with future. Right? It is the skill of saying no to what flatters. It is the wisdom of saying yes to what strengthens. You will fail in this work. Everyone does. Failure is not the end of your sentence. Return is allowed and expected. Apologize without performance. Repair without delay. There will be pain that teaches nothing you can name. There will be loss that leaves only quiet. Do not lie about it. Sit beside it until it changes shape. Let compassion be the language you speak when words fail. Let presence be the answer you give to questions without answers. There will be days when despair sounds like a friend. It will call its self-realism and ask you to put down your tools. It will point at history and say, nothing changes for long. Answer with the evidence of your own hands. Answer with the neighbor who is fed, the child who is safe. Answer with the bridge that still stands and the promise still kept. You belong to an order deeper than chaos. You are not equal to it, but you are allied with it. Each time you choose truth over ease, you join it. Each time you forgive a debt with wisdom, you join it. Each time you think clearly in the service of love, you join it. Each time you build what future strangers will trust, you join it. Perhaps this is what it means to live inside a best world. Not to float above sorrow, but to put sorrow to work for good. Not to escape risk, but to spend it well. Not to demand certainty, but to keep faith with reason and with mercy. Not to seek control, but to cultivate consent and care. Not to chase spectacle, but to finish the quiet task. Look again at the ordinary scene. A streetlight burns over an empty corner. A nurse finishes her shift and walks into grey dawn. A janitor locks a school and hums a tired hymn. A coder closes a ticket no one will notice but the next shift. A parent checks on a sleeping child and remembers to breathe. These are not background. They are the foreground of meaning. They are the hinges upon which the large doors turn. They keep decay from calling itself fate. They keep cruelty from deciding the story alone. They are the grammar of hope. Leibniz would smile at such grammar. He would see law and freedom cooperate in small rooms. He would see order write mercy into policy and habit. He would see intelligence choose restraint and design for repair. He would call it reason doing what it was made to do. He would call it love teaching reason its aim. You will not know in this life how your efforts sum. The ledger belongs to a sight you do not have. Do not wait for that sight to begin. Act as if meaning is real because you cannot live the opposite. Act as if love matters because it already has. Act as if tomorrow needs you because it does. If faith fits your mouth, use it. If prayer steadies your hands, pray. If study steadies your mind, study. If service steadies your heart, serve. The tools differ, the work is the same. Bring order, guard, dignity. Leave beauty where you can. Learn to bless without permission. Bless the engineer who built the quiet bridge. Bless the farmer whose field feeds your city. Bless the teacher who answers the stubborn question again. Bless the clerk who knows your name when the line is long. Bless the friend who tells you the truth before you fall. Learn also to resist without hate. Resist the lie that numbers excuse. Harm. Resist the pose that cynicism is wisdom. Resist the habit of turning people into categories. Resist the speed that ruins judgment. Resist the appetite that treats others as scenery. Keep an eye for signs that the world receives your work. Watch for the meeting that ends with understanding. Watch for the process that becomes kinder and more exact. Watch for the child who trusts. The room enough to ask harder questions. Watch for the elder who rests easier because a policy changed. These are quiet proofs that the deep order remains. You will stand at graves. Bring flowers and silence and time. Let the names be spoken with care. Let the stories be told without embellishment. Let the tears fall without apology. Then walk away. Slowly and return to the work. The dead do not ask us to stop. They ask us to carry what they loved. One day you will be the one carried in story. Make it easy to tell the truth about you. Leave debts settled and kindness owed to many. Leave a journal someone can learn from. Leave a room in better order than you found it. Leave a trail of people who became more honest because you were near. If you doubt your place in any grand design, remember the scale of the small. Ants move forests one grain at a time. Rivets hold ships against oceans. Votes turn empires with paper and ink. Words mend marriages when they are simple and sincere. Hands save lives. That statistics cannot name. So choose your handful of grains. Choose your rivets and your words. Choose your vote and your craft and your promise. Choose them like a person who believes the ledger matters. Choose them like a citizen of a world that intends the good. Choose them like a student of a mind that wastes nothing. When morning comes, rise with one sentence ready. Today I will join the order under things. Let that be your vow. Keep it as best you can. Forgive yourself when you fail and begin again. Teach it to others without pride. Receive it back from them when you are tired. This is the quiet proof that Leibniz trusted. Not a theorem written on marble, but a life that answers despair with patient structure. A home put in order for guests. A budget that tells the truth and protects the poor. A law that binds the strong and frees the weak. A habit of attention that notices the person left out. If this is the best world, it is because it invites you. It invites you to think with care and to love with discipline. It invites you to build, forgive, and try again. It invites you to hold both reason and mercy in the same hands. It invites you to be the kind of person for whom the phrase best world is not a boast, but a responsibility gladly assumed. Night deepens. The windows darken one by one. You turn out your light and keep one promise more. You will begin again. Tomorrow, you will keep faith with the living and the dead. You will serve meaning without spectacle. You will honor the order that lets love endure. Sleep now. The world keeps its watch. The harmony does not stop when you rest. It waits for you to join it again. And when you do, it will meet you where you stand, with work enough for your hands and grace enough for your heart.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive. The hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death. Not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? the kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet, Hesiod, who wrote of the gods, Odysseus, that clever hero, all the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most: ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life, and death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, He left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenarete, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenarete sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies. And Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it. And then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought. And some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing. that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer, but watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. "That's an interesting example," he says. "But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share?" Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, "But which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it?" Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated, and here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting. Because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong. And Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god, Apollo, had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought, even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate, and it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats, and when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the Agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers, still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined, life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time, energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment, you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot? Letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are. The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly. Not because he was sure what death was, he admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them, because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity, and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway, because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom, and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison, and he refused, because he had examined what justice required, and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance. All of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young, men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, look at what he produced. Look at Alcibiades. Look at Critias, another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He'd tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue, brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed. And when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of two urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Meletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. I have nothing to do with such investigations, Socrates told them. I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do. So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. This is what I still do, he told them. I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty. Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, you don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance. But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Meletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. Meletus, he said, you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better? Meletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, the laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people? The jurors, Meletus answered. All of them? Yes. What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth? Yes, all of them. So according to you, Socrates said, every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying? You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Meletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. Tell me, Meletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones? Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them? Of course not. Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me? It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent. But he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Meletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Meletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. You can't have it both ways, Meletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it? By the time Socrates was done with Meletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. I cannot stop, he said. The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness. And then he said something. That must have infuriated many in that courtroom. I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do. Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens, he said, how can I abandon the post the God has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death. And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life. When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty. but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more, voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed his fate. The verdict was final: death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonian, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, that would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. "You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners." It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write, Xenophon would write, others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. "Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows." Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of: he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes. Time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation. Time for final tests. Time for goodbyes. And time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the lights still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. "On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia." That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly. And Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting. What's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating, because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape. To go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile Phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this. The dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice. But unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings, to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay. There's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens, wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home, whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it. The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens. And Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading. And the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens. They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life. Managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him. Worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito. And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refused to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love, surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what you love in safety and comfort. And all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently, your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, they will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us? It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant? Socrates is essentially arguing, that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly. But the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, that's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust. But I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter. When your life is at stake, is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure. But his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live. And I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie, Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend, I know. They sit together in silence for a while. The conversation is over. The decision is made. There will be no escape. Socrates will face his execution with the same integrity he's shown his entire life. But what this conversation reveals, what Crito's temptation exposed, is just how strong Socrates' principles really were. It's one thing to talk about virtue and justice in the abstract, in the agora, when you're not facing death. It's another thing entirely to choose death over life, because escaping would require you to act unjustly. Most of us, if we're honest, would escape. We'd find a way to rationalize it. We'd say the law is unjust, so breaking it is justified. We'd say our lives matter more than abstract principles. We'd say our families need us. We'd find a reason, because the instinct for self-preservation is so strong. But Socrates didn't. He examined the question using the same rigorous method he'd always used, and he found that escaping would violate the principles he'd lived by for 70 years. So he stayed, not because he wanted to die, but because living as a hypocrite was worse than dying with integrity. This is what the examined life looks like when it's truly tested. This is what it means to care more about your soul than your body. This is the practical application of everything Socrates had been teaching. And Crito, even in his grief, must have understood that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His friend wasn't just talking about philosophy anymore. He was living it, demonstrating it, proving through his choice that the principles he'd taught were real and binding and worth dying for. The offer of escape had been genuine. The temptation was real. For a moment, Socrates could have chosen life, comfort, more years of philosophy, the chance to see his sons grow up. But he chose differently. He chose to stay, to drink the hemlock, to die according to law, rather than live as a fugitive from it. And in making that choice, he completed his life's work. He showed, once and for all, that virtue isn't just a nice idea for philosophical discussions. It's the most real thing there is. More real than self-preservation, more real than the love of friends, more real even than life itself. The conversation with Crito was over. The escape plan was refused. The beautiful woman in white from the dream was right. In 3 days, Socrates would reach fertile Phthia, not the Thessaly of exile, but the Hades of his imagination, or the dreamless sleep of annihilation, or whatever waited beyond death. But first, there would be one more night, one more deep, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone whose conscience is clear, whose soul is in order, whose life has been lived well. And in the morning, he would face his final day with the same courage, the same integrity, the same commitment to truth that had defined all his days. Because that's what the examined life had given him, not the ability to escape death, but the ability to face it without fear. Not the power to avoid suffering, but the strength to suffer justly rather than to survive unjustly. It was enough. More than enough. It was everything. After Crito leaves, after the conversation about escape has ended, after the decision has been made final, Socrates is alone in his cell. The stone walls are cold. The small window lets in the grey light of late afternoon. Tomorrow, the ship will arrive. Tomorrow he will die. What do you do with that knowledge? How do you spend your last night on earth when you know, with absolute certainty, that morning will bring your execution? Most of us can't really imagine it. We think about death in abstract terms, as something far off, something that happens to other people or to our future selves, but not to us, not now, not tomorrow morning. But Socrates knew. The countdown was definite. The hours were numbered. And what did he do with those hours? According to every account we have, he did something that still astounds people more than 2,000 years later. He slept. Not fitfully, tossing and turning with anxiety. Not sedated or exhausted into unconsciousness, but peacefully, deeply, soundly, the kind of sleep you have when your mind is at rest, when nothing is troubling your conscience, when you're at peace with yourself and the world. Crito, who had been visiting throughout the imprisonment and who came again early that final morning, found Socrates sleeping so peacefully that he couldn't bring himself to wake him. He sat there in the pre-dawn darkness, watching his friend breathe, marveling at the calmness of his face. How is this possible? How does someone sleep peacefully the night before their execution? Let's think about what keeps us awake at night in normal circumstances. Worry about the future, regret about the past, anxiety about things we can't control, guilt about things we've done wrong, fear of loss, pain, failure, death. Our minds race, spinning through scenarios, obsessing over problems, rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters. But Socrates had none of this keeping him awake. Or rather, he'd done the work of examining and resolving all of it. Worry about the future? He'd examined death thoroughly and concluded it was either dreamless sleep or continuation in another realm. Either way, nothing to fear. The future, at least his personal future, was settled. There was nothing more to worry about. Regret about the past. He'd lived the examined life. He'd done his best to pursue wisdom and virtue. He'd questioned everything, including himself. Were there mistakes? Certainly, but they were honest mistakes, made in good faith, not betrayals of his principles. There was nothing he needed to lie awake regretting. Guilt about wrong actions. This is key. Socrates hadn't compromised his principles to save himself. He'd refused to escape even when he could have. He was dying unjustly, yes, but he wasn't acting unjustly. His conscience was clear. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no voice saying, "You betrayed yourself. You're a hypocrite. You didn't live up to what you believed." Anxiety about things beyond his control. He'd long ago accepted that he couldn't control what other people did, their opinions, their judgments, their actions. He could only control himself, his own choices, his own soul, and he'd controlled that well. The rest was up to the gods, or fate, or chance, whatever you wanted to call it. Fear of the pain of death? The hemlock poison, as we'll see, was relatively painless. It caused gradual numbness and paralysis, working from the extremities inward. Unpleasant, certainly, but not agony. And Socrates had already faced death in battle multiple times. He knew he could endure physical discomfort without losing his composure. So what was left to keep him awake? Nothing. Everything that usually keeps humans tossing and turning in the night. He'd addressed it, examined it, resolved it, accepted it. This is the power of the examined life when it's fully realized. Socrates had spent 70 years preparing for this moment, though he probably didn't know it. Every conversation about virtue, every questioning of assumptions, every examination of what really mattered, every choice to prioritize soul over body, wisdom over wealth, integrity over comfort. All of it had been training for this final test, and he passed. Not because he was superhuman or felt no fear, but because he'd done the work. He'd examined his life and found it good. He'd lived according to his principles and had no reason for regret. He'd faced the temptation to escape and chosen justice over survival. There was nothing left to resolve, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to keep him awake. So he slept. And in sleeping peacefully that final night, he demonstrated something profound about what philosophy, real philosophy, lived philosophy, can do for a person. There's a concept in ancient Greek thought that we should understand here. The word is ataraxia. It means tranquility, imperturbability, freedom from disturbance. It was considered one of the highest goals a human could achieve, to have a mind so well ordered, so at peace, that nothing could disturb it. The Stoics, who would come after Socrates and be deeply influenced by him, made ataraxia central to their philosophy. They believed that through rational examination of what's truly good and truly bad, through distinguishing between what you can control and what you can't, through accepting fate while maintaining virtue, you could achieve a state of profound inner peace. Not numbness or indifference, but genuine tranquility rooted in wisdom. And the Epicureans, another school that followed, also sought ataraxia, though they pursued it differently. They thought that by understanding the nature of the world, by recognizing that the gods don't intervene in human affairs, by accepting that death is simply the cessation of sensation, you could free yourself from the fears and superstitions that disturb most people's peace. Both schools, different as they were, agreed on this. The goal was peace of mind, and both looked back to Socrates as an example of someone who had achieved it, because there he was, sleeping peacefully in his cell, while his friends sat vigil with tear-stained faces. There he was, facing certain death in the morning, and resting as soundly as a child. This wasn't insensitivity or delusion. Socrates wasn't pretending the execution wasn't happening. He wasn't in denial. He'd examined the situation fully, rationally, from every angle, and having examined it, having made his choice, having done what he believed was right, he had achieved perfect peace. Think about how different this is from how most of us face much smaller challenges. We have a difficult conversation coming up, and we lie awake rehearsing what to say. We have a medical test scheduled, and we can't sleep for worrying about the results. We have a decision to make, and we toss and turn, weighing the options. But Socrates, facing the ultimate challenge, death itself, slept peacefully, because he'd already done the work. He'd already weighed the options, made the decision, aligned his actions with his principles. There was nothing left to agonize over. This is what the examined life offers. Not a life free from challenges or difficulties or even death, but a life where you've done the work of figuring out what matters, what doesn't, and how to act accordingly. And having done that work, you can rest, even on your final night, even when tomorrow brings hemlock. There's also something deeply beautiful about Crito watching him sleep. Think about that scene from Crito's perspective. He's about to lose his oldest friend. He's tried everything he can think of to save him. He's pleaded, argued, offered escape, used every rhetorical tool available. And Socrates has said no to all of it. Crito must be devastated, angry maybe, at Socrates' stubbornness, confused about why principles matter more than life, grieving for the conversations they'll never have, the years they won't spend together, the world that will be diminished when Socrates is gone. And yet, watching Socrates sleep so peacefully, Crito can't help but feel a kind of awe, because he's witnessing something rare and precious. He's seeing what it looks like when someone has truly mastered themselves, when fear has no power, when conscience is clear, when the soul is at peace. Crito later told people about this moment. He said it moved him profoundly, seeing Socrates sleep so well. It confirmed something he'd always believed about his friend, but had never seen demonstrated so clearly. That Socrates had achieved a kind of wisdom that transcended normal human anxieties. And perhaps Crito also understood in that moment why Socrates had to refuse the escape. Because if Socrates had escaped, if he'd saved his body by compromising his principles, he wouldn't be able to sleep like this. He'd lie awake tormented by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd betrayed everything he believed in. He'd have his life, but he'd lose his peace. Better to die peacefully than to live in turmoil. Better to face tomorrow with a clear conscience than to escape into years of regret. This is what Socrates had tried to explain to Crito during their conversation, that there are things worse than death. That living as a hypocrite, betraying your principles, corrupting your soul, these are the real disasters. Death is just a transition, probably a good one. But spiritual corruption, moral compromise, the death of integrity, that's the real death, and it's one you have to live with every day afterward. Socrates had chosen to keep his soul intact, and because of that choice, he could sleep. His body might die tomorrow, but his soul was healthy, strong, at peace, and in the hierarchy of values he'd spent his life articulating, that was what mattered. There's a parallel worth noting here with something Socrates had said years earlier about sleep and death. He'd described dreamless sleep as one of the most pleasant experiences a person can have. The kind of sleep where you close your eyes and open them, and it feels like no time has passed, no dreams have occurred, just pure, undisturbed rest. He'd said that if death was like that, eternal, dreamless sleep, it would be wonderful. Think about your best night of sleep ever. Deep, restorative, peaceful, no nightmares, no waking, just perfect rest. If death is that, infinitely extended, how is that frightening? And now, on his final night, Socrates was experiencing exactly that kind of sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful. Was this a preview, a taste of what death might be like? If so, it was nothing to fear. It was actually quite pleasant. Or maybe, if death turned out to be continuation rather than cessation, the peaceful sleep was Socrates' way of showing that he had no fear of that possibility either. He wasn't staying awake fretting about the afterlife, worrying about judgment or punishment, or whether he'd measure up. He'd lived well. If there was an afterlife with judgment, he was ready for it. Either way, he could rest. And rest he did. There's something else worth considering about sleep as a metaphor for death. Sleep is a kind of daily death, isn't it? Every night, we lose consciousness. We cease to be aware of the world around us. We're vulnerable, helpless, essentially dead to the waking world for hours at a time. And yet we do this willingly, eagerly even. We look forward to sleep. We crave it when we're tired. We create comfortable beds and quiet rooms specifically to facilitate sleep. We don't lie awake thinking, if I go to sleep, I'll lose consciousness and that's terrifying. We just sleep. Why? Because we've done it before, because we wake up refreshed, because sleep is natural and necessary and good. Socrates might have been thinking about this parallel. If we can trust sleep, this daily mini-death, why can't we trust death, the final sleep? If every night we surrender consciousness without fear, why should the final surrender be different? Unless, of course, death isn't sleep at all, but awakening. In which case, Socrates would wake from this final night into something even more interesting than another day in Athens. He'd wake into whatever reality lay beyond the physical world. And that prospect didn't frighten him either. It intrigued him, so he slept. Peacefully, deeply, without worry or fear or regret. The sleep of someone who has lived well and is ready for whatever comes next. And as the night passed, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon set and the first grey light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Socrates slept on, his breathing steady, his face calm, no nightmares troubling him, no anxiety keeping him awake. Crito sat watching, perhaps dozing himself occasionally, then waking with a start to check if Socrates was still there, still breathing, still with him for a few more hours. And when the sun finally rose, when the light grew strong enough to fill the cell, when the sounds of Athens waking began to filter through the small window, Crito still couldn't bring himself to wake his friend. Let him have this last bit of peace, this final deep sleep. Let him rest as long as possible before the day's grim business begins. But eventually, sounds came from outside the cell. Footsteps, voices, the guards moving about, the prison official who would oversee the execution preparing for his duties. The morning was advancing. The ship from Delos must have arrived, or would arrive soon. It was time. Time for Socrates to wake. Time for the final conversations, the final preparations, the final hours. Crito leaned forward. He probably put his hand on Socrates' shoulder gently. "Socrates," he said quietly. "It's morning. It's time to wake up." And Socrates opened his eyes, not startled or disoriented, but calmly, as one wakes from a good night's sleep. He looked at Crito. Maybe he smiled slightly. "Good morning, my friend," he might have said. "Is it time?" "Yes," Crito answered, and his voice probably broke a little. "It's time." Socrates sat up, stretched perhaps, oriented himself to the day, his last day. And according to every account we have, he greeted it with the same calm he'd shown the night before. No panic, no last-minute regrets, no breakdown or crisis, just acceptance, readiness, peace. Because he'd slept well. He'd rested. His conscience was clear, his principles intact, his soul at peace. Whatever this day brought, he was ready for it. The examined life had given him this gift, the ability to face his final morning with tranquility, to wake from peaceful sleep into the day of his death without fear. And that gift, that profound, inner peace in the face of ultimate loss, was the culmination of everything he taught and lived. It was proof that philosophy wasn't just words, wasn't just clever arguments and abstract principles. It was something real, something powerful, something that could sustain you, even when everything else was being taken away. Socrates had slept peacefully on his final night. And in doing so, he'd demonstrated something extraordinary about what human beings can achieve when they live deliberately, examine thoroughly, and choose virtue over everything else. He'd shown that death, the thing we fear most, can be faced without terror. That life, even when it's about to end, can still be lived with grace. That the soul, properly tended, can remain at peace even when the body faces destruction. He'd shown, in the simplest and most profound way possible, what the examined life makes possible. And now, as morning light filled his cell and his final day began, he would show one more thing: how to die well, how to face the end with dignity, with courage, with philosophical grace. But before we get to that final scene, we need to understand what Socrates believed about death itself. We need to explore his two possibilities in depth: the dreamless, sleep, or the journey to another realm. We need to understand why neither option frightened him, and what that tells us about how to think about our own mortality. Because Socrates' peaceful sleep was rooted in his philosophical understanding of death. And that understanding, radical in its time and still challenging today, is the key to everything that follows. Now that Socrates is awake, now that his final day has begun, we need to step back and really understand what he believed about death. Because his calm in the face of execution wasn't just personal courage or stoic resignation. It was rooted in a carefully thought-out philosophy of death that challenged everything most people believed, and still challenges us today. Let's return to the argument Socrates made to the jury after they'd sentenced him to death. This wasn't his defense speech trying to avoid conviction. That was over. The verdict was in. Death was certain. And with nothing left to lose, Socrates could speak with complete honesty about what he really thought. He told them that death was one of two things. Just two possibilities, that's all. And either way, there was nothing to fear. Let's explore both possibilities deeply because understanding them is crucial to understanding how Socrates could face his execution with such tranquility. The first possibility, death is complete annihilation, total cessation of consciousness, the end of perception, thought, feeling, awareness. When you die, you simply stop existing. There is no you anymore to experience anything, no pain, no boredom, no loneliness, nothing, just nothing. For most people, this is the terrifying option. We think non-existence, the end of me, never experiencing anything again, never seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking. That's horrible. But Socrates asked, is it? Really? He compared death to dreamless sleep. Think about the times you've slept so deeply that you had no dreams, no awareness of time passing. You close your eyes at night, and then, instantly, from your subjective experience, it's morning. Hours have passed, but you experienced none of them. There was no you during that time to experience anything. Was that terrible? Was it frightening? Or was it actually quite pleasant? Don't we often wake from deep, dreamless sleep, feeling refreshed, restored, peaceful? Socrates asked the jury to think about the best sleep they'd ever had. That night when you were perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe, perfectly tired from a good day's work. You lay down and simply stopped. And when you woke, it felt like mere moments had passed, and you felt wonderful. Now, he said, compare that single night of perfect sleep to all the other days and nights of your life. Days filled with worry, pain, frustration, disappointment. Nights of anxiety, bad dreams, restless tossing. Even your best days, aren't they filled with needs and wants and efforts and struggles? If you had to choose between one more night of perfect, dreamless sleep and one more day of ordinary life with all its troubles, which would you choose? When you frame it that way, Socrates suggested, death as annihilation starts to look less like a tragedy and more like a gift. It's eternal rest, perfect peace, freedom from all suffering, all anxiety, all the exhausting business of being alive and conscious. You won't be bored because you won't exist to be bored. You won't miss anything because you won't exist to miss it. You won't regret the loss of consciousness because you won't be conscious to feel regret. It's not like being trapped in a dark room aware of your confinement. It's just not being. And not being has no experience of itself. Think about this carefully, because it's a radical reframing of death. We fear death as a loss, the loss of everything we are, everything we have, everything we might experience. But loss is something that happens to someone. You can only lose something if you exist to experience that loss. If death is annihilation, there's no you left to experience the loss. The loss happens to your loved ones, certainly. They lose you, but you don't lose anything because you're not there anymore to have or to lose. Socrates was essentially arguing that fearing death as annihilation is philosophically incoherent. You're fearing a state in which you won't exist to experience fear or anything else. You're worried about a condition in which you won't be present to be worried. It's like being afraid of the time before you were born. Were you suffering during the millions of years before you existed? Were you anxious about not being alive yet? Of course not. You weren't there to suffer or be anxious. Death as annihilation is just returning to that state. And that state wasn't bad. It wasn't anything at all. The Roman philosopher Lucretius, who was influenced by Greek thought, put it beautifully a few centuries after Socrates. He said, "Why should we fear death? When we exist, death is not present. And when death is present, we do not exist. Death is nothing to us." Socrates anticipated this argument. If death is nothing, if it's just the cessation of being, then it's not something to fear. At worst, it's neutral. At best, it's the most perfect rest you could ever have. But Socrates didn't stop there, because there was a second possibility. What if death isn't annihilation? What if consciousness continues? What if the soul, the psyche, the essential you, survives the death of the body and goes somewhere else? For many people, this might seem like the comforting option. At least you still exist. At least there's something rather than nothing. But it could also be terrifying. What if you go to a place of punishment? What if you're judged and found wanting? What if the afterlife is worse than this life? Socrates addressed these concerns head-on, and his answer reveals something beautiful about how he understood justice, virtue, and the nature of reality itself. He said, "If there is an afterlife, if consciousness continues after death, then I'm going to Hades, the Greek underworld, where all the dead were believed to go. And what's in Hades? According to the traditional stories, the place is ruled by just judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus. These were legendary figures known for their fairness and wisdom. So if I go there, Socrates reasoned, I'll be judged justly, not by corrupt politicians or frightened mobs, but by truly just judges who can see into my soul and know what I really am." And that prospect didn't frighten Socrates at all. In fact, it excited him, because he believed he'd lived a good life, not a perfect life. He never claimed perfection, but a life devoted to virtue, to truth-seeking, to helping others examine their lives. If his soul was going to be judged by truly just judges, he was confident the judgment would be fair. Think about what this reveals. Socrates wasn't afraid of divine judgment because he had examined his own life thoroughly. He knew himself. He'd spent 70 years questioning his own motives, examining his own actions, checking whether he was living according to his principles. He wasn't perfect, but he was honest, and he believed that genuine, examined honesty was what mattered. If you've spent your life lying to yourself, pretending to be virtuous while acting viciously, then yes, you should fear judgment, because judgment will reveal the truth you've been hiding from. But if you've lived the examined life, if you've been honest with yourself about your flaws and worked to improve, if you've tried genuinely to be good rather than merely to appear good, then judgment is nothing to fear. It's just truth-telling, and truth is what philosophers seek. So that was Socrates' first reason not to fear an afterlife with judgment. He'd lived well enough that he had nothing to hide from just judges. But there was more. There was something that excited him about the possibility of an afterlife, something that made him almost eager for death if this was what awaited him. All the dead are in Hades. All of them. Every person who ever lived and died before you, which means, and this is what made Socrates' eyes light up when he talked about it, he would get to meet all the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Homer, the legendary poet whose works defined Greek culture. Hesiod, who wrote about the origin of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero who spent 10 years trying to get home from Troy. Agamemnon, who led the Greek army. Ajax, the great warrior. All the wise men and women who had puzzled over the same questions Socrates spent his life asking. Imagine being Socrates and thinking about this. You've spent your entire life seeking wisdom, asking questions, trying to understand virtue and justice and the good life. You've talked with thousands of people, but most of them didn't really understand what you were trying to do. They got defensive or confused or angry when you questioned them. But in Hades, you'd be surrounded by the greatest minds in history, and you'd have eternity to talk with them. No interruptions for meals or sleep or bodily needs, because you wouldn't have a body anymore. Just pure conversation, pure thought, pure philosophical inquiry, forever. For Socrates, this sounded like paradise. This was his idea of heaven, not harps and clouds, but endless philosophical dialogue with the most interesting people who ever lived. And here's the best part. According to Socrates, they don't execute you in Hades for asking annoying questions. He'd be free to do what got him killed in Athens. Question everyone, examine every claim, pursue truth relentlessly, without any risk of being silenced. He could ask Odysseus whether he really was as wise as Homer claimed. He could question the famous lawmakers about whether they truly understood justice. He could spend centuries just exploring the meaning of courage with Achilles and Ajax. The work he'd started in Athens could continue forever, but without all the inconvenient limitations of having a body. Can you hear the genuine excitement in this? Socrates wasn't just making the best of a bad situation, wasn't just rationalizing away his fear. He was genuinely intrigued by the possibility of death as continuation. If that's what death was, it might actually be better than life. And he pointed out something else interesting. In Athens, his questioning had made him enemies. It had gotten him condemned to death. But in Hades, the only authority figures were just judges. And they wouldn't condemn him for pursuing truth. They would understand. They would appreciate. They might even join in. So if death was continuation, Socrates win-win. He'd either be with just judges who would recognize his virtue, or he'd be free to do what he loved most without fear of persecution. Either way, it was good. Do you see what Socrates did here? He took the two basic possibilities that most people fear, either non-existence or judgment, and reframed both of them as potentially positive. Non-existence. That's perfect rest, dreamless sleep, freedom from all suffering. Judgment. That's finally being evaluated fairly by those who truly understand justice, plus the opportunity to pursue wisdom forever. Neither option is frightening. Both could be good. Therefore, death itself is nothing to fear. But there's something even deeper in Socrates' argument that we need to understand. His lack of fear wasn't just based on abstract logical possibilities. It was rooted in something more fundamental, his understanding of what really matters. Remember what Socrates believed was most important: the quality of your soul. Not your body, not your possessions, not your reputation, your soul, your character, your virtue, your wisdom. That was what really mattered, what really defined who you were. And here's the crucial point. Death can't touch that. If death is annihilation, then yes, your soul ceases to exist along with everything else. But in that case, there's no you left to regret it or suffer from it. And before you cease to exist, your soul was good. You lived well. The quality of your existence while it lasted was high. That's what mattered. If death is continuation, then your soul is literally all you take with you. Your body gets left behind. Your possessions stay in Athens. Your reputation is in the hands of whoever wants to gossip about you. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, everything you've cultivated through examination and effort that goes with you, that's yours forever. So either way, having invested in your soul rather than in external things, you're prepared. You've put your energy into the one thing that either doesn't matter if you cease to exist, or is all that matters if you continue to exist. This is why Socrates could say that a good person has nothing to fear from death. Not because good people get special treatment or divine protection, but because if you've cultivated your soul, if you've lived virtuously, if you've examined your life and found it good, then you've prepared for either possibility. The person who has spent their life accumulating wealth, death takes that away. The person who has invested everything in their body, their beauty, their strength, their physical pleasures, death destroys that. The person whose entire identity is wrapped up in their social status or their career or other people's opinions of them, death strips all of that away. But the person who has cultivated virtue, who has gained wisdom, who has developed their character, death can't touch any of that. It either preserves it eternally or ends everything, including the capacity to suffer, loss. This is the genius of Socrates' philosophy of death. It's not wishful thinking or blind faith. It's a careful analysis of possibilities combined with a clear understanding of what's valuable. If you value things that death can take away, you'll fear death. If you value the one thing death either preserves or makes irrelevant, you won't fear death. It's almost that simple. Of course, Socrates acknowledged that he didn't know which possibility was true. He couldn't know. No one who was alive could know for certain what happened after death. That was one of the few things he was absolutely certain of, his own ignorance about death's true nature. But that's the point. He didn't need to know. He'd examined both possibilities, thought them through carefully, and found that neither was frightening. So death itself, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror. This is the examined life applied to the ultimate question. Instead of just inheriting fears about death from culture or religion or other people, Socrates examined those fears. He looked at what death might actually be, thought through the implications of each possibility, and realized that there was nothing there that should frighten a person who had lived well. And this brings us back to why he could sleep peacefully that final night. He wasn't in denial about death. He wasn't pretending it wasn't happening or suppressing his fear. He had genuinely examined death, understood it as well as anyone could, and concluded that it was, at worst, nothing, and, at best, wonderful. So, why not sleep? Why lie awake worrying about something that might be perfect rest, or might be the greatest adventure? Why fear losing consciousness when that's either the end and thus not fearful, or the beginning of something better? The examined life had given him this gift. The ability to think clearly about death without panic, to analyze it rationally, to strip away the culturally inherited fears and see what was really there. And what was really there was either nothing or something good, not much to lose sleep over. But we need to be honest about something. This works if, and only if, you've lived well. Socrates' calm in the face of death was rooted in his confidence that he'd cultivated his soul, that he'd lived virtuously, that he had nothing to be ashamed of before just judges. What if you haven't? What if you've spent your life pursuing wealth and power and pleasure? What if you've betrayed your principles for comfort? What if you've harmed others for personal gain? What if you've lived unexamined, driven by appetites and fears rather than reason and virtue? Then death becomes terrifying. Because if it's annihilation, you've wasted the only existence you had. You spent your one life accumulating things that don't matter, neglecting the one thing that does, your soul. And if it's continuation with judgment, then you face an accounting that you're not prepared for. You've built a soul that's corrupt, weak, driven by base desires rather than wisdom. And that's what you take with you into eternity. Socrates' philosophy of death is comforting, but it's not cheap comfort. It's not, everyone goes to heaven regardless of how they lived. It's, if you live well, examining your life and cultivating virtue, then death holds no terror because you've invested in what matters. The comfort comes from the work. The peace comes from the examination. The fearlessness comes from the virtue. You can't fake it. You can't suddenly adopt this philosophy on your deathbed and expect it to work. It's the culmination of a lifetime of living examined, thinking clearly, choosing virtue over vice, soul over body, truth over comfort. Socrates could face death with calm because he'd spent 70 years preparing for it. Not intentionally preparing for this specific execution. He'd hoped to live longer, but preparing nonetheless, by living the kind of life that made death, whenever it came, nothing to fear. This is what the examined life offers. Not immortality, not escape from death, but the ability to face death without terror, to meet it with curiosity rather than dread, to see it as a friend rather than an enemy, because you've done the work. You've cultivated what matters, you've lived well, and whatever death brings, perfect rest or eternal conversation with the greatest minds in history, you're ready for it. That readiness, that peace, that freedom from fear, that's the gift of philosophy properly lived. That's what Socrates demonstrated in that prison cell. That's why he could sleep peacefully and wake calmly and face his final hours with grace. He'd examined death, found it good, and was ready to experience it. But before he would drink the hemlock, before the final moment came, there would be more conversations, more examinations, more demonstrations of how to live and die with wisdom. Because even in his final hours, Socrates had lessons to teach. There's an aspect of Socrates' philosophy that might seem strange to us, even troubling. But to understand why he could face death not just calmly, but almost eagerly, we need to explore it. This is the idea that the body is a kind of prison for the soul, and that death, which separates soul from body, is actually a liberation. Now, before we go further, we should be clear. This doesn't mean Socrates hated life or was suicidal, or thought existence was inherently bad. He loved good conversation, beautiful ideas, his friends, the city of Athens. He laughed, ate, walked in the sunshine. He appreciated life, but he also believed that the body was, in many ways, an obstacle to what he really wanted to do. And what he really wanted to do was think clearly, pursue wisdom, understand truth. Let's explore this idea carefully, because it's central to understanding his philosophy of death. Think about your typical day. How much of it is consumed by the needs of your body? You wake up and within an hour or so, you're hungry. You need breakfast. Then you need to clean yourself, shower, brush your teeth, attend to basic hygiene. You need to dress yourself appropriately for the weather and social situation. Then, a few hours later, you're hungry again. You need lunch, and you need to go to the bathroom. And maybe you're getting tired. Your body needs rest, even though you just woke up a few hours ago. Or you're getting stiff from sitting, so you need to move around. Or you're cold, or hot, or thirsty, or experiencing some discomfort that demands attention. Then you need dinner, more bathroom trips, more adjustments to your environment to keep your body comfortable. And eventually, whether you want to or not, you need to sleep. Your body shuts down for approximately a third of your life, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is every single day. Your body constantly interrupting. Your mind with demands. Feed me, rest me, warm me, cool me, empty me, scratch this itch, adjust this position. Pay attention to this pain. For most of us, this is just normal life. We don't think much about it. It's just how things are. But Socrates looked at it differently. He saw all these bodily needs as interruptions to what really mattered: thinking, learning, pursuing wisdom. He'd be in the middle of a fascinating philosophical conversation, and someone would say, "Socrates, let's continue this over lunch, I'm starving." The body's needs would interrupt the mind's work. Or he'd be lying awake at night, turning over a difficult philosophical problem, and his body would demand sleep. The very moment when he might be on the verge of understanding something important, his body would force unconsciousness on him. Or he'd want to spend hours thinking about justice, but his body would get sick or feel pain, or need to be somewhere else to earn money to feed itself. The body, from this perspective, is demanding and needy and constant. It requires maintenance the way a machine requires maintenance. Except, you can't just take a day off from maintaining your body. It needs attention every single day, multiple times per day, for your entire life. And that's when everything goes well. When your body is healthy and young and strong. As you age, the maintenance becomes even more demanding. Things hurt. Things stop working properly. You need more rest, more medical attention, more accommodation for increasing limitations. Socrates was 70 when he died, old by ancient standards, though not unheard of. He'd lived long enough to experience his body's decline, to feel things that used to be easy become difficult, to need more rest, to have less energy, to feel the body becoming less obedient to the will. And through all of this, his mind, his soul, remained sharp, still asking questions, still pursuing wisdom, still trying to understand, but increasingly trapped in a body that was wearing out. Now, contrast this with what Socrates imagined consciousness without a body would be like. In his vision of the afterlife, if there was one, souls existed as pure mind, no bodies, no physical needs, no hunger or thirst or tiredness or pain, which meant no interruptions to thinking. You could pursue a philosophical question for as long as you wanted without needing to stop for lunch. You could have a conversation with Homer or Hesiod that lasted centuries without anyone needing to sleep. You could focus completely on ideas without any bodily discomfort distracting you. From Socrates' perspective, this sounded wonderful. This was what philosophy had been training him for all along. Life as pure thought, pure reason, pure consciousness, without all the messy biological needs getting in the way. This is why he said that philosophy was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or death-obsessed, but because philosophical practice was essentially learning to separate your soul from your body's demands, learning to think clearly despite physical discomfort, learning to prioritize mental cultivation over physical pleasure, learning to identify yourself with your mind rather than your body. Every time Socrates stood in the agora for hours, so absorbed in conversation that he forgot to eat, he was practicing this separation. Every time he endured physical hardship, in military campaigns without complaint, he was strengthening his soul's independence from his body's discomfort. Every time he chose to live in poverty rather than abandon philosophy, he was demonstrating that his soul's health mattered more than his body's comfort. He was training himself to be essentially less attached to his body, less identified with it, less controlled by its needs and wants and demands. And this training, this lifelong practice, was what made death less frightening, because death was just the final and complete version of what he'd been practicing all along. The ultimate separation of soul from body, the final liberation from physical demands. Now, we need to be careful here. There's a version of this philosophy that can become unhealthy, the idea that the body is evil, that physical pleasure is wrong, that we should punish or deny our bodies. That's not what Socrates was teaching. He wasn't an ascetic who tortured his body or denied it all pleasure. He ate when he was hungry. He appreciated good food when it was offered. He had a family, which implies physical intimacy. He wore simple clothes, but he wore clothes. He went barefoot, but not because he thought feet were evil, more likely because it was comfortable for him, and he didn't care about social conventions. The point wasn't that bodies are bad. The point was that bodies are temporary and demanding, while souls can be permanent and self-sufficient. So if you have to choose where to invest your limited time and energy, invest in your soul. Think of it this way. Imagine you're renting an apartment temporarily. You know you'll only be there for a year, maybe less. How much time and money do you put into renovating it? Probably not much. You keep it clean and functional, but you don't invest heavily in improving something you'll have to leave soon. But if you're building a house you'll live in for decades, or that you'll pass on to your children, you invest differently. You put in the time and effort to make it strong and beautiful and lasting. For Socrates, the body was like the rental apartment, temporary housing. You maintain it sufficiently, but you don't mistake it for your real home. Your real home is your soul. That's what you invest in, what you improve, what you cultivate with care. And death was just moving day. Time to leave the temporary housing and either move to a permanent home if there's an afterlife, or simply end the lease if death is annihilation. Either way, you weren't supposed to be overly attached to the apartment. It was never really yours. This metaphor helps explain why Socrates could face his execution with equanimity. The state of Athens was going to destroy his body, his temporary housing. So what? He'd known from the beginning it was temporary. He hadn't invested his identity in it. He'd focused on his soul, on cultivating virtue and wisdom, and that couldn't be destroyed by hemlock. There's a story that illustrates this beautifully. During Socrates' imprisonment, a friend came to visit and found him sitting up, rubbing his leg where the chains had been removed. The guard had just taken off the leg irons, and Socrates was experiencing that mixture of pain and pleasure as circulation returned. He remarked on how strange it was, pain and pleasure, such opposites, yet they follow each other so closely. Remove the pain, and pleasure comes. Indulge in too much pleasure, and pain often follows. They're bound together, these physical sensations. And then he made an offhand comment about how if someone were going to write a fable about pain and pleasure, they could describe them as two creatures that Zeus decided to tie together by their heads, so that wherever one goes, the other follows. This is revealing. Here's Socrates, hours or days from execution, and he's philosophizing about the nature of pleasure and pain based on having his leg irons removed. He's not despairing about his fate or raging against injustice. He's observing, analyzing, trying to understand, and his observation is essentially this: physical sensations, pleasure and pain, are bound together and inherently unstable. You can't have one without the other, but that's a feature of bodily existence, not of the soul. The soul, properly cultivated, can be at peace regardless of whether the body is experiencing pleasure or pain. This is what Socrates had achieved. His body was in prison, his body had been chained, his body would soon be poisoned. But his soul was free, free from the dominance of physical sensation, free from the tyranny of bodily needs, free from fear of bodily death. And this freedom, this independence of soul from body, was what philosophy had given him. It was what the examined life had cultivated. And it was what made death not just bearable, but, in a strange way, a culmination of everything he'd been working toward. Think about what death represented for Socrates. If his philosophy was right, if death was either annihilation or continuation as pure mind, then either way it meant freedom from the body's constant demands. No more hunger interrupting thoughts, no more tiredness forcing sleep when you want to think, no more pain distracting from philosophy, no more aging body limiting what you can do, no more biological needs determining how you spend your time. Just consciousness, just thought, just the soul, doing what it does best, thinking, understanding, pursuing wisdom, without any physical obstacles. For someone who had spent their entire life frustrated by the body's interruptions, this was genuinely appealing. Not because life was bad, but because this aspect of life, being bound to a needy, aging, mortal body, was finally ending. It's like being a painter who loves to paint, but whose hands are arthritic and painful. Every brushstroke costs something. The thing you love most is impeded by your physical condition. And then imagine someone offers you a way to paint without hands, to create directly from imagination without physical limitations. Wouldn't that be appealing? Not because you hate painting or hate life, but because you could finally do what you love without the physical impediments. That's how Socrates thought about death. He loved wisdom, loved philosophy, loved thinking and understanding, and his body increasingly got in the way. Death promised either perfect rest, fine, he was tired anyway, or pure consciousness, even better, philosophy without physical limitations. This is radically different from how most of us think about death. We fear losing our bodies because we identify with them. We are our bodies, in our understanding, our experiences, our pleasures, our connections to the world, all mediated through our bodies. To lose the body is to lose everything. But Socrates had spent his life cultivating a different identity. He identified with his soul, his mind, his consciousness. His body was something he had, not something he was. And when you have that perspective, death becomes much less frightening. There's a deeper philosophical point here about suffering and happiness. Socrates believed that most human misery comes from being too attached to the body and its pleasures. We suffer when our bodies are in pain. We suffer when we can't have the physical pleasures we crave. We suffer when our bodies age and decline. We suffer when we compare our bodies to others and find them lacking. All of this suffering comes from over-identifying with the body, from thinking that bodily condition determines happiness. But what if it doesn't? What if happiness comes from the soul's condition, from wisdom, virtue, integrity, self-knowledge? Then physical suffering becomes much more bearable. Not because it doesn't hurt, it does, but because it doesn't threaten what really matters. Your body can be uncomfortable, imprisoned, even dying, and your soul can still be at peace. This was Socrates' lived experience in that prison. His body was confined, awaiting execution, but his soul was free. He spent his final days having fascinating conversations, thinking through difficult problems, teaching and learning and doing what he loved most. The prison couldn't confine what really mattered, and the hemlock would soon kill his body. But his soul, if it continued, wonderful. If it didn't, he wouldn't be there to regret it. Either way, the hemlock was powerless against what truly mattered. This is the ultimate freedom that Socrates' philosophy offered. Freedom from the fear of bodily death, because you've learned to distinguish yourself from your body. Freedom from dependence on physical circumstances for happiness, because you've cultivated something interior that circumstances can't touch. It's not easy to achieve. It takes a lifetime of practice, of examination, of choosing soul over body, again and again. But for someone who does achieve it, death loses its sting. The body might be a prison, but the soul can be free. And death? Death was just the prison door opening. Socrates was ready to walk through that door. Not because he hated the prison, but because he'd never really been imprisoned in the first place. His soul had been free all along, and death would just make that freedom complete and obvious. In a few hours, he would demonstrate this one final time. He would show his friends that a man who has cultivated his soul can face bodily death with grace, with calm, with philosophical clarity. He would prove that the body's death is not the person's death, or at least not the death of what really matters. But we're not quite there yet. We have a few more things to understand about those final hours, about the people who gathered to say goodbye, about the conversations that happened, and the children who came to see their father one last time. Because even as Socrates prepared to demonstrate his philosophy of death, he remained fully human, a father, a friend, a teacher, a man saying farewell to the life he had loved, even as he welcomed what came next. The sun is climbing higher now. Morning has fully arrived, and with it comes the certainty. Today is the day. The ship from Delos has been sighted. The sacred period is over. There are no more delays, no more waiting, no more maybe tomorrow. Today, Socrates will die. His friends have been arriving at the prison since early morning. Not just Crito, but others, many others. They've come to spend these final hours with him, to say goodbye, to be present for whatever wisdom he might offer in his last moments. Plato would later write down the names he remembered. Apollodorus, who was emotional and dramatic, prone to tears. Critobulus and his father Crito, of course. Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, Antisthenes, Ctesippus, Menexenus, and others, about 18 or 20 men in total, crowding into that prison cell. Plato himself was sick that day, he tells us. He wasn't there, but he heard about it from those who were, and he reconstructed it as best he could. So what we know about Socrates' final hours comes to us filtered through the memories of grieving friends and the literary artistry of Plato. But even accounting for that, the basic story seems reliable, and it's extraordinary. When his friends enter, they find Socrates sitting up on his cot. His wife Xanthippe is there, holding their youngest son. She's been allowed to visit, but when she sees all the friends arriving, when she realizes this is it, this is the final day, she breaks down. "Socrates," she cries out, "this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." It's a raw, human moment of grief. Whatever their relationship had been over the years, ancient sources suggest it was complicated. She's losing her husband today. Her sons are losing their father, and she can't contain the anguish of that. Socrates looks at Crito and gently asks him to have someone take Xanthippe home. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's cold, but probably because he can see this is too much for her. And maybe because he knows that if he lets himself fully feel her grief, fully acknowledge what he's doing to his family, it will be harder to maintain his philosophical composure. So Xanthippe is led away weeping, holding their child, and Socrates turns to his friends, his philosophical companions. The men who have followed him through the agora, listened to his questions, tried to learn his methods. These are the people he'll spend his final hours with. And what does he do? What would you do if you knew you had only a few hours left to live? Socrates does what he's always done. He philosophizes. He asks questions. He pursues truth. Even now, especially now, he demonstrates what it means to live the examined life until the very end. They talk about the soul, about whether it's immortal, about what happens after death. The conversation goes deep. Plato reconstructed it later as the dialogue called Phaedo, and it's one of the most beautiful and philosophically rich texts we have. Socrates presents arguments for why the soul might be immortal. Not with certainty, he never claims certainty about what he doesn't know, but with reasonable arguments that give hope and comfort to his friends. He talks about how the soul might be like a harmony, or perhaps not like a harmony. He considers whether opposites come from opposites, whether life comes from death as death comes from life. He discusses the theory of recollection, the idea that learning is really remembering what the soul knew before birth. His friends raise objections. They question his arguments. And Socrates welcomes this, encourages it. Even in his final hours, he wants genuine philosophical inquiry, not just comfort or agreement. He wants to pursue truth, or at least pursue it as far as they can go. At one point, the conversation gets particularly intense. A friend named Cebes raises a powerful objection to Socrates' arguments about immortality, and the whole room goes quiet, uncertain. Has Cebes found a flaw in Socrates' reasoning? Does the soul's immortality rest on shaky ground after all? Socrates responds with one of the most beautiful passages in all of philosophy. He talks about the danger of misology, hatred of reason, just as there's misanthropy, hatred of humanity. He says that misology happens when you trust reasoning too much without examining it carefully, and then when that reasoning fails, you lose faith in reason itself. We must not allow into our souls the conviction that there is no soundness in reasoning, he tells them. Rather, we should believe that it is we who are not yet sound, and we must take courage and be eager to become sound. Even here, facing death, he's teaching them not to give up on reason and philosophy, even when it's difficult, even when the arguments are hard, even when the stakes are this high. They continue talking. The sun moves across the sky. Hours pass. And then, late in the afternoon, the prison servant enters. This is the man whose job it is to prepare the hemlock, to administer it, to oversee the execution. He's done this many times before. It's his duty, but he stops when he sees Socrates, and he starts to cry. "Socrates," he says, struggling to maintain his composure, "I know you won't be angry with me. You know I'm not responsible for this. Others are to blame. You've been the noblest, gentlest, best man who has ever come to this place. I know you won't rage at me, but at those who are responsible." And then he breaks down completely. "Farewell," he manages to say through his tears. "Try to bear what must be borne as easily as you can." This moment is heartbreaking. This prison servant who has seen countless executions, who has learned to be professional and detached, cannot maintain that detachment with Socrates. He's moved by something he's witnessed in these final weeks. The grace, the calm, the kindness of this condemned man. Socrates responds with characteristic gentleness. "Farewell to you too," he says. "I'll do as you say." Then he turns to his friends. "What a gracious man. Throughout my time here, he's visited me and talked with me, and now see how generously he weeps for me. Come, let's obey him. Let someone bring the poison if it's ready. If not, let the servant prepare it." Crito, still hoping for delay, suggests waiting. "The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates. It hasn't set yet. Others have delayed, feasting and drinking, spending time with their loved ones. There's no rush." But Socrates is firm. Those men you mention have their reasons for doing that. They think they gain something by it, but I have my reasons for not doing it. I think I'd gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes, clutching at life when there's nothing more to gain. Go on, he tells Crito. Do as I say. So Crito nods to the servant, who leaves to prepare the hemlock. While he's gone, there's a heavy silence in the room. Everyone knows what's coming. Some of the men are weeping openly now. The philosophical discussion seems impossible to continue. But then Socrates breaks the silence with something almost mundane. He asks if he should bathe before drinking the poison. It's a practical question. The custom was to wash the body before death, to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. They tell him yes, that would be appropriate. So Socrates goes off to bathe, accompanied by Crito. The other friends wait, talking among themselves in low voices, thinking about what's about to happen, thinking about the loss they're about to suffer. When Socrates returns, clean and prepared, his 3 sons are brought to him. 2 older boys and the youngest, just a child. Xanthippe returns with them for a brief time. We don't know what Socrates said to his sons. Plato doesn't record it. Maybe it was too private, too painful. Maybe Plato wasn't told. But we can imagine. Instructions on how to live. Encouragement to pursue virtue. Apologies perhaps for leaving them. Love expressed in whatever way Socrates expressed love. Probably through teaching, through trying to make them understand why he had to do what he was doing. Then Xanthippe and the children are taken away again. Socrates returns to his friends, and the servant enters carrying a cup. The hemlock is ready. Socrates takes the cup without any hesitation, without any trembling. His friends later remarked on this. How steady his hand was, how calm his face. He asked the servant, with apparent genuine curiosity, "What do I need to do? Can I pour a libation from this to some god? Or not?" The servant explains that they've prepared only enough for the required dose, no extra for religious ritual. But, he adds, after you drink it, you should walk around until your legs feel heavy, then lie down. The poison will do its work. Socrates nods. Then he says something that reveals his true feelings beneath the philosophical calm. But surely, it's permitted to pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the next will be fortunate. That's my prayer. May it be so. And he raises the cup and drinks it. Drinks it, according to Plato's account, cheerfully and easily, without tremor or change of color or expression. This is the moment his friends have been dreading. Up until now, it's been theoretical, impending, soon, but not yet. Now it's happening. Socrates has drunk the poison. There's no reversing it. In minutes, he'll be dead. Most of them have been holding back tears, trying to be strong for Socrates' sake. But now they can't hold back anymore. The weeping starts. Apollodorus, who's been on the verge all day, begins to wail. Others join in. The sound of grief fills the cell. Socrates, who has just drunk hemlock, who is experiencing the first effects of the poison, stops and looks at his friends with something close to exasperation, though a gentle exasperation. "My friends, what are you doing?" he asks. "I sent the women away mainly so they wouldn't behave in this way. I've heard that one should die in silence. Be still and control yourselves." It's a rebuke, but a loving one. He's trying to give them one last lesson. This is how to face death. With calm, with dignity, with philosophical grace, not with wailing and grief, but with acceptance and peace. Ashamed, the men try to control their tears. The room grows quieter, though you can hear stifled sobs, see wet faces. Socrates begins walking around, as the servant instructed. He's talking, still teaching, still present. But then he says his legs are getting heavy. He lies down on his back. The servant who gave him the poison comes over and begins checking his feet, his legs, pressing them, testing for sensation. The poison is working, starting from the extremities and moving inward. The servant presses Socrates' foot and asks if he can feel it. Socrates says no. The numbness is spreading. The servant keeps checking, moving up the legs. Still no feeling. The hemlock is paralyzing him gradually, shutting down his body bit by bit. His friends watch in anguish, seeing him slip away, knowing there's nothing they can do, nothing to say that hasn't been said. When the numbness reaches his waist, Socrates uncovers his face. He'd covered it at some point, perhaps for privacy in these final moments, and speaks his final words. "Crito," he says, "we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt. Don't forget." Crito, through his tears, says he'll do it. "Is there anything else?" he asks. But there's no answer. A moment later, Socrates makes a slight movement. The servant uncovers his face and checks his eyes. They're fixed, staring, lifeless. Socrates is dead. Crito closes his friend's eyes and mouth, the task that he'd hoped never to perform, that he'd tried to prevent by offering escape, by pleading for Socrates to value life over principle. That task is done. His friend is gone. Plato, writing about this years later, having heard the story from those who were there, concluded his account with words that still resonate. Such was the end of our friend, a man who, we would say, was of all those we have known the best, and also the wisest and most just. The prison cell was quiet now, except for the sound of men weeping. The greatest philosopher Athens had produced lay dead on a cot, his body still, his final words, a cryptic instruction about paying a debt to the god of healing. What did he mean, owing a rooster to Asclepius? Scholars have debated this for centuries. Asclepius was the god of medicine and healing. You sacrificed to him when you recovered from illness. So was Socrates saying that death was a healing, a cure for the disease of life? Was he suggesting that life itself was an illness, and death the recovery, or was it simpler? Just a debt he owed, a promise he'd made, one final practical matter to attend to even as he died? We don't know. Maybe Crito didn't know either, but he would pay the debt as he'd promised. One last service to his friend. The men eventually left the prison. They went back to their homes, to their lives that would continue even though Socrates had ended. They carried with them the memory of what they'd witnessed, a death that was unlike any other death. A man who had faced execution with calmness, with grace, with philosophical integrity maintained to the very end. Some of them, like Plato, would spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they'd learned from Socrates, writing about him, teaching his methods, trying to live up to his example. The death of Socrates would become more influential than the life of almost anyone else in history. But that comes later. Right now, in this prison cell on this afternoon in Athens in 399 BCE, there's just the quiet after death, the body of an old man who drank poison rather than betray his principles, the grief of friends who loved him and couldn't save him, the end of a life that had been devoted to examining life itself, and the question that would haunt everyone who heard the story. Could I do that? Could I face death with such calm? Could I value my principles more than my survival? Could I drink the hemlock without trembling? For most of us, the honest answer is probably no. We couldn't. We aren't Socrates. We haven't spent 70 years preparing for this moment. We haven't examined our lives so thoroughly, cultivated our souls so completely, achieved such clarity about what matters and what doesn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the death of Socrates isn't meant to make us feel guilty about our fear of death. Maybe it's meant to show us what's possible, what a human being can achieve through examination, through philosophy, through living deliberately and consciously. Maybe it's meant to inspire us to start our own examination, to ask our own questions, to cultivate our own souls. Not so we can face death without fear, though that would be nice, but so we can live our lives more fully, more consciously, more truly. Because Socrates didn't spend 70 years preparing to die well. He spent 70 years living well. Peaceful death was just the natural conclusion of a well-lived life. The final demonstration that all the philosophy, all the questioning, all the examination actually worked, that it actually delivered what it promised: freedom from fear, peace of mind, a life worth living, and a death worth dying. The body lay still on the cot. But the ideas, the questions, the methods, the philosophy that Socrates had lived and died for, those were just beginning their journey through history. And that journey continues today, more than 2,000 years later, as we tell the story again, examine it again, try to understand what this strange, ugly, brilliant man discovered about how to live and how to die. The hemlock did its work. The body ceased functioning. The breath stopped. The heart stopped. The brain stopped. But what about the soul? Did it cease too, returning to the dreamless sleep Socrates had described? Or did it continue, making its way to Hades to meet all those ancient heroes and thinkers he'd been eager to question? We don't know. We can't know. Just as Socrates didn't know. But he'd examined both possibilities and found neither frightening, and he'd lived in a way that made him ready for either one. That was his final lesson. That was his gift to everyone who would hear his story. Not certainty about death, but preparedness for it. Not knowledge of what comes next, but peace about whatever does come next. And that peace, that readiness, that freedom from fear, it came from living the examined life. The sun was setting now on Athens. The light that had filled the prison cell was fading. Soon it would be dark. But something was just beginning to dawn. The news of Socrates' death spread through Athens quickly. By evening, everyone knew. The strange old philosopher who questioned everyone, who had been convicted of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, had drunk the hemlock. He was dead. For his enemies, it must have been a relief. The gadfly was finally silenced. The questioner who had made them look foolish, who had exposed their ignorance, who had turned young men against traditional values. He was gone. Athens could return to normal now. But they were wrong, profoundly wrong, because Socrates' death didn't end his influence. In many ways, it was just the beginning. Think about what would have happened if Socrates had escaped, if he'd fled to Thessaly, as Crito had begged him to do. He would have lived a few more years, perhaps. He could have continued teaching in exile. Some students might have followed him, but he would have been diminished. A man who talked about principles, but abandoned them when they became inconvenient. A philosopher who preached virtue, but chose survival over integrity. His enemies in Athens would have said, "See?" All his fine talk about the examined life, and when it mattered, he ran away like a coward. His teachings would have lost their power. His example would have been compromised. He might have lived longer, but his philosophy would have died. Instead, by refusing to escape, by drinking the hemlock with calm dignity, by dying exactly as his philosophy said a wise person should die, Socrates did something extraordinary. He proved that everything he'd taught was real, not just clever words or abstract theory, but a genuine way of living and dying that actually worked. His death became the ultimate validation of his philosophy. It said, this isn't just talk, this is real. A person who lives the examined life, who cultivates their soul, who values virtue over survival, really can face death without fear. I'm showing you. I'm proving it. Watch. And people did watch. People are still watching. More than 2,000 years later. Plato was 28 when Socrates died. He'd been studying with him for 8 years or so. He was devastated by the death. So devastated that he left Athens for a while, traveling, processing his grief, trying to make sense of what had happened. But then he came back, and he began to write. Not abstract philosophical treatises, but dialogues, conversations, dramatized recreations of Socrates in action, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom. He wrote about the trial, about the prison conversations, about the death scene. He wrote dialogue after dialogue, always with Socrates as the central character, the questioner, the searcher for truth. Through Plato's writings, Socrates became immortal. Not just remembered, but present. Anyone who read Plato's dialogues could meet Socrates, hear his voice, see him at work. The man was dead, but the method lived on, and Plato wasn't the only one. Xenophon wrote about Socrates too. Other students wrote, taught, founded schools based on what they'd learned from him. Within a generation, Socrates was famous not just in Athens, but throughout the Greek world. And the philosophers who came after, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Skeptics, various schools with different interpretations, almost all of them looked back to Socrates as the founder, the exemplar, the one who showed what philosophy really was. He became, in death, what he'd never quite been in life, the father of Western philosophy. Not because he wrote anything, he didn't. Not because he founded a school, he didn't do that either. But because he lived and died in a way that proved philosophy wasn't just intellectual games. It was a way of life that could transform how you thought, how you lived, and how you faced death. The Stoics in particular were profoundly influenced by Socrates' death. They built an entire philosophy around the idea that virtue is the only true good, that external things like health and wealth and even life itself are indifferent, neither good nor bad in themselves. What matters is how you respond to them, what choices you make, how you maintain your character regardless of circumstances. And when they wanted to illustrate this philosophy, when they needed an example of someone who had truly achieved Stoic virtue, they pointed to Socrates. Look at how he died, they said. That's what we mean. That's what it looks like to value virtue over everything else. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who lived centuries after Socrates, used him as an example again and again. When Epictetus wanted to explain that you can't be harmed by external things, only by your own vice, he pointed to Socrates. Did Athens have the power to harm Socrates? No, it could kill him, but it couldn't harm him. The harm would have come only if he'd betrayed himself by escaping. The Cynics, who rejected conventional society and lived with radical simplicity, also looked to Socrates. They saw in him someone who cared nothing for wealth or status or comfort, who lived according to reason and virtue alone. Even the Epicureans, who disagreed with much of Socratic philosophy, respected his death. Their whole philosophy was about achieving tranquility by understanding that death is nothing to fear. And Socrates had demonstrated that tranquility perfectly. So Socrates' death became a touchstone for all of Greek and Roman philosophy. Different. Schools interpreted him differently, claimed him as their predecessor, argued about what he really meant. But they all agreed on one thing. His death mattered. It showed something important about how a philosopher, how any wise person, should face mortality. And this influence didn't stop with ancient philosophy. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, Christian thinkers had to grapple with Socrates. Here was a pagan who had died for truth, who had remained faithful to his principles even unto death, who had spoken of the soul's immortality and divine judgment. In some ways, he seemed almost like a Christian saint avant la lettre, before Christianity even existed. Some early Christian writers, like Justin Martyr, argued that Socrates had been inspired by the divine Logos, the same force that would later be fully revealed in Christ. They saw his death as a kind of proto-martyrdom, a prefiguring of Christian witness. Throughout the Middle Ages, despite being a pagan, Socrates was respected and studied. Medieval philosophers read Plato's dialogues, encountered Socrates, and had to reckon with this man who seemed to have discovered important truths through reason alone, without revelation. The Renaissance humanists were even more enthusiastic. They saw in Socrates an example of human dignity, of the power of reason, of the nobility of dying for truth. He became a hero of the humanist movement, proof that human beings could achieve wisdom and virtue through their own efforts. And in the modern era, Socrates has remained endlessly fascinating. Philosophers, historians, playwrights, novelists, all have returned again and again to this story. The trial, the prison conversations, The death scene. They've been retold, reimagined, reinterpreted countless times. Why? What is it about this? Death, this particular death of one old man in Athens 2,400 years ago, that continues to grip people's imagination. Part of it is surely the drama. It's a great story. The unjust accusation, the dignified defense, the refusal to escape, the calm. Death. It has all the elements of tragedy, except Socrates himself doesn't seem to experience it as tragic. He's at peace. That paradox is fascinating. But it's more than just dramatic. Socrates' death asks us a question that never gets old, never becomes irrelevant. What would you die for? What principles, what values, what truths matter enough to you that you choose death rather than betray them? Most of us, if we're honest, don't have a good answer to that question. We'd like to think we have principles we'd die for. But we're not sure. We haven't been tested. We hope we never will be. Socrates shows us what it looks like when someone actually faces that test and passes. When someone really does value their soul more than their body, truth more than survival, integrity more than life itself. And in showing us that, he forces us to examine our own lives. Would we drink the hemlock? Could we? What would it take for us to develop the kind of wisdom, the kind of courage, the kind of clarity that Socrates had? This is why the death of Socrates is still taught in philosophy classes, still referenced, in ethical discussions, still appearing in books and films and plays. Because it represents something we aspire to, even if we doubt we could achieve it. It represents the examined life taken to its logical conclusion. It shows us what philosophy looks like when it's not just academic or theoretical but actually lived, when it actually transforms how you face the ultimate test. But there's something else important about Socrates' legacy that we need to understand. His death didn't just validate his philosophy, it also changed what philosophy was, what philosophers did, how they understood their mission. Before Socrates, Greek philosophy was mostly about understanding the natural world. What is everything made of? How did the cosmos come into being? What are the fundamental elements? These were important questions, but they were external. They were about the world out there. Socrates changed the focus. He made philosophy about the self, about how to live, about virtue and the soul. He made it personal and practical. Philosophy wasn't just about understanding nature. It was about improving yourself, examining your life, becoming a better person. And he showed that this kind of philosophy had real stakes. It wasn't just interesting, intellectual work. It was a way of life that could get you killed because it challenged power, exposed hypocrisy, questioned authority. But it was also a way of life that could give you a kind of peace and freedom that nothing else could. After Socrates, that's what philosophy became. Not just natural science or logic puzzles, but a guide to living. A way of achieving wisdom and tranquility. A path to the good life. The Stoics made this explicit. They divided philosophy into three parts: logic, physics, and ethics. But they said ethics was the most important, and the others only mattered insofar as they helped you live well. Philosophy was about how to live and how to die. This Socratic understanding of philosophy dominated for centuries. Whether you were Stoic or Epicurean or Cynic or Skeptic, you agreed that philosophy was supposed to transform your life, not just fill your head with theories. It's only in the modern era that philosophy has become primarily academic, primarily theoretical, primarily separated from life. And even now, there's a counter-movement. People trying to recover philosophy as a way of life, trying to make it practical again, trying to return to the Socratic ideal. And when they do, when they ask what that ideal looks like, they look back to Socrates, to his method of questioning, to his focus on ethics, to his calm in the face of death. The death itself becomes a teaching. It says, this is what matters. This is what philosophy is for. Not publishing papers or winning arguments, but developing the kind of wisdom and courage that lets you face anything, even death, with tranquility. There's a famous painting of the death of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, painted in 1787, more than 2,000 years after the event. It shows Socrates, upright in bed, one hand reaching for the cup of hemlock, the other hand raised as if still teaching, still making a point. Around him are his grieving students. His body is idealized, heroic, like a classical statue. It's not historically accurate. Socrates was 70 and probably didn't look that noble. But it captures something true about how his death has been remembered. As noble, as heroic, as a moment of supreme moral courage. That painting influenced how generations of people thought about death, about principle, about courage. It became an icon of the Enlightenment, of the power of reason, of the dignity of dying for truth. And it's just one of hundreds of artistic representations of Socrates' death. Sculptures, paintings, plays, operas, films. Artists keep returning to this moment, trying to capture it, to understand it, to show what it means, because it does mean something, not just historically, not just philosophically, but personally. It asks each person who encounters it, how will you face death? What will you have lived for? When everything is stripped away, what will remain? Socrates had an answer. He'd examined his life thoroughly. He'd cultivated his soul carefully. He'd lived according to his principles consistently. And when death came, he was ready. He'd done the work. His soul was in order. There was nothing to fear. Most of us haven't done that work, haven't examined that thoroughly, haven't lived that consistently. And so death remains frightening because we know we're not ready. We know there are things unexamined, things unresolved, things we've been putting off. But Socrates' death tells us it's not too late. Start now. Begin the examination. Ask the questions. Pursue wisdom. Cultivate your soul. Live deliberately, consciously, according to principles you've actually thought through. You probably won't have to drink hemlock. You probably won't be condemned to death by your city, but you will die someday. That's certain. And when that day comes, wouldn't it be better to face it as Socrates did? With calmness, with clarity, with a well-examined life behind you. That's the gift his death gave us. Not a formula for avoiding death. We can't. Not even certain knowledge about what happens after death. We still don't have that. But an example of how to face death when it comes. An example of a life well lived, a soul well cultivated, a death well met, and the knowledge that it's possible, that a human being really can achieve this, that through examination and philosophy and virtue, you really can develop the kind of wisdom that makes death nothing to fear. Socrates did it. We saw him do it. We have the testimony of his friends who were there, who watched him drink the hemlock without trembling, who heard his final words, who witnessed his peaceful end. It happened. It's real. It's possible. And that possibility has been inspiring people for 2,400 years, inspiring them to examine their own lives, to question their assumptions, to pursue wisdom over wealth, to value their souls over their bodies, to live deliberately, to prepare, not just for death, but for life, for living it fully, consciously. Well, the hemlock killed the man, but the example, the teaching, that can never die, it lives in every person who hears the story and asks, could I do that? Should I try to live that way? What would the examined life look like for me? Those questions keep Socrates alive. Those questions are his immortality, far more certain than any afterlife in Hades. He wanted to spend eternity questioning the great thinkers of the past. Maybe, in a way, he got his wish, because we're still questioning him, still thinking about him, still examining his life and death and trying to understand what he discovered. And in doing that, in examining his examined life, we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do. We're questioning, we're thinking. We're not accepting easy answers. We're living more consciously. That's the legacy. That's what his death taught us about life. Not that death is nothing, It's real and it matters, but that a life well lived makes death bearable, maybe even beautiful. That wisdom is real and achievable. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly despite fear. That the soul really is more valuable than the body, if by soul we mean character, wisdom, virtue, everything that makes you who you truly are. 2,400 years, that's how long Socrates has been dead. But his death is still teaching, still challenging, still asking each of us, will you examine your life? Will you cultivate your soul? Will you live deliberately? Will you face death with wisdom rather than terror? The answer is up to each of us. But we have an example, we have a teacher. We have the story of a man who did it, who showed it was possible, who proved that philosophy isn't just words, but a real way of transforming how you live and die. That's what death taught us about life. That's what Socrates gave us. That's his gift to every generation that comes after him, including ours. The body has been dead for millennia, but the soul, the teaching, the example, the questions, that's immortal. Just as Socrates hoped it would be. So we've traveled with Socrates from his questioning youth to his peaceful death. We've examined his philosophy, understood his courage, witnessed his final moments. But now we need to ask, what does this mean for us? How do we actually live? With these insights, how do we practice what Socrates taught? Because that's what it is, a practice, not a belief system you adopt once and forget about. Not a philosophy you agree with intellectually, but never apply. A practice. Something you do regularly, intentionally, as a way of life. Let's talk about what it means to live with death in mind. Not morbidly, not obsessively, but consciously. The way Socrates did. The Stoics, who learned so much from Socrates, had a specific practice for this. They called it memento mori. Remember that you will die. It sounds grim, it sounds depressing, but they didn't mean it that way at all. The point of remembering death isn't to make you sad or fearful. The point is to wake you up, to help you see what matters and what doesn't, to give you perspective on all the trivial things that consume your attention and energy. Think about how we normally live. We act as if we have infinite time. We put off important conversations until later. We waste years in jobs we hate, planning, to do what we really want someday. We hold grudges, nurse resentments, avoid difficult but necessary actions because, well, there's always tomorrow. Except there isn't always tomorrow, not infinitely. We know this intellectually, but we don't live like we know it. We live like we're immortal. But what if you really internalize the truth that you will die? Not just believed it abstractly, but felt it, knew it, lived with that awareness present. You'd probably waste less time on trivial things. That argument about nothing important, maybe not worth having, that grudge you've been holding. Maybe time to let it go. That thing you keep putting off that you know you should do. Maybe you should do it now. This is what memento mori does. It doesn't make you depressed. It makes you focused, clear, intentional. It helps you distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. Socrates lived this way naturally. He'd spent so much time thinking about death, examining it, understanding it, that he was always aware of mortality. Not in a way that paralyzed him, but in a way that freed him. He knew his time was limited, so he used it well. He pursued wisdom, cultivated relationships, lived according to his principles. No time to waste on trivialities. And here's the paradox. Thinking about death regularly doesn't make life worse. It makes life better, richer, more vivid, more meaningful. When you're aware that today could be your last day, you pay attention. You notice things. You're present. That conversation with a friend isn't just something to get through so you can get back to scrolling on your phone. It's precious, irreplaceable time with someone you care about. That sunset isn't just weather, it's a beautiful thing you might never see again. Better really look at it. That chance to say, I love you, or I'm sorry, or thank you. Better take it. You might not get another chance. This is what Socrates understood. This is what his philosophy of death gave him. The ability to live fully, presently, consciously, because he knew it wouldn't last forever. So how do we practice this? How do we incorporate memento mori into our lives without becoming morbid or anxious? Here are some practical approaches drawn from Socratic and Stoic wisdom. First, start your day with a simple acknowledgement. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, take a moment to recognize, I woke up. I'm alive. This is not guaranteed. Today is a gift, and it's finite. How do I want to use it? This isn't about inducing anxiety. It's about inducing clarity. What actually matters today? What should I prioritize? What should I let go of as unimportant? The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius did this. He'd remind himself each morning that he might not see evening, and each evening that he might not see morning, not to frighten himself, but to help himself focus on what was truly important. Second, practice the evening examination that Socrates would have approved of. Before you sleep, review your day. Not to beat yourself up over mistakes, that's not productive, but to examine. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance? Where did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I learn? This is the examined life in practice. Daily examination, regular reflection, constant course correction. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be conscious, to be intentional, to be improving. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, described doing this every night. He'd review his day's actions, his words, his thoughts, not harshly, but honestly. What did I do well? What could I have done better? How can I be wiser tomorrow? This practice, done regularly, compounds over time. You become more self-aware, more conscious of your patterns, better able to catch yourself when you're about to make a mistake, more aligned with your actual values rather than just reacting to circumstances. Third, and this is crucial, identify what you value most. Really examine this. Don't just accept the default values of your culture or your family or your peer group. Question them, the way Socrates questioned everything. What do you actually believe is important? Not what you're supposed to believe, not what sounds good to say, but what you really, genuinely value when you think about it deeply. Is it wealth? Be honest. Is accumulating money really what you want your life to be about? If you knew you'd die in a year, would you spend that year trying to make more money? Is it status? If you're gone tomorrow, how much will it matter what people thought of you? Would you trade a year of your life for a better title or more social media followers? Is it pleasure? If life is just about maximizing pleasant experiences, what happens when you can't have those experiences anymore? What happens when you're too old or too sick, or simply when the pleasures become boring? Or is it something else? Wisdom, perhaps? Love? Creativity? Service? Growth? Meaning? Virtue? Socrates was very clear about what he valued. Wisdom, virtue, the quality of his soul. And because he was clear about that, he could make hard decisions. He could refuse escape. Because he valued integrity more than survival. He could face death calmly because he'd invested in things that death couldn't touch. If you're not clear about your values, you'll be blown around by circumstances, by other people's expectations, by whatever seems urgent in the moment. But if you examine your values, really think them through, make conscious choices about what matters most, then you have a foundation, a center, something to navigate by. Fourth, practice small deaths. This might sound strange, but bear with me. What I mean is, practice letting go of things before you're forced to. That argument you want to win but doesn't really matter. Let it go. That grudge you're holding, release it. That attachment to being right, to being admired, to being comfortable. Practice loosening your grip. These are small deaths, small experiences of losing something, accepting loss, surviving it, and discovering you're okay. You're still you. The loss didn't destroy you, and this practice, repeated many times, prepares you for bigger losses, for aging, which is the body slowly dying, for the loss of loved ones, eventually for your own death. If you've never practiced letting go of anything, if you cling desperately to everything you have, then every loss will be devastating. But if you've practiced, if you've learned that you can lose things and be okay, then even major losses become more bearable. This was part of Socratic philosophy too. The recognition that everything external to your soul, your body, your possessions, your reputation, other people's opinions, all of it can be taken away. And if your happiness depends on keeping all of that, you'll be miserable, because loss is inevitable. But if your happiness comes from your soul's quality, from your wisdom and virtue and character, then you're free, because those can't be taken away unless you abandon them yourself. Fifth, contemplate worst-case scenarios. Not to induce fear, but to remove it. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. What's the worst thing that could happen? Really think about it. You could lose your job. You could get sick. Someone you love could die. You could die. And then ask, if that happened, would I survive it? Could I handle it? What would I do? Usually you realize that even worst-case scenarios are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And this realization is liberating. It removes much of the fear that controls us. Socrates faced the actual worst case, unjust execution, and he handled it. He demonstrated that even that was survivable in a sense. His body died, but his soul, his integrity, his wisdom, his principles remained intact. Most of us will never face anything that extreme. But if we contemplate difficult scenarios ahead of time, we prepare ourselves psychologically. We remove the shock factor. We have a plan, or at least a sense that we could handle it. Sixth, and this is perhaps most important, live in a way that you wouldn't be ashamed of if you died tomorrow. This is the heart of the Socratic practice. Ask yourself regularly, if I died tonight, would I be satisfied with how I spent today? With how I treated people? With what I prioritized? With who I was? This isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest, about living authentically, according to your actual values, rather than on autopilot. Socrates could face death calmly, because he'd been asking himself these questions for 70 years. He'd lived examined. He'd course-corrected when he'd gotten off track. He'd prioritized what mattered. So when death came, he was ready. His life had been what he wanted it to be. There was nothing major left undone. Most of us can't say that. Most of us are putting off important things, compromising our values for convenience, living unconsciously, planning to really live someday when circumstances are better. But someday might not come. And even if it does, the habit of postponing, of compromising, of living unconsciously, those habits get stronger with practice. They don't magically disappear when circumstances change. So start now, today, this moment. Live as if this were your last day, not frantically, not desperately, but intentionally, consciously, according to your examined values. Say the things that need saying. Do the things that matter. Let go of the grudges and petty concerns. Be present with the people you're with. Create what you want to create. Love who you want to love. Become who you want to become. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. This is what living with death in mind really means. Not being obsessed with dying, but being committed to living. Really living. Consciously, intentionally, according to examined principles. And here's the beautiful thing. If you live this way, if you really practice this, then death loses much of its power over you. Not because you stop caring about life, you care more, not less. But because you're living so fully, so consciously, that death becomes just a transition, rather than a tragedy. You've done the work. You've examined your life and found it good. You've cultivated your soul. You've lived according to your principles. Whatever death brings, you're as ready as a person can be. This doesn't mean you'll never fear death. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to loss, to change. Even Socrates might have felt some fear, though he chose not to be controlled by it. But the fear becomes manageable. It doesn't paralyze you. It doesn't prevent you from living well. It's just an emotion, passing through, acknowledged, but not obeyed. The practice of living with death in mind, the Socratic practice, gives you this freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of unconscious living. Freedom from being controlled by trivialities. Freedom from wasting your precious, finite time on things that don't matter. And it gives you something else too. Gratitude. When you really know that today might be your last, you stop taking things for granted. The ordinary becomes precious. Another sunrise, another conversation, another moment of being alive and conscious. Socrates experienced this. You can hear it in how he talked about simple pleasures, how he appreciated good conversation, how he valued his friends. He wasn't jaded or bored with life. He was grateful for it, right up until the end. That's what the practice offers. Not depression or anxiety, but clarity and gratitude. Not a worse life, but a better one. Not more fear of death, but less and more appreciation for life. So start today. Practice a little examination. Acknowledge your mortality. Consider your values. Let go of something unimportant. Live a bit more consciously, a bit more intentionally. You don't have to be Socrates. You don't have to face execution with perfect calm. You just have to be a little more awake than you were yesterday, a little more examined, a little more alive. Do that consistently, over time, and you'll be amazed at the transformation, at how much clearer life becomes, how much more meaningful, how much more free you feel. This is the Socratic practice. This is what living with death in mind really means, and it's available to anyone who chooses to begin, even now, even you, even today. And so we return to where we began, to that image of Socrates sleeping peacefully on his final night, his friend watching over him, the dawn approaching, the end certain, yet the sleep undisturbed. What did he know that allowed him to rest so completely? What had he discovered in his 70 years of questioning, examining, seeking wisdom? Perhaps it was simply this: that the unknown is not the same as the terrible. That uncertainty is not the same as fear. That not knowing what comes after death doesn't mean what comes after death is bad. We spend so much of our lives demanding certainty. We want to know what will happen. We want guarantees. We want the future mapped out so we can feel safe. And when we can't have that certainty, especially about death, we fill the void with fear. But Socrates took a different approach. He examined the unknown. He looked at what death might be, thought through the possibilities, and found that none of them were necessarily frightening. And then he let go. He accepted that he couldn't know for certain, and he found peace in that, acceptance. This is a profound lesson, one we can carry with us not just about death, but about all the uncertainties in life. You don't know what tomorrow will bring. You can't know. But does that mean tomorrow will be terrible? Or does it just mean tomorrow is unknown, which means it could be good, could be bad, could be neutral, could be surprising in ways you can't predict? When you frame it that way, when you recognize that uncertainty doesn't equal disaster, something shifts. The anxiety loosens its grip just a little. You can breathe a bit easier. This is what Socrates found in his philosophy of death. Not certainty. He never had that. But peace in uncertainty. The recognition that he'd done what he could, lived as well as he could, examined as thoroughly as he could, and whatever came next, dreamless sleep or eternal conversation with the great minds of history, he was ready. That readiness, that peace, That's what we've been exploring throughout this long night together. Think about how far we've traveled. We met young Socrates, questioning the parable of the birds, already seeing the world differently than those around him. We watched him develop his method, his mission, his commitment to the examined life. We saw him make enemies, face trial, refuse escape, drink the hemlock without fear, and through it all we've been asking, how? How did he do it? What made this possible? And the answer, complex as we've explored it, comes down to something simple. He did the work. He examined. He questioned. He cultivated his soul. He aligned his actions with his values. He lived consciously, deliberately, intentionally. And when you do that work, really do it, over years and decades, death becomes different. Not easy, perhaps. Not without natural fear or sadness at leaving life behind, but not the terror that haunts so many. Not the desperate clinging and denial, just a transition, a change, the next thing. As you lie here now, in this moment, thinking about these ideas, you're doing something Socrates would have approved of. You're examining, you're thinking. You're not just accepting the default fears and assumptions about death. You're looking at them, questioning them, trying to understand. That's the beginning. That's how it starts. One question, one examination, one moment of conscious thought instead of unconscious reaction. And if you continue that practice, if you make examination a habit, if you question your assumptions regularly, if you cultivate your soul consciously, then over time, you'll find what Socrates found. Not certainty, not perfect peace, but something real and valuable. You'll find that you're less controlled by fear, less driven by unconscious impulses, more aligned with your actual values, more present in your life, more able to face difficulties with clarity rather than panic. And yes, more able to face death, when it eventually comes, with something approaching calm, because you'll have done the work. You'll have examined your life and found it good, or at least found it honest. You'll have cultivated what matters. You'll have lived deliberately, and that's all anyone can do. That's all Socrates did. He was just a man, after all. Not a god, not perfect, not immune to human feelings. Just a man who questioned everything, thought deeply about how to live, and then lived according to what he discovered. You can do that too. Maybe not as thoroughly as Socrates. 70 years is a long time to devote to philosophy. But you can do some of it. Start where you are. Examine what you can. Question what seems questionable. Live a bit more consciously each day and over time that compounds. The examined life becomes easier, more natural. The peace becomes more accessible. The fear becomes more manageable. You might not ever sleep as peacefully as Socrates did on his final night, but you might sleep better than you do now. You might face each day with more clarity, more purpose, more presence. And when death does come, whether soon or far in the future, you might be able to greet it not with joy perhaps, but without terror, with acceptance, with readiness, with the knowledge that you lived well, that you did what you could, that your soul is in order. That's what Socrates gave us. Not a way to avoid death, not certainty about what comes after, but a way to face death without being destroyed by fear. A way to live that makes death bearable. And maybe, just maybe, if his philosophy is right, if death really is either perfect rest or beautiful continuation, then it's not just bearable. It's actually fine. Maybe even good. We won't know until we experience it ourselves. But we don't need to know. We just need to live well, to examine, to cultivate wisdom and virtue, to care for our souls, to be present, conscious, intentional. Do that, and whatever comes, whether in this life or after it, you'll be as ready as any person can be. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the story of Socrates wash over you, not as something to figure out or solve, but as something to absorb, a reminder, an inspiration, an example, He slept peacefully on his final night because he'd lived an examined life, because he'd done the work, because he was ready. You're not on your final night. You have time still. Time to examine. Time to question. Time to grow. Time to cultivate your soul and live deliberately. What a gift that is. Not the gift of certainty or immortality or perfect peace, but the gift of time, the gift of consciousness, the gift of choice. You can choose, as Socrates did, to examine your life, to question your assumptions, to live according to your actual values rather than unconscious habits. You can choose to prioritize your soul, your character, your wisdom, your growth, over the temporary pleasures and pains of the body. You can choose to practice small deaths, letting go of attachments, learning to accept loss. You can choose to live with death in mind, not morbidly, but as a clarifying force that helps you see what matters. These choices are available to you. They were available to Socrates 2,400 years ago. They're available to you now. They'll be available tomorrow and the next day and every day you have left. That's the beauty of philosophy as a practice. It's never too late to start. Never too late to begin examining. Never too late to live a bit more consciously, a bit more deliberately. And who knows, maybe decades from now, when your own final night comes, you'll find yourself able to rest peacefully, not because you've achieved perfection, no one does, but because you've done the work. You've examined your life. You've lived according to your principles. You've cultivated your soul. And if death is dreamless sleep, then you'll rest well. The best rest imaginable. Perfect, undisturbed, eternal peace. And if death is continuation, if consciousness goes on, if there's something after, well, then you'll have taken the best of yourself with you. Your wisdom, your character, your virtue. The things that really matter. The things that really are you. Either way, you'll be ready. As ready as Socrates was. As ready as any examined life makes possible. That's the promise. That's what this philosophy offers. Not certainty, but readiness. Not the elimination of death, but the ability to face it without terror. Not a perfect life, but a conscious one. An examined one. A meaningful one. So sleep now. Rest. Let your mind settle. Let your body relax. Tomorrow you'll wake and you'll have another day to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, for these remaining hours, just rest. Rest as Socrates rested. Not because everything is certain, but because you've done what you could today. Because you're working on examining your life. Because you're cultivating your soul, even if imperfectly. That's enough. More than enough. The unknown still lies ahead. Death still waits in the future for all of us. But the unknown is not the terrible. Death is not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Unconsciousness is the enemy. Living unexamined, unintentionally, on autopilot, that's the enemy. And you're here now, thinking, examining, questioning. You're not that enemy. You're something else. Something better. Something wiser. You're someone who's willing to look at death, to think about mortality, to examine the ultimate question. That takes courage. That takes wisdom. And if you can do that, if you can face these questions now, then you're already practicing what Socrates practiced, already walking the path he walked. Maybe you won't walk it as far as he did. Maybe you'll take a different path eventually. That's fine. That's good even. Socrates would want you to question him too, to examine his philosophy, to make your own choices. But for now, for tonight, you've walked with him. You've heard his story. You've understood his method. You've glimpsed what the examined life makes possible. That glimpse is valuable. Hold on to it. Let it inform how you live. Let it help you examine a bit more, question a bit more, live a bit more consciously, and rest. Rest peacefully, as Socrates did. Not because you've solved the mystery of death, but because you don't need to solve it tonight. Because you've done enough for today. Because you're on the path, even if you've only taken the first steps. The woman in white from Socrates' dreams said he would reach fertile Phthia in 3 days. For him, that meant death. But for you, it might mean something else. A place of rest, a place of peace, a place where the examined life bears fruit. You'll get there, not in 3 days perhaps, but eventually, if you keep examining, keep questioning, keep living consciously. And when you arrive, whether in this life or after it, you'll find what Socrates found. Not all the answers, but peace with not having them. Not certainty, but readiness for whatever comes. That's enough. That's everything, really. So rest now, dear friend. Rest peacefully. Tomorrow brings another chance to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, just sleep. Sleep as deeply as Socrates slept on his final night. Sleep without fear, without anxiety, without clinging. Just sleep. The examined life awaits you in the morning. But for now, let it wait. For now, just rest. Rest well. Sleep peacefully. And may you wake tomorrow ready to examine, to question, to live consciously once more. Until then, good night.
The cell was silent, except for the faint echo of dripping water. Stone walls pressed inward, the air thick and cold, the kind that seeps into bone and thought alike. Somewhere beneath Paris, a young man named Francois-Marie Arut sat in the A. Darkness, waiting for the next sound. Perhaps the turning of a key, perhaps the beginning of another long night. He had been arrested for writing words. Not for wielding a weapon or leading a revolt, but for arranging sentences that mocked those who'd claimed absolute power. In the 18th century, that was enough to make you dangerous. And so the Bastille took him in, as it had taken so many. Beforeman whose only crime was daring to think out loud. Tonight we begin with him in that silence. The flicker of a candle barely touches the walls. He presses his palm against the rough stone, measuring time by the beating of his heart. What kind of person risks everything for the freedom to speak? What faith drives a human being to believe that a single sentence could shake a kingdom? This is the story of the man the world came to call Voltaire. A man whose pen frightened kings more than armies, whose laughter wounded tyrants, and whose wisdom still whispers in the quiet hours when the world feels heavy. But before he became Voltaire, before the salons and the fame and the thunder of applause, he was simply a young writer locked away for a few lines of satire. It is there, in the darkness of his imprisonment, that the seed of rebellion took root. He once wrote that to hold a pen is to be at war. The Bastille taught him what that war truly meant. The Paris of 1694, the year of his birth, was a city of contradiction brilliance, wrapped in decay. Candlelight spilled from palaces, while beggars froze outside their gates. The king was the sun, and all others revolved around his glory. Words were meant to praise, not to question. Yet even as a boy, Francois felt the weight of obedience and quietly tested its edges. His father wished him to be a lawyer. His teachers wished him to be devout. He wished only to be free. At the Jesuit college, he absorbed the classics, not as lessons in obedience, but as invitations to rebel. Cicero, Horace. The bold laughter of ancient satire, they stirred something restless within him. By the time he reached his 20s, he had learned the language of wit as others learn the language of prayer. He could pierce hypocrisy with a phrase. And in a society built on appearances, that gift was dangerous indeed. One evening at a gathering, he recited vices, mocking the powerful Duke of Orleans. The laughter that followed carried farther than he intended. Within days, The verses were repeated across Paris, each retelling sharpening the insult. The Duke heard, and the young poet soon found himself taken by night to the Bastille. There, surrounded by damp stone in silence, he began to shed his old name. Francois Riaroud would not survive the walls. Voltaire was born from them. The name itself was a riddle, part anagram, part rebirth, entirely defiance. It sounded crisp, sharp, and free of the weight of ancestry. A new identity for a man who refused to bow. Imagine the rhythm of days inside that cell. Hours blurred into one another. He wrote verses in his head because ink and paper were forbidden. He rehearsed conversations with imaginary opponents, refining his logic, polishing his irony. When the guards mocked him, he smiled, a small act of rebellion that no punishment could erase. They could confine his body, but not his thought. And thought, once set free, spreads quietly through time. After nearly a year, he was released different. Harder, certain that words could move the world more surely than swords. He returned to Paris, a writer who understood the cost of expression, and he chose to pay it willingly. The years that followed were a storm of creation. Plays, poems, letters, essays, each line testing the limits of what could be said aloud. Each success brought applause and suspicion in equal measure. Yet Voltaire thrived on the tension. To live without danger, he believed, was to live without purpose. Tonight, as you drift deeper into thought, picture him at his desk in a small Paris apartment. A single candle, the quill moving swiftly, laughter in his eyes. Outside, the city murmurs with gossip and fear. Inside, sentences form like spark-steamy fires in the dark. He writes of love, of reason, of injustice. He mocks kings, disguised as gods, and priests, disguised as saints. He believes that humor is the sharpest blade, because it cuts without drawing. Blood yet leaves the deepest mark, and always there is that quiet resolve, never to stop writing, never to stop questioning. We begin to see why kings feared him. They could silence a man, but not an idea. They could burn a book, but not the laughter it inspired. Voltaire's words slipped through walls, crossed borders, hid in letters, whispered in cafes. They made people think, and once people think. They are no longer so easily ruled. But for all his wit and courage, he was still young, still learning where ideas met consequence. When the pressure became too great, exile followed. England welcomed him, and there he found a world, unlike his own land, where Parliament debated openly, where newspapers mocked ministers, where scientists questioned even the heavens. To Voltaire, it was revelation. He attended plays that ridiculed authority, and no one was arrested. He met thinkers who spoke freely of God and nature without fear of the scaffold. He saw, perhaps for the first time, what freedom sounded like. Those English years shaped him. He studied Locke's philosophy, Newton's physics, the calm confidence of a nation unafraid of ideas. He began to understand that liberty was not chaos but discipline, the courage to let truth stand without chains. When he returned to France, he carried more than books in his luggage. He carried a new faith, that reason could civilize power, that tolerance could tame fanaticism, and that laughter could outlast persecution. Yet freedom, he knew, is never granted forever. Each generation must earn it anew. He would spend the rest of his life doing just that, testing the limits, defying decrees, and proving that the pen, when guided by conscience, can be the most dangerous weapon of all. As we settle into this long night of thought and rest, let his beginning stay with Uther, young rider alone in the Bastille, forming in darkness the light that would spread through Europe. From that silence came the voice of an age, and from that voice a challenge that still lingers. Will we think for ourselves, or let others think for us? The question drifts, gentle but unending. As the first section closes and the next begins, a soft fade, as candlelight dissolves into dawn, and the dangerous mind begins to awaken. Morning light returned to Paris as if nothing had changed. Carriages rattled, merchants opened their stalls, the church bells marked the hour. But within one apartment, a man who had known confinement now studied freedom as if it were a delicate instrument, beautiful but easily broken. Voltaire's release from the Bastille was not an ending. It was a beginning, sharpened by memory. An ambition, he walked through the streets with the quiet confidence of someone who had seen power at its most fragile. Behind the grandeur of palaces and cathedrals, he recognized fear, fear of thought, fear of laughter, fear of the mindset. Loose. And he smiled. For he had learned that laughter, once born, cannot be imprisoned. Voltaire began again, writing with the energy of one who owed the world an answer. The salons of Paris, glittering with chandeliers and conversation, soon welcomed him. He observed the courtiers, the nobles, the poets, each trapped within the rules of elegance and obedience. He mastered those rules, only to twist them. His verses sparkled, his epigrams travelled, and behind every clever line lay a subtle defiance. He understood something few others did. Ridicule could reveal truth more clearly than sermons. It stripped away pretense, leaving only what was absurd and unjust. Where philosophers debated endlessly, Voltaire preferred a single sentence that would make a tyrant blush. The young poet's fame grew, but fame is never a stable ally. Every success attracted jealousy. Every joke risked punishment. He learned to balance on that thin wire between admiration and arrest. Each letter he sent, each play he staged, carried both praise and danger. He began to live in anticipation of the knock on the door, and soon it came again. This time the quarrel was personal. Noblemen insulted him, and Voltaire, unwilling to bow, answered with words so cutting that the man replied with violence. Voltaire demanded satisfaction. He requested a duel, believing in honor more than safety. But nobility in France was privilege, not virtue. The nobleman's servants beat him before dawn, and Voltaire, battered and humiliated, was again thrown into the Bastille. The irony was bitter but instructive. Once more he found himself in a cell, writing invisible sentences in his mind. He realized then that courage without prudence was waste. What mattered was not to die for freedom, but to live for it long enough to make a difference. After weeks of confinement, the authorities offered him a choice: silence in France or freedom in exile. He chose exile in England. The crossing of the Channel was rough, the wind cold and heavy with salt. Voltaire stood on the deck, shivering not from chill but from excitement. Behind him lay a country chained by hierarchy. Ahead a land that whispered possibilities. London astonished him. He saw newspapers arguing openly with ministers. He heard preachers contradict each other without fear of the scaffold. He visited the Royal Society, where scientists demonstrated. Experiments before audiences that included common citizens. He read Locke's essays, Newton's Principia, and was struck by a revelation that would guide him forever. That knowledge grows only where questioning is allowed. The contrast between Paris and London could not have been greater. In Paris, truth belonged to authority. In England, authority trembled before truth. He began to write letters on England, a series of reflections that compared the two worlds. He praised English tolerance, admired its constitutional monarchy, and celebrated the free exchange of ideas. He was careful, witty, but unmistakably critical of his homeland's rigidity. When the letters eventually reached France, they were condemned and publicly burned. Voltaire, safely abroad, only smiled. Ideas, he knew, cannot be reduced to Ashdod. His English years refined him. He met thinkers who taught him moderation and skeptics who taught him humility. He studied commerce and saw how prosperity grew not from decrees, but from cooperation. He admired Quakers who refused violence, yet lived by conscience. He attended Newton's funeral and wrote, "He was the greatest man who ever lived." He proved the universe obeys laws, not caprice. To Voltaire, this was revelation. If nature itself was governed by reason, then reason must also govern mankind. Superstition, fanaticism, cruelty or were violations of the same harmony that move the stars. He began to dream of an enlightened France, one where education replaced dogma, where merit outweighed birth, where thought could breathe. But dreams are dangerous things, especially when written by hands known to mock the throne. After 3 transformative years, Voltaire returned to France. He was older, calmer in manner, but fiercer in conviction. He dressed elegantly, spoke smoothly, but carried dynamite within his sentences. Friends noticed a difference. His humor had purpose now. He no longer mocked for pleasure. He mocked to reveal. He published tragedies that drew crowds and controversy alike. His plays entertained, but always carried hidden commentary. Audiences laughed, cried, and went home uneasy, sensing meanings just beyond the curtain. Voltaire had turned art into philosophy disguised as theatre. He understood that people resist doctrine but welcome stories. Through stories, he could smuggle truth past senses and into hearts. It was a delicate dance between intellect and instinctor. Rhythm he perfected with time. Paris loved him, envied him, feared him. He had become something new, a public intellectual in an age when thinking publicly was perilous. Letters arrived from admirers across Europe. Princes sought his friendship. Priests cursed his name. He thrived on the contradiction. To be praised by power was comfortable. To be condemned by it was meaningful. He preferred meaning. Voltaire's correspondence grew into a network of thought. From Amsterdam to Geneva, from London to Berlin, ideas moved faster than armies. He believed this was how revolutions truly began, not with gunfire, but with conversation at night. He worked tirelessly, composing essays that challenged superstition, poems that ridiculed cruelty, and treatises defending tolerance. He wrote letters to ministers, to philosophers, to anyone who might listen or might one day remember. His wit became legend. When asked why he opposed certain powerful men, he answered, "Because they are wrong." When a censor demanded that he retract a line, he replied, "Very well, I shall retract it in to 10 more editions." The more they tried to silence him, the more his words multiplied. And yet, for all his fire, Voltaire was not without doubt. He watched revolutions of spirit fail because men preferred slogans to sense. He feared fanaticism, whether in religion or reason. He began to see that freedom required discipline, that truth without kindness becomes another form of tyranny. He wrestled with these thoughts in solitude, seeking balance. He was no dreamer, detached from reality. He was a craftsman, shaping his own mind as carefully as a sculptor shapes marble. Each essay, each dialogue was another stroke toward clarity. In those years he began to form the philosophy that would guide his entire life. That tolerance is not weakness but strength, that happiness is found in usefulness, and that reason, though fragile, is the only true light. His private notebooks reveal a quiet as sight reflections on mortality, friendship, and the absurd theatre of human ambition. He wrote, "We are all made of weakness and error. Let us forgive each other's woes. Follies, that is the first law of nature." It is in such lines that the revolutionary and the sage converge. The Paris he returned to was restless. The Enlightenment was dawning, but darkness still lingered in its corners. Censorship remained harsh. Faith and fear shared the same pulpit. Voltaire moved through it all with the grace of a survivor. He knew when to jest and when to hide, when to provoke and when to retreat. To wage war with words required patience. He often said, "The secret of being a bore is to tell everything." He learned instead to suggest to let readers draw the dangerous conclusion themselves. It was a form of intellectual aikido, turning censorship's weight back upon itself. Through this subtle rebellion, Voltaire matured into more than a writer. He became a mirror held up to his age. Those who looked into it saw either inspiration or insult, depending on their conscience. His reputation expanded beyond France. Across Europe, thinkers whispered his name with admiration. Governments whispered it with unease. He had become, in every sense, a revolutionary one who fought not with armies, but with enlightenment. By the time the 1730s arrived, Voltaire was no longer merely a provocateur. He was a symbol. People read his works secretly, discussed them, by candlelight copied them by hand. Each reader found a different message. Skeptics found reason, believers found tolerance, reformers found courage. That multiplicity was his genius. He never imposed belief. He invited reflection, and yet fame carried danger. A single misstep could mean exile, or worse. He lived always half-packed, prepared to flee should a pamphlet offend the wrong bishop or minister. Still, he continued, convinced that comfort was the enemy of progress. When he looked back on his imprisonments, he saw them not as tragedies, but as education. The Bastille had taught him endurance. Exile had taught him perspective. England had taught him liberty. Together, they formed the crucible in which the revolutionary mind was forged. He emerged not as a saint or a martyr, but as something rarer, a man who chose intellect over impulse, irony over anger, and principle over safety. Thus ends the making of the revolutionary. The wit, once playful, had become purpose. The exile had become teacher. And the dangerous mind that once mocked kings was ready to challenge entire systems of thought. As we drift onward into the next chapter, imagine the candle burning lower on his desk, ink drying on the final lines of a letter that will soon be read in secret and discussed in whispers. The writer pauses, listening to the city breathe. He smiles softly, knowing that the revolution he began will move not through noise, but through thought. And so we fade again, from the restless energy of youth into the steadier flame of conviction, as Voltaire steps fully into the philosophy of freedom. Freedom. It is a word that glows brightly in the mind, yet feels fragile in the hands. In Voltaire's century, freedom was not a birthright, it was a suspicion. To question power was to endanger yourself, and yet he could not stop. He once said that thinking is disagreeing. To him, that disagreement was the highest form of respect for truth. The world around him, however, was built upon obedience. Kings ruled by divine right. Priests claimed heaven as their endorsement. Voltaire looked upon this structure of fear and saw an illusion, a system maintained by habit and silence. And he knew that silence, more than swords, kept people enslaved. He began to write with new precision. His essays became less ornamental and more direct. His purpose was clear, to awaken minds dulled by reverence. Reason, he argued, was the one authority that required no permission. It was not granted by kings, nor confined to scholars. It was the common property of every thinking being. He saw superstition as the oldest enemy of liberty. Superstition whispers that obedience is virtue, that ignorance is safety. But Voltaire had learned in prison that ignorance never protects, it merely delays punishment. He believed that to use one's reason was not rebellion, but duty. To think freely was the true act of gratitude toward existence itself. He expressed this belief through stories and dialogues, through the gentle art of seeming to entertain while teaching deeply. In philosophical letters, he praised the English for their tolerance of religion, not to flatter them, but to expose the narrowness of France. He compared nations like a physician compares fevers, noting which symptoms mark sickness, which mark recovery. The Church called him dangerous. They were right, though not for the reasons they claimed. He did not want to destroy belief. He wanted to strip it of cruelty. He respected faith that inspired kindness, but despised faith used to justify harm. When he wrote Acroces l'infâme crush, the infamy, he was not calling for violence, but for the end of oppression in sacred disguise. To him, fanaticism was the enemy of both God and man. He had seen too many wars fought in the name of salvation. He understood how easily faith can become a weapon once it ceases to question itself. So he preached tolerance not as a luxury, but as survival. If God did not exist, he once quipped, it would be necessary to invent him. He meant that humans crave meaning, but that meaning must never be imposed by force. The heart of his philosophy lay in three intertwined convictions. First, that reason is the highest virtue. Emotion without reflection leads to chaos. Belief without doubt leads to tyranny. He did not despise emotion. He wrote with warmth and laughter, but he insisted that feeling must bow to truth, not command it. Second, that freedom of speech is the guardian of all other freedoms. To silence a person, he argued, is to confess one's own weakness. He famously declared, though the words were later summarized by others, that he would defend to the death another's right to speak, even if he disagreed with what was said. He lived by that creed. When opponents mocked him, he replied with wit rather than vengeance. He believed debate was not a threat to truth, but its test. Third, that tolerance is not mere acceptance, but active compassion. It means recognizing the shared vulnerability of all humans. It means refusing to punish difference, even when difference offends us. He urged rulers to govern as philosophers, not as priests. He urged citizens to think as humans, not as heretics or sects. Together, these three beliefs, reason, speech, tolerance, formed the core of his revolution. But these convictions did not come without struggle. Every word risked retaliation. Books were banned, printers arrested, and yet the word spread. Copies traveled hidden in barrels, disguised in false bindings, passed hand to hand like contraband light. Voltaire was relentless, but he was not naive. He knew that ridicule could be misused, that mockery without conscience could wound more than it healed. He wielded humor as a surgeon's knife, cutting away hypocrisy but leaving the patient alive. In a world addicted to certainty, he introduced the medicine of doubt. He wrote dialogues where priests and skeptics debated kindly, letters that began in courtesy and ended in revolution. His genius was not that he destroyed institutions, but that he revealed their absurdity so gently that they destroyed themselves. Voltaire understood the psychology of power, that it collapses not when attacked, but when laughed at by those it seeks to command. For tyranny feeds on solemnity, and laughter is its famine. His enemies often accused him of inconsistency. He was not purely rational, they said, not purely revolutionary, not purely anything. They were right again. He believed in complexity. He argued with priests, yet supported some monasteries for their charity. He mocked kings, yet corresponded with them. He was, as he admitted, a man of contradictions, because the world itself is a contradiction. This flexibility was not hypocrisy, it was wisdom born of observation. Voltaire understood that ideals, when frozen, become dogmas, and dogmas, however noble, soon demand victims. He therefore treated truth as a living thing, something to be cultivated, not worshipped. He often compared philosophy to gardening. Ideas, he said, must be tended, pruned, tested. A garden left wild becomes a jungle, just as liberty without discipline becomes chaos. He saw the mind itself as soil and reason, the gardener's hand. Voltaire's battles were many, and not only with theologians. He clashed with fellow philosophers, most famously with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Rousseau believed in nature's innocence, that civilization corrupts and emotion redeems. Voltaire, pragmatic and scarred by experience, disagreed. He had seen too much cruelty to trust nature, and too much ignorance to worship reason blindly. Their debate was not hatred, it was the Enlightenment arguing with itself. Rousseau dreamed of utopia. Voltaire sought improvement. Rousseau prayed for virtue. Voltaire demanded justice. Both loved humanity, but one through ideals, the other through evidence. When Rousseau sent him The Social Contract, Voltaire replied with a smile and a dagger of wit, "I have received your new book against the human race, and thank you for it." Behind the sarcasm lay admiration and warning both. He knew that even noble theories could lead to tyranny when they forget the limits of human frailty. By midlife, Voltaire had become both famous and exiled, both celebrated and condemned. He lived under pseudonyms, moving from city to city, writing in the shadows of censorship. His letters, multiplied thousands upon thousands, a one-man network of resistance and inquiry. He defended scientists accused of heresy. He wrote treatises against torture and slavery. He offered financial help to widows ruined by injustice. Each act, small by itself, formed part of a greater movement, the belief that reason without compassion is sterile, and compassion without reason is blind. Voltaire's philosophy was therefore not abstract. It was lived. It was practiced daily, in patience, humor, and work. He did not retreat into solitude or seek divine certainty. He stayed among people, arguing, laughing, writing, cultivating the imperfect garden of humanity itself. His life became proof of his doctrine. He suffered illness, betrayal, censorship, exile, and yet he wrote every day, believing that persistence is the most rational form of faith. He called himself a hard-working bee, making honey even while surrounded by wasps. This quiet endurance gave his words a depth the sermons lack. He taught not by preaching, but by example, by continuing. He once wrote, "The best is the enemy of the good." He meant that perfectionism paralyzes progress. To act imperfectly is better than to dream flawlessly. It was this modest realism that separated him from zealots. He never promised heaven, only improvement. An improvement, he said, begins with thought. The risk never ended. Authorities monitored his writings, but the more they suppressed him, the wider he spread. His letters were smuggled across borders, his ideas copied by candlelight, his name whispered as both warning and inspiration. To those in power, he was a nuisance. To those in darkness, he was dawn. He never founded a school nor claimed disciples, but his influence became a quiet contagion. Every person who began to think for themselves became, unknowingly, a child of Voltaire. And yet, amid all this intellectual fire, his most profound insight remained simple, that happiness begins not in conquest or fame, but in understanding. To think clearly is to live peacefully. To reason is to be free. By now, his ideas had outgrown their author. He had become the embodiment of a movement, the Enlightenment itself. Princes quoted him to appear wise. Commoners quoted him to appear bold. He knew the irony. Once dangerous ideas become fashionable, their sharpness dulls. So he kept writing, kept refining, urging readers to question even him. He feared that dogma might one day wear his own name. So he insisted on humility. Doubt, he said, is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is absurd. He invited all who read him to doubt him, too. In that invitation lay the purest freedom of all, the freedom to disagree, even with the teacher. This was the essence of his philosophy of freedom. That liberty is not license, that thought is not rebellion, that doubt is not despair, and that laughter, when kind, is the truest prayer of the wise. As this section draws toward its quiet close, picture Voltaire at his desk again, older now, the candle shorter, the quill moving steadily in practiced rhythm. Each word another step away from ignorance, another seed for gardens he may never see bloom. He smiles, aware that his own freedom came at a price, but certain it was worth paying. The cell in the Bastille, the exile in England, the duels of wit, and the scars of battle, they were not burdens but tuition. Through them he learned what no book could teach, that true liberty is not given. It is cultivated, one thought, one act, one moment of courage at a time, and as he dips his pen again into the ink, he writes the words that would echo for centuries. Simple, steady, unflinching. Think for yourselves. The candlelight trembles, and with it begins the next chapter, where satire becomes prophecy, and a book called Candid will change everything. The year is 1759. Europe trembles under the noise of armies, sermons, and earthquakes littoral and moral. Empires are at war, philosophers argue about optimism, and the ground itself seems uncertain. Somewhere on that shifting continent, an aged Voltaire sits by candlelight and begins to write the book that will distill half a century of observation into a single work of laughter and sorrow. He calls it Candid, or optimism. The idea arrives after a disaster. On the morning of November 1st, 1755, Lisbon shakes. Churches collapse during Mass, fires devour the city, and tens of thousands die. Priests call it divine punishment. Philosophers debate whether such suffering can coexist with a benevolent God. Voltaire, staring at the ruins from afar, feels the futility of those arguments. He writes a long poem of grief and rage. Then something quieter grows within him, a desire to show, through story, how fragile optimism truly is. Candid begins in innocence. A young man lives in a beautiful castle in Westphalia, tutored by the cheerful Dr. Pangloss, who teaches that all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. The phrase sounds harmless, even comforting, but Voltaire sharpens it like a blade. Through that single idea, he will expose the gulf between philosophy and reality. Candid is expelled from paradise for loving the Baron's daughter, Cunegonde. He is beaten, conscripted, shipwrecked, betrayed, flogged, and starved. He witnesses cruelty in every shape: wars, stupidity, slavery's horror, religion's hypocrisy. Each episode is a mirror held to humanity's self-deception. Everywhere, someone insists that everything is for the best. Everywhere, the world replies with pain. Voltaire's prose is light, almost cheerful. That is its genius. He never raises his voice. He simply describes, and the absurdity condemns itself. The laughter he evokes is uneasy. The laughter that trembles on the edge of recognition. When readers first opened Candid, they found themselves smiling and wincing at once. A battle described as a beautiful arrangement of butchery, a sermon interrupted by robbery, a philosopher defending optimism while sinking in mud. Voltaire's irony was merciless but never cruel. His sympathy remained with the victims, never the theories that explained them away. Pangloss, ever faithful to metaphysics, persists through disease and disaster, proclaiming that all is well. He becomes the emblem of philosophical blindness, reason detached from experience, logic unmoored from compassion. Through him, Voltaire mocks the comfort of abstract certainty. He teaches that when we use intellect to deny suffering, we lose both intellect and humanity. Yet Candid is more than satire. It is a journey from illusion toward responsibility. Candid begins as a believer, becomes a skeptic, and ends as something rarer, worker of his own small patch of earth. After all the adventures, he concludes with 9 simple words: Il faut cultiver notre jardin. We must cultivate our garden. Those words close the book like a sigh after a storm. They do not offer triumph, only peace earned through labor and humility. Voltaire's message is not withdrawal from the world, but engagement with what is real and within reach. The garden is both literal and metaphorical, a call to action scaled to human hands. To understand its depth, imagine the Europe that read those words. Philosophers promise systems explaining everything. Churches promise salvation for obedience. Kings promised order through conquest. Voltaire promised nothing, only a hoe, a seed, and a mind awake. He suggested that the search for meaning begins not in heaven or empire, but in the small, daily work of decency. It was radical advice disguised as modest wisdom. Instead of overthrowing the world, he proposed tending it. Instead of explaining evil, he proposed alleviating it. The effect was electric. Some readers laughed, some were outraged, and many were frightened. Governments banned the book. Priests denounced it, but people copied it anyway. Within months, Candide spread across Europe, translated, smuggled, whispered. It became a mirror no one could put down. The church called it impious. Revolutionaries called it inspiring. Voltaire accepted both judgments with a smile. He had achieved what he desired most, to make people think without telling them what to think. Beneath its humor, Candide carries quiet compassion, each grotesque episode reveals not only folly but endurance. Even in ruin, the characters continue moving forward, searching for something better. Voltaire understood that survival itself can be a kind of wisdom. The novel's cruelty is always balanced by resilience. He never despairs completely, because despair would flatter the absurdity he mocks. Consider the old woman who tells. Candid, she has suffered everything, yet still loves life. Her tail loss, slavery, disfigurement, becomes a parody of tragedy. So extreme it circles back to tenderness. Voltaire invites readers to laugh, then to wonder why they are laughing, and finally to feel compassion. That oscillation between amusement and empathize, the pulse of Candide. Even Pangloss, ridiculous as he is, receives forgiveness. Voltaire allows him to survive, scarred but unrepentant, because he knows humanity rarely learns completely. We cling to illusions because they comfort us. Better, Voltaire implies, to recognize them and smile gently than to hate ourselves for needing them. The Lisbon earthquake, the executions, the betrayals, these are not random episodes. They are symbols of an age struggling with faith and doubt. Voltaire shows that suffering is not a test from heaven nor proof against God. It is simply part of the fabric of existence. Our task is not to justify it, but to respond humanely. In this sense, Candide becomes a spiritual text for the unbelieving. It teaches moral courage without metaphysics, hope without naivety. Its final lesson, cultivate your garden, compresses an entire philosophy. Tend to what you can, repair what you touch, and leave metaphysical debates to those who prefer clouds to soil. For Voltaire, this was not retreat, but revolution. He had seen how grand theories led to grand cruelties. He wanted a wisdom that begins with breakfast, with friendship, with the simple refusal to harm. The garden is not escape, it is ethics, made tangible. In later years, readers would interpret those words endlessly. Some saw resignation, others defiance, still others serenity. Voltaire encouraged all interpretations and claimed none. That was the trick. He left space for the reader to think. The very openness of Candide was its freedom. He once said that tragedy should make us weep, comedy should make us wise. In Candide, he achieved both. Its laughter washes the dust off reason. Its pain reminds us why reason matters. When the book reached Rousseau, he accused Voltaire of cynicism. "How," Rousseau wrote, "can you laugh while people suffer?" Voltaire answered, "How can you sing hymns while they burn?" The difference between them was not morality, but method. Rousseau sought salvation in emotion, Voltaire in lucidity. Both longed for a better world. Voltaire merely refused to lie about the one that existed. The making of Candide also reveals Voltaire's mastery of craft. He wrote it in 3 months swiftly, secretly, moving between inns and borrowed studies. He disguised it as a translation. From the German to evade censors. Each sentence is polished, short, rhythmical design to sound effortless. Behind that simplicity lies perfect control. He chose the name Candide from the Latin candid sclera, shining, naive. The hero begins pure and ends wise, not by revelation, but by exhaustion. After seeing the world, he stops asking why, and begins asking what now. That shift from metaphysics to practice is the heart of Enlightenment thought. Voltaire himself lived that transition. He had chased theories in youth. In age, he cultivated gardens of justice, friendship, and knowledge. Candide is therefore autobiography, disguised as fable, the journey from cleverness to clarity. As success spread, danger returned. Authorities raided printers, confiscated copies, threatened imprisonment. Voltaire, living near the Swiss border, kept moving manuscripts between safe houses. He joked that his books travelled more than he did. In letters to friends, he called Candide a book that makes people laugh and priests nervous. Yet despite persecution, the world refused to unread it. Within decades, it became a cornerstone of modern thought, influencing everyone from revolutionary pamphleteers to quiet moralists. It taught that skepticism could coexist with kindness, that laughter could reform nations. Even the structure of the novel's short chapters, fast scenes, abrupt transitions, feels modern, almost cinematic. Each page a cut, each irony a fade. Perhaps that is why it endures. It moves like a mind awakening in the stillness of night. One can imagine Voltaire rereading the final line. He sets down his quill and looks toward the window, where dawn hints behind the hills. The world outside remains unjust, noisy, full of superstition, but his little estate will soon wake. Workers will tend the vines, letters will arrive, arguments will continue, and that, he realizes, is enough. He has replaced the perfection of heaven with the imperfection of labor. He has traded metaphysical comfort for moral clarity. In that exchange lies peace, the peace of a mind reconciled with limits. The lesson of Candide is not that the world is meaningless, but that meaning must be made daily. Not in proclamations, but in gardens. Not in temples, but in workshops. Not in eternity, but in time. When Voltaire wrote those final words, he was nearly 65. His health was fragile. His humor was not. He called himself half-blind, half-deaf, entirely amused. But within that amusement lay serenity earned through struggle. He had watched philosophers rise and fall. He had outlived kings and enemies alike. Now he wanted to leave something durable, not an empire of ideas, but a way of being. And so Candid endures, not because it resolves questions, but because it teaches how to live among them. It offers no salvation, only sanity. It does not end in revelation, but in rest. For listeners drifting through this story, picture the old philosopher standing among rows of vines at Fernie years later. The sun warm, the earth rich, a book in his pocket and laughter in his eyes. Around him, workers prune branches, children chase insects, and he, the once dangerous writer, hums softly to himself. He has cultivated his garden, literally, philosophically, spiritually, not because the world is good, but because it can be. Tended, that is the triumph of Candid, a victory without parade, a wisdom without pride. It is the story of humankind growing older, learning that perfection is a childish dream, and that peace belongs to those who keep working after they stop pretending. As night settles over our journey, the pages of Candid close quietly. No fanfare, no prophecy, only the calm of understanding. From the ruin of optimism, Voltaire built a sanctuary of reason. From the chaos of history, he drew one enduring sentence: we must cultivate our garden. The candlelight fades, leaving the reader, the listener, the dreamer with that single thought, blooming softly in the dark. That freedom begins not with rebellion alone, but with care. And as the ink dries, Voltaire sets aside his quill, ready to turn from ideas to action, from satire to service, from laughter to justice. The storm of Candid has passed. Now the air is still, the fields soft beneath the sun. Voltaire, no longer the restless wanderer, begins to live the metaphor he once wrote. He tends a real garden rows of vines and fruit trees near the border. Village of Fernie. Each morning he walks the paths slowly, staff in hand, eyes thoughtful. He watches workers prune and harvest, watches life renew itself through simple effort. Here the philosopher becomes the farmer. Here the dangerous mind finds its peace. Yet what does it mean, this phrase the world now repeats? Il faut cultiver notre jardin. To cultivate, not to conquer. To care, not to command. To choose labor over illusion. For Voltaire, it is both creed and confession. He has spent his life battling superstition, arguing with kings, mocking priests. Now he discovers that wisdom is not only resistance, but reconstruction. The garden is the place where rebellion becomes creation. He writes to friends, explaining his routine. Mornings spent dictating letters, afternoons among trees, evenings at his desk. Visitors expect fiery debates. Instead, they find a calm host, offering fruit from his orchard. Philosophy, he tells them, is digestion. It must take its time. They smile, unsure if he jokes. But he means it literally. Thoughts, like plants, require patience, seasons, repetition. The same soil that grows bitterness can, with care, grow nourishment. To cultivate one's garden is to accept the limits of power. You cannot reform the entire world, but you can improve the ground beneath your feet. Each weed pulled, each seed planted, becomes an act of quiet defiance against despair. The garden is humility made visible. It reminds the thinker that ideas, like crops, thrive only when tended daily. Voltaire had seen too much destruction done in the name of perfection. He believed improvement was enough. Small deeds, multiplied, could equal revolutions. His correspondence shows the rhythm of this conviction. Letters to kings advising tolerance, donations to families ruined by injustice, pamphlets arguing for education and against cruelty. He no longer writes to wound, he writes to heal. He warns his readers not to trust grand theories that promise happiness to all. Beware, he writes, of those who seek to make you better by force. True virtue, he insists, begins in usefulness. Plant something, teach someone, relieve a neighbor's hunger. That is enlightenment more durable than any philosophy. The tone of his late work changes. Where once he laughed sharply, now he smiles gently. He keeps irony, but tempers it with gratitude. He speaks often of work not ambition's work, but sustenance's work. He sees in labor the rhythm that reconciles body and mind. Work protects from idleness. Idleness breeds fantasy. Fantasy breeds fanaticism. To cultivate one's garden is therefore to cultivate one's sanity. In these years, he transforms Fernie into more than a home. It becomes a symbol. Travelers arrive from across Europe to glimpse the legendary philosopher in his sanctuary. They find him walking with villagers, settling disputes, funding schools. He builds workshops so the poor can earn wages. He pays teachers to educate